I'm built to win. Applied myself, I filled it in. No time for the doubt, they counting me out, I'm getting it in. Yeah. No time for no loss, I'm paying the cost, I'm in it to win. Yeah. Refuse. Mine, it can't be diffused. If you ain't thinking the same, then we playing by different rules. You can't see the vision, we living at different views. Until we complete the mission, keep getting up, never snooze. I walked a mile in my shoes, had the mind of a fool, chasing diamonds and jewels. Trust me, I was confused. Started minding my business and used my mind as a tool. Ended up finding my purpose and found the time to get to it. They told me I couldn't do it, they told me I couldn't make it. They sold it, could never break it. That's sadly mistaken. I need a piece of the pie, I want it so bad I can taste it. They told me like Toby, keep on running toes, they gon' take them. Refuse to lose, built to win. Applied myself, I filled it in. No time for the doubt, they counting me out, I'm getting it in. Yeah. No time for no loss, I pay for the cost, I'm winning to win. Yeah. Refuse to lose, I'm built to win. Applied myself, I filled it in. No time for the doubt, they counting me out, I'm getting it in. Yeah. No time for no loss, I'm paying the cost, I'm in it to win. Yeah. Refuse.
Welcome back to CTC. I'm your gracious host, Carl, and I'm back with another episode. And today we will be previewing the Big Ten. Now, I know I didn't go live last week. You know, procrastination kills. You know, I'll just admit it. Procrastination kills. But we got 2 episodes this week. We got the Big Ten today, and we're going to have the Big 12 either Saturday or Sunday. TBD. I don't know what day I'm going to do it yet. But I got 2 guests with me, just like the ACC. The difference is they not fans of the same team, so we're going to have a difference of opinions. Now, one guy, you seen him on the show a ton. Well, I ain't going to say a ton, but you seen him on the show a couple times. He was on the Big Ten preview last year. We're not going to bring up last year, but that's my guy, Trent.
What up, Carl? Yeah, we're not going to talk about last year.
New
I
beginnings.
don't even remember. I don't remember what I said on the preview show last year.
Me either.
So I think, we're here to talk about the new season. Appreciate you having me back. Ready to talk some football.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And my next guest, first time on Carl Talking College, but he's also part of the network. We've hosted R2L main shows together. He has his own show on the network. USC Trojan fan. So Teddy, you got somebody with you, and that's my boy Griffey. What's going on, Griffey?
What's going on? Oh man, ready to talk. Dang, it's finally here. The Big Ten preview, man. Been looking forward to this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm excited, man. I can't wait to go over the Big Ten. I mean, because we all know the ACC is better than the Big Ten, according to one ACC coach. They used to be a defensive coordinator in the Big Ten. I'm joking, by the way. But man, I'm just excited that Big Ten has won the last 3 national championships. So, man, the winner of the Big Ten might go on to win the national championship. 2 of the last 3 national champions have been the winner of the Big Ten. If you remember, Ohio State did not win the Big Ten championship when they won the national championship. It was Oregon who won the Big Ten championship when Ohio State won the national championship. So let's see. But y'all got anything I want to say before we move on?
No, not really. Just excited to talk football. Non-football related real quick. You can see the Red Sox over here. We're going for history tonight, so just had to bring that up on the show. I know it's not baseball, but just had to bring that up.
Hey, with $5, I can ruin that.
Nah, I'm ready to get into it, man. Let's get this started.
All right, before we get started, I'm gonna get to these comments. Shout out to Alfie. He says, "Yo, appreciate you for being here." We got Joe. Shout out to Joe. He says, "We're looking forward to this episode with 3 guys that know ball." We appreciate that, Joe. And we got my boy, FJA HOA, but in college we are mortal enemies, and that's my boy Tomo. As a Terp, I agree. We won't speak on last year. Your last year is going to be like your last 2 years. You mean last year, 2 years ago, maybe even this year. Who knows, Tomo? But
we're going to talk about it.
We're going to definitely talk about Mike Locksley and that, as Jason Whitlock called him, a colonizer, which is still so stupid. But, but let's move on into Illinois. We're going to start off with Illinois. Y'all know I like to go in alphabetical order. Now, Illinois, coming off of an 8-4 season where they won the Music City Bowl against Tennessee 30-28. Again, y'all know how I felt about Tennessee. Tennessee had no good wins. I felt like Illinois beating them in the bowl game was just much proof of that. But they had a really good year. They lose, though, the engine of Illinois offense for some time, well, for the last 2 years, and that is Luke Altmaier, the quarterback. He has now moved on. He would no longer be there, which is a huge blow. He is currently on the Lions, trying to have a backup role, second or third string behind Jared Goff. But let's talk about some of the returners. They returned 7 starters, 4 on offense, 1 O-lineman, and 3 on defense, which it would have been 4, but Xavier Scott redshirted last year, which is why that's why he's there this year. I rushed to eat to get on this show because of traffic from work. So if y'all see me burping and stuff, blame that. But they returned Khalil Valentine at running back, 131 carries, 614 yards, 4.7 to carry, and 4 touchdowns. Colin Dixon, the receiver, had 35 catches, 548 yards, 5 touchdowns. Hudson Clement, a receiver, had 36 catches, 454 yards, 3 touchdowns. Matthew Bailey, a DB that had 76 total tackles, 59 solos, 2 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. Tanner Heckel, a defensive back who had 37 total tackles, 26 solos, a sack and a half, 2 pass breakups, an interception, and a forced fumble. And Jaheim Clark, another defensive back who had 30 total tackles, 22 solos, 7 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. Anybody want to talk a little bit about Illinois before we get into what they lost?
Yeah. I want to talk about Brett Bellamy.
Brett Bielema, the head coach.
Bielema. I can never pronounce his name, but
I think I pronounced it right, but I could also be wrong.
I remember Illinois.
I want to say Belima.
Yeah, Belima.
Sorry, Coach.
I'm
Brett.
sorry if any of us got it wrong, but what I wanted to say was great job. He's like a sneaky coach that no one talks about. Sneaky school no one talks about. He started like 18 and 19 his first 2 years. Not really. It's kind of what you expect from Illinois. Then he just went on a run, and for 6 years, I think he's 37 and 26, way over 500, with back-to-back 9-win seasons. And it's like, I check the Big Ten, and when I check the standings and I see Illinois is like 1-9 games, I'm like, did they really? Like, that's how little I paid attention to that school. Like, and I'm like, oh yeah, they got a Luke Altmaier. They got the Illinois is pretty good. So shout out to Brett Bielema.
All right, Coach Brett.
Coach Brett. Shout out to him for the job he's done the last 2 years.
No questions. And to piggyback off what you said with that, I mean, he's producing NFL talent. Devin Witherspoon, one of the best nickel corners in the game, Illinois. Chase Brown, Illinois. Sidney Brown, Illinois. I'm blanking on some. I'm sorry.
Newton. Jazeer Newton.
Yes, sir. I don't think the second member of the law firm was a high draft pick, but Jazeer Newton for sure. Even Xavier Scott is looked at to be a really good draft prospect this upcoming season. So his defenses at Illinois have definitely been really good. By the way, Griffey, Illinois fans might kill me if I don't correct you. It's Illinois, not Illinois. I got killed when I say that by accident.
Illinois?
Yeah, Illinois.
All right.
But go ahead, Trent. You got anything you want to say?
I'll just add to what you had said already. The running game is what needs to work again this season. They returned Valentine. You should know all about the quarterback, Caden Hauser. The biggest concern.
We're going to get there. We're going to get the transfers.
Yeah. But the biggest thing is really just losing Luke Altmaier. I think the team, Brett Bielema, to Griffey's point, has been a great coach. But this is probably a year of regression in my eyes. We'll get into it. The defense was good. However, they led the Big Ten in fewest interceptions. So they need to get more turnovers, help the offense out a little more this year. The offensive line struggled in pass protection. We'll get into transfers. They address that on the offensive line. But a team that's going to probably have to rely on running the ball a lot and, like you said, playing great defense.
All right, we'll get into some losses. I'll piggyback on what you said a little bit later. But like we all discussed, they lost Luke Altmaier, who's been the guy for the past 2-3 years. Hank Beatty, a receiver, who I believe was their leading receiver, if I'm not mistaken. 70 catches, 864 yards and 3 touchdowns on the Titans. Cole Russ, tight end, 19 catches, 217 yards and a touchdown on the I think he transferred to Arizona. Justin Bowick, receiver that transferred to Oklahoma State, 22 catches, 265 yards, 5 touchdowns. Miles Scott, safety, who is, I believe, the brother of Xavier Scott, if I'm not mistaken. 64 total tackles, 50 solos, a sack, 4 pass breakups, and 3 interceptions. Currently on the Broncos. Dylan Rozick, linebacker, 53 total tackles, 29 solos, 3 pass breakups, an interception, and a forced fumble. Torrey Cox Jr., another defensive back, 50 total tackles, 36 solos, 3 pass breakups, an interception. Gabe Jacques, an edge rusher currently on the Pats, 43 total tackles, 23 solos, 11 sacks, pass breakup, and 3 forced fumbles. James Thompson Jr., a defensive tackle, currently on the 49ers, 41 total tackles, 17 solos, 2 sacks, and a pass breakup. And Malachi Hood, a linebacker, currently transferred to West Virginia, 44 total tackles, 28 solos, a sack, a pass breakup, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. So they lost a lot of production on the defense. They lost 11 sacks in Gabe Jacques, so tough to replace a guy like that. Anybody want to talk about some losses before we move on to the transfers?
No.
All right, we'll go on to the transfer portal, where they were 43rd in transfers with 19 total incoming transfers. They were 32nd in overall recruiting class. As my boy Trent brought up, the top of my list was Caden Hauser. Now, again, as Trent said, he was a Michigan State guy, but he didn't get his name at Michigan State. He got his name at Eastern Carolina, where he was slinging the ball around and actually beat the head coach that said the Big Ten isn't better than the ACC in Pittsburgh in the bowl game last year. Caden Hauser went 269 for 408, 65.9% completion percentage, 3,300 yards, 19 touchdowns, and 6 interceptions. And that's what I wanted to piggyback on. I think their passing game is going to be just fine under Caden Hauser. I do feel like Caden Hauser didn't really get a fair shake at MSU. It was a bad time for MSU at the time, coming off the whole Mel Tucker, Brenda Tracy drama, unstable quarterback position. We've had Sam Levitt in our quarterback room that year, and we saw Sam Levitt the next year take Arizona State and win a Big 12 championship. So just a lot of dysfunction. So he left and blossomed, and great for him in that. By the way, Tom, I forgot about your comment. You did not enter the transfer portal. You are stuck at Maryland. You signed the contract. The next transfer I want to talk about is Alex Perry out of FIU. 56 catches, 840 yards, and 9 touchdowns. Who was FIU's leading receiver or offense? That I feel like if they had a better quarterback, they could have been very explosive. Daryl Prater, a defensive lineman from Jack State, 23 total tackles, 14 solos, a 4.5 sacks. So nice pass rushing up the middle. Again, trying to, free up them outsides. Robert Edmondson, Colorado State, a linebacker, 47 total tackles, 26 solos, a sack, and an interception. And Deshaun Platt, a receiver out of FAU, 46 total catches, 720 yards, and 5 touchdowns. So they try to replace some of that production left by Hank Beatty and Justin Bowick. I know I only went over 5. Y'all got any other transfers y'all want to talk about? I know you was going to talk about the O-line, right, Trent?
Yeah, I was just going to say starting left tackle, left guard, and center Jake Renfro, I believe, came from Wisconsin. Renfro came from Wisconsin. Christian Martin came from Colorado State. And Makai Matalu came from Mount San Antonio College. So 3 new starting offensive linemen on the left side of the ball. We talked about the running backs coming back. And then the pass protection struggling a little bit last season. So hopefully a revamped offensive line on that left side to get Hauser some protection.
Yes, sir. Griffey, any transfers you want to talk about?
No, you guys named the transfers I was going to talk about. I will say this, though. It's not a transfer, but it's kind of something I found funny because I've seen FCS games, and Montana's head coach becoming their defensive coordinator. That was interesting to me. Okay. He had a great team in Montana. I know everyone, when they think of FCS, it's North Dakota State, pretty much.
Which is now FBS.
Yeah, which is now FBS. But he dominated that, what do you call it? A conference? I don't know. FCS.
It's still a conference. It's still a conference.
Yeah, they dominated that for the last 2 years. But it's kind of strange that he went for a DC job instead of a head coaching job, because he could definitely be a head coach for a smaller school. But that's the one I'm really interested in watching as like a new addition for this team.
Well, I mean, I could see him going DC. A lot of coaching hires was kind of like getting filled early. And then there were some late, like, Michigan got theirs late. I feel like ours kind of late. So, probably work your way up. And then next year, something's bound to open Maryland. And, you know, take a job there. Or Florida State. Shoot, I think Florida State, we discussed on the ACC. I think Florida State opens up next year. I think Mike Norvell gets finally fired. So something is going to open up next year for sure. Mm-hmm. And if he does a great job, which I think he will at Illinois because they've been having some great defenses, he'll get a job. But I got some numbers, and then we can get into the schedule. I was so glad. I just hit the mic cord, and I threw it unhooked. But 78th in total offense, 46th in total defense, 53rd in scoring offense, 57th in scoring defense, 58th in passing, 63rd in pass defense, 89th in rushing, 36th in rush defense, tied 56th in the red zone offense, tied 58th in red zone defense, tied 49th in sacks, and 42nd on third down conversions on offense. Those are some numbers from last season. But without further ado, we can get into the schedule. So first game of the year is at home against UAB. I have them getting the dub.
Yeah, UAB, interesting team, but I don't see them winning that. I don't see UAB winning that. Sorry.
Yep, I have Illinois winning.
All right, next game against Duke. This is a home to home, so they're back home, and I have them winning this one. I have them beating Duke.
Last year's Duke, I would have them losing. This year's Duke, I'd have them winning too.
I think they beat Duke last year.
I was going to say they beat Duke last year, and I also have them winning this year.
Was it?
Mensa was there last year.
Okay.
Yeah. They beat
no, I knew Mensa was there. I was like, was Altmaier playing that game? That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. Oh, that's why. Okay.
And now Mensa is no longer there at Duke. I think Illinois is going to win. Next game at home against FCS Southern Illinois. I have a win here.
Yeah.
Also win.
Next game, first Big Ten game at Ohio State. I have a loss, but I feel like if the point spread is big enough, I might take the points, but I have a loss.
Yeah, I have a loss.
I also have a loss.
All right, next game at home against Purdue, who went winless in the Big Ten last year. I have a win against Purdue.
I wish I could talk about Purdue now, but yeah, there's a reason. I was kind of iffy on this one, but I got Illinois winning that one.
I have Illinois winning this one.
All right, homer play right here. But next game on the road against Michigan State, against the revamped, hopefully Michigan State. I have a loss here.
Nah, I have Illinois winning this one just because I don't know what to think of the. We'll get to that, but I got Illinois winning.
I mean, I'm not mad at you, to be honest. Like, I can see us losing this game, but
yeah,
I got to win here for us. Trent.
I have Illinois winning this game.
Okay. Next game at home against Oregon. I have a loss.
Yeah, definitely a loss.
I have a loss.
All right, next game on the road. Doesn't matter. Against Maryland, I have a win.
I got a win.
I actually have a loss.
Oh, Tomo, you got somebody that supports you. And by the way, that's probably the end of my Maryland shots into the Maryland segment. Shout out my boy Tomo. Next, at home against Nebraska. I love you, dog. I love you, Anthony Calandria, but I got Illinois winning this one.
I actually got them losing this one.
Yeah, I have a loss.
I didn't watch a lot of Calandria film, man. I know he will throw a pick, and I think that will bite him in the butt against Illinois. Next game on the road against UCLA, and because they are going cross country after what I perceive to be a brutal game against Nebraska, I have a loss here.
I have a loss too.
I also have a loss.
All right, and then we back home against Iowa. I have a win. I just don't like Iowa's quarterback situation. We'll talk about it.
They started so hot, but I hate Iowa. But I'm gonna say it's a loss for Illinois.
I mean, Iowa do be winning games, and you just wonder like how.
Just annoying. It's just annoying playing them, bro. So annoying.
I remember they averaged. Go ahead. I remember they averaged 40, and they were just running the ball. They weren't even good at passing the ball. And they averaged 40. And the last game of the year, which is always a good one, but this one is at which I didn't see anything about it being at Wrigley Field. I saw it was just a true road game against Northwestern, but I do have them beating Northwestern.
Yeah, Illinois is winning that one.
I actually have a loss.
I ain't gonna lie, I like David Braun, but I also seen that quarterback that's supposed to be starting at Northwestern, and that is the reason why I have them beating Northwestern. So my final record for Illinois, I actually have them going 8-4, 5-4, and I'll have them going over the 6.5 win total.
Yeah, I got them 8-4, or is it 7-5? Yeah, 8-4.
Big Ten record.
Big Ten. Well, I feel like all their losses are going to be in the Big Ten anyways.
No, I need a Big Ten record.
Oh,
I got them going 5-4 in the Big Ten.
Oh, 5-4. Yeah, same thing. My bad. I didn't even write the Big Ten record. My bad.
It's all good, Trent.
I got them 5-7, 2-7.
Ooh. Dang, you got Illinois missing a bowl game.
Yep.
Oof, brutal. That Maryland game going to change that. Don't you worry, Trent. But time out, I lied. I'm sorry. We're going to move on from Illinois to your reigning Big Ten champ, your reigning national champ, 16-0, Indiana. And Indiana, just some little stats before I actually talk about Indiana. Indiana had 8 draft picks selected in the NFL draft, which was an Indiana record, and 2 of them being in the first round with Mendoza and Omar Cooper, which was also Indiana record, something that hasn't been done in like 50 plus years. So just another historical season for the Indiana Hoosiers, who also tied their most bowl games won like ever. Like before this year, they only had 3 bowl games won, and they won 3 bowl games on the way to a national championship this year. So Cignetti had a very historic year at Indiana for sure. But as we discussed, they lose their quarterback and Fernando Mendoza. Not only do they lose their quarterback, they lose their quarterback, their running back, both receivers, tight end, cornerback. They lose a lot. They only return 10 starters, 4 of them offensively, 3 of them on the O-line, and 6 of them defensively. But Cignetti just reloads. I mean, he had to reload when he first got there in Indiana. With Curtis Rourke, nonetheless, took Curtis Rourke from University of Ohio and made the playoffs with him. And so I don't have any doubt in my mind that he will reload again at Indiana. But some returners, Charlie Becker, who had a breakout end of the year last year, made some big plays down the stretch. A receiver who had 34 catches, 679 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Valaje Hardy, a linebacker who had 103 total tackles, 48 solos, 8 sacks, and 5 pass breakups. Isaiah Jones, a linebacker who had 78 total tackles, 38 solos, 7 sacks, 2 pass breakups, an interception, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Jamari Sharp, a defensive back who had 49 total tackles, 36 solos, 5 pass breakups, an interception, 4 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Amari Farrell, another defensive back who had 48 total tackles, 26 solos, 6 pass breakups, and 4 interceptions. Tyreek Tucker, a D lineman who had 38 total tackles, 17 solos, 6 sacks, and 2 pass breakups. And Mario Landino, a defensive lineman who had 32 total tackles, 14 solos, 5 sacks, 4 pass breakups, and 2 fumble recoveries. Anybody want to say anything about Indiana?
Yeah, they got. I think what you said earlier was right. They can retool a lot of the things that they lost, and I feel like they do a good job of doing that while also developing the people they already have. Like the Charlie Becker is gonna go into a bigger spotlight now. They got Nick Marsh from MSU. You're developing talent over there apparently. You guys are like just developing for other schools at this point. But yeah, they gotta see how a lot of those guys that they lost were leaders. I feel like on that team that were like their voices mattered. So it's about replacing the leadership aspect of that team. Unless like guys like Charlie Becker can do it. Turbo Richards, another one.
We'll get into the transfers.
Sorry.
You good?
Sorry. I was just about it. What I was gonna say was their run game needs to be as good as it was last year. That's all I was gonna really mention. So
2,000 yard backs in college football is insane.
Mm-hmm.
Trent?
Yeah, I'll be the guy that talks about the offensive line. They're returning not 8 starters, but returning 4 starters, and then all 4 backups are returning as well, or either redshirt freshmen. So just veteran O-line who's going to protect the new quarterback and new running back that you guys just talked about. We'll talk about more, but when you have that foundation in the trenches, that helps a lot in college football, as we've seen the last few seasons.
Yeah, and even though I was listening to something, I think it was Pat McAfee show. Shout out to him. But they talked about Cignetti only having 12 O linemen, and I mean he's not afraid at all. He's like, all right, so we're not gonna, we'll be fine. Basically, is what the message was with just carrying 12 O linemen. So seems like he has faith in his guys, and just hopefully the injury bug don't attack the O lineman because that is kind of a low number, but for a collegiate team. Anyway, but we'll get into some losses. We all talked about the loss of Fernando Mendoza, who was the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft that just happened in April. He went 273 or 379, 72% completion percentage, 3,535 yards, 41 touchdowns to 6 picks. Sounds like another quarterback that I know of that didn't win MVP, but he had 4 picks. Sorry, I had to get that off. 276 yards and 7 touchdowns currently on the Raiders. Roman Hemby left Maryland and hallelujah. 230 yards, 230 carries, 1,120 yards, 4.9 a carry, and 7 touchdowns. He also had 165 yards through the air. He's currently also on the Raiders. Kalen Black, 186 carries, 1,040 yards, 5.6 a carry, and 10 touchdowns on the 49ers. Omar Cooper Jr., currently on the Jets, 69 catches, 937 yards, and 13 touchdowns. Elijah Surratt, currently on the Ravens, receiver, 65 catches, 830 yards, and 15 touchdowns. Riley Nowakowski, tight end, currently on the Steelers, 32 catches, 387 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Aiden Fisher, linebacker on the Texans, 95 total tackles, 46 solos, 4.5 sacks, a pass breakup, 2 interceptions, a touchdown, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Lewis Moore, a safety currently on the Dolphins with 90 total tackles, 45 solos, 3 pass breakups, and 6 interceptions. D'Angelo Pons, currently on the Jets, a cornerback with 60 total tackles, 43 solos, 10 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, a pick 6, which was against Oregon in the semifinals, and a forced fumble. And Stephen Daly, who also got hurt, unfortunately, on that run, 35 total tackles, 24 solos, 5.5 sacks, and 2 forced fumbles. Do y'all just want to move on to the transfers? All right, so they got my guy. I ain't gonna lie, I've been a fan of this quarterback for a couple years, but it's something about guys named Josh and throwing interceptions, and that is Josh Hoover, the transfer quarterback from TCU. If he could stop throwing picks, man, he'd be one of the best quarterbacks in the country. But he does have an interception problem. He went 272, 413, 65.9 completion percentage, 3,472 yards, 29 touchdowns to 13 interceptions. Again, he has an interception problem. Nick Marsh, which I'm going to just look at Nick Marsh like Keon Coleman, man. Keon Coleman left, went to Florida State, won the ACC championship. Unfortunately, Jordan Travis got hurt. They didn't make the playoff, so they got spanked by Georgia because they sat everybody. That's how I'm going to look at Keon Coleman. Go get you a Big Ten championship, big dog, and hopefully a natty. Receiver out of Michigan State, 59 catches, 662 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Again, Griffey brought him up earlier, and that's Turbo Richard, a running back from Boston College, 145 carries, 749 yards, 5.2 a carry, and 9 touchdowns. I wrote down Chidi Obizior, an edge rusher from Kansas State, 28 total tackles, 17 solos, 2 sacks, a pass breakup, and a fumble recovery. And Shaz Preston out of Tulane, a receiver who had 43 catches, 723 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Hopefully, he can be like Chris Brazell last year, not in terms of skill set, but just breakout. Chris Brazell played at Tulane. I watched him at Tulane. I'm like, bro, he's really good. And then he finally got a quarterback to throw the ball, and look, he got drafted. So I'm hoping Shaz Preston has the same breakout as him in terms of just playing well. But those are transfers I have. Anybody else want to talk about any other transfers?
No, I was going to talk about the 2 biggest ones, that Nick Marsh and Turbo Richard. Like I said, the run game to me is going to be important. Trent said the offensive line is pretty much going to be as good as maybe as good as last year.
Pat Coogan and the boys was nice last year.
But it's just the confidence that Cignetti has in them has me believing that shouldn't be a worry at all. So if they can still run the ball at a high rate the way they did last year, I could see them making another push for the playoffs and maybe a national championship.
Oh, I see them making a push for the playoffs. I mean, 2 years at Indiana, and both years you made the playoff. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't think this is the year that regresses. Trent?
I don't know if you said it or not, but shout out AJ Harris, also corner.
Nah, I didn't. Shout out to him, though.
Penn State, Bama.
Yes, sir.
Grad transfer this year.
Definitely should be important, especially with the loss of D'Lo Pons, because D'Lo played on the outside. Even though he's like 5'9", 5'8", he played on that outside. So AJ Harris is definitely a big piece.
Shout out that secondary. I think it's going to be like their biggest strength. I like their secondary.
Yeah, they brought back Jamari Sharp, which that was huge. Like he was huge for them last year, and Amari Farrell. So yeah, I agree with that. But I got some numbers for y'all before we move on to the schedule. 11th in total offense, 4th in total defense, 2nd in scoring offense, 2nd in scoring defense, 52nd in passing, 23rd in pass defense, 12th in rushing, 2nd in rush defense, 1st and 3rd down percentage on offense, 8th and 3rd down percentage on defense, tied 6th for sacks, 11th in red zone offense, tied 43rd in red zone defense. I thought it was funny that they were tied 43rd with Purdue in red zone defense. First of all, it's Purdue. Secondly, it's their rival. And 5th in penalties per game. So they are always very disciplined. With that being said, we're going to the schedule.
Before you go to the schedule, I just want to say, because I didn't get to talk about it, but Josh Hoover, we going to find out who you are, boy. We going to find out.
Don't go too hard on my dog.
I seen what he did. I remember everyone picking UNC over him, and then
that was crazy. I was telling Dave and Ace when we was going over that UNC episode, I'm like, bro, I don't even know why people think this is gonna be close. TCU's going to dog them.
Dog walked them the whole game. Like, is that him, or is it what we saw like later on? I mean, the interceptions have been a constant problem under Signetti. Can he fix that for him? That's what I want to see. So now we can get to the schedule. I just wanted to say that.
Nah, I think he will, though. I mean, Mendoza wasn't looked at as talented, and Mendoza actually had a solid year previous at Cal, but he wasn't looked at to be that. So I think he will. Again, if Josh Hoover just cut out the picks, he's one. To be honest with you, and this might be a hot take, I would take Josh Hoover over Dante Moore if, you know.
Jeez Louise.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Listen to me real quick.
Okay.
Y'all forget, Dante Moore had a streak where he would start games throwing pick sixes. Don't forget that. And I brought that up the week they played Oregon. Joe will tell you, the week they played Oregon, I said Dante Moore has a history of starting games with a pick six. Threw a pick six to D'Lo Pons on 3rd down. So
yeah,
Dante Moore.
What I would say to that is at least Dante Moore has been more consistent than
I don't know. Has he?
No, he had. Well, last season.
No, he hasn't. I'm about to say, no, he hasn't.
You had way more great performances than like mid-tier performances.
Dante Moore was good last year, but at UCLA, and it might have been circumstances. I won't lie, he was not that good.
He was that
Oregon.
He was a freshman with a terrible coach. With a terrible coach.
No. Deshaun wasn't there. I don't think. Chip Kelly was the OC, but I don't think Deshaun was there yet.
Deshaun was there. He got hired from like.
Was Deshaun Foster there?
Yeah, he was there. He was hired from within.
I remember Deshaun Foster getting hired. I don't remember if he was there Dante Moore's freshman year. No, because wasn't Dante Moore at Oregon with Dylan Gabriel? He just didn't play.
Yeah.
So yeah, Deshaun Foster wasn't the head coach yet.
But wasn't. Yeah, I think you're right. Hold on.
I'm telling you, Chip Kelly was the OC though. So I mean.
Yeah. Well, Chip Kelly, decent OC. Yeah, but that UCLA is a whole bunch of problems, so I wouldn't even put that. And he was.
That's what I said.
That's like I said, he was a freshman.
Chip Kelly could be a problem this year with the quarterback.
Chip Kelly, we'll talk about that. Chip Kelly might lose his marbles with his quarterback, but yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie, that's my hot take. If Josh Hoover can cut down interceptions, I would take him over a lot of quarterbacks. I'll take him over Dante Moore. I'm taking him over Lenore Sellers, and I'm a South Carolina guy.
That's why I talked about him right now, because I was like, if he does it, I was like, which Josh Hoover are you going to be? Because I'm with you. If he cuts it down and he stops doing those crazy, like he's like Tony Romo, he can like be just slinging it sometimes, and it's like reminds me of Tony Romo. I was like, if you can cut that out, where you just gunslinging it everywhere,
man, one of the best quarterbacks in the country, Trent. I'm telling you.
I don't want to spoil the show, but does this mean Nick Marsh is your offensive player of the
No, he's not. My offensive wrong foreshadowment. But I'm gonna say this though, Trent. I was crazy about Cam Ward at Washington State, and look what happened at Cam Ward. You called me crazy.
You could watch Cam Ward and Josh Hoover and see a difference.
But at Washington State, when I said I trust Cam Ward, you disagreed.
I don't think I ever disagreed with Cam Ward at Washington State.
You did in the chats.
Mm-hmm.
In the chats.
Well, either way, at Washington State, you're in a spread offense. You have a chance to throw the ball. So,
shout out, my boy. No, I mean that's true. I mean, but so did Anthony Gordon, Gardner Minshew, Luke Falk. Even though Gardner Minshew made the league, Washington State had a plethora of guys. John Mateer, even though he's not at Oklahoma, but all I'm saying is a lot of those guys had them opportunities and didn't pan out. But we'll move on to the schedule. First, I'll tell y'all like this. I'm going to name the schedule, but I got Indiana going undefeated again. I ain't going to lie to y'all. I do.
All right.
But first game is at home against North Texas.
Dub.
Second game at home against Howard.
Dub.
Third game at home against Western Kentucky.
Dub.
Fourth game at home against Northwestern.
Dub.
Fifth game on the road, against Rutgers.
Dub.
Sixth game on the road against Nebraska.
Dub.
Seventh game. Now this is where y'all might disagree with me. At home against Ohio State.
L.
I got a loss as well.
I gave them the win day at home. I think that's going to be a tough game, but a lot of turnover at Ohio State. I get Matt Patricia, one of the best defensive coordinators, if not the best. I think it's Jim Knowles, me personally, but if not the best defensive coordinator in college football, I still got Indiana overcoming at home.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Knowles.
Hey, Jim Knowles took Oklahoma State to what, 2
Big
12 championships?
I just think the experience of, like, we get it. They couldn't do anything against Indiana. No one could last year. It's like, I feel like both rosters kind of have turnover. It's just like, at some point, something's going to give when you keep seeing this opponent multiple times. And you're like, we can't get over that. And Ohio State is not a team you would think like that, by the way.
Well,
be like,
Ohio
we
State
can't get over this.
They did blow them out Cignetti's first year in the regular season.
Yeah, it's first, but it's
and
like
Ryan Day, Cignetti. Give me Cignetti every time.
I mean, Cignetti brought Indiana undefeated. You would take Cignetti over almost every coach.
I mean, if we really being honest, that national championship saved Ryan Day's behind because losing 4 straight to Michigan, didn't win a Big Ten championship in quite some time. I don't remember the last time. Has he won a Big Ten championship at Ohio State? It's probably been before it's probably been 2020s.
Before Michigan won. Before
Stroud.
Michigan won the Natty, I think.
I was about to say, because when Michigan won the Natty, I think Michigan rattled off 3 straight Big Ten championships.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been a minute for Ohio State winning a Big Ten championship. So that Natty kind of saved them. And forget you, Joe. Gardner Minshew does not play the Ravens. Shout out to Joe. And then he said they play Howard. Yeah. I mean, Indiana. Y'all heard what Drinkwitz said. Their non-con is the reason why they won the national championship. I'm like, come on with these lame excuses.
Man. They play Howard.
But yeah, I have them going undefeated. Next game, after Ohio State at home, they travel to the Section 8 housing at Michigan.
There's a reason for this, but dub.
I also have a dub.
I want to hear the reason. I got it. I mean, like I said, I got them going undefeated, so I will let you hear your reason.
No, I'm gonna get to that in the Michigan.
Oh, okay, cool. Next game at home against Minnesota.
Dub.
All right, Griffey at home against USC.
L.
I have a dub for Indiana.
At Washington. I don't have to say what I have.
L.
Oof.
I actually also have an L here.
Ooh,
Trent.
At Washington, Damon Williams, has he won back that locker room after that stunt after the end of the season?
Trent's with me. He knows sneaky Washington right there.
I know Washington sneaky. I know about Damon Williams. I also know about him leaving and coming back. And oh man, everybody give me money. Oh man, they said I can't leave, so now I'm back, y'all.
Oh yeah.
Last game, which this isn't really a rivalry anymore because Indiana's actually good, at home against Purdue.
Dub.
Oh, Nah, I figured I let it ride because USC fan. Nah, I let it ride. He talking about you having USC beating Indiana.
Yeah.
I let it ride. So
I can explain that in the USC side too.
I also thought you was gonna do that too. So just like the Michigan part. So
that's why I'm like not talking when I do this because I'm like explain it on the other team side.
So obviously, like I said, I got Indiana going 12-0, 9-0. Griffey, what is your Indiana 9? You got what 9-3?
Yeah, they're going 9-3, 6-3.
And Trent?
7-2, 10-2.
So Griffey got them missing the playoffs.
Yeah,
9-3, not making the playoffs.
Yeah, barely.
All right, we'll move on to Iowa. Iowa is coming off of an 8-4, 6-3 season where they did beat Vanderbilt in the ReliaQuest Bowl, 34-27. And yes, Pavia and the boys played. And to be honest with you, again, that game was more dominant than the final score indicates. To be very honest with you, but nonetheless, they still got the dub. Kirk Ferentz, no matter what, just finds ways to win a bunch of games at Iowa. And like Griffey says, it's very ugly, but it's also it works for them. So it just is what it is at that point. Yep. So they only returned 6 starters, 3 on offense, but out of those 3 on offense, 2 of them are O-linemen and 3 on defense. They returned Kamari Moulton, a running back who had 170 carries, 878 yards, and 5.2 a carry and 5 touchdowns. Jaden Montgomery, a linebacker who had 44 total tackles, 24 solos, and 2 pass breakups. Deshaun Lee, a defensive back with 34 total tackles, 29 solos, 6 pass breakups, and 2 interceptions. And Zach Lutmer, a defensive back with 71 total tackles, 44 solos, a sack, 7 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, 1 pick six, and a fumble recovery. Now, I will say this. They lost probably, and this is so ugly to say, probably one of the best quarterbacks in recent memory, and Mark Ganowski. Not really a great passer. He had success in South Dakota State, more of a runner in my opinion than a passer.
Mm-hmm.
But
pure runner build.
Yeah, Iowa just got ugly quarterback situations all the time. I can't remember a quarterback since like Ricky Stanzi where I looked at him like, dang, he can actually throw the football. Maybe I'm forgetting one. But
they don't want that, honestly.
It's just atrocious.
He's like, did he just throw that football? What?
I don't understand. I don't understand how they would get recruits at receiver. I really don't. But anybody want to talk about Iowa?
Yeah, I want to talk about don't let that record fool you, man. 8-4, bro. I every time it wasn't even just my team. Every time one of the big schools faced them, I was like, yeah, they might be in trouble. Look at this. Indiana, they lost by 5. Oregon, they lost by 2. USC by 5. They could have won 10, 11 games if they could just close out the games. It was like every team they faced was sweating. No, it doesn't matter if you're a big school or a small school. So it's like they're never changing that. They love that style of football, but it's frustrating to watch, especially when you're a USC fan that's used to Lincoln Riley offense and throwing the ball and dominating, and then you got to play their game because you can't just throw it on them, because if they get the ball back, they're gonna run it 50 times on you and clear that clock, and it's you got to do the same thing basically. So they make you match their energy.
Yeah, it's. I ain't gonna lie. Me personally, it can be atrocious at times, but I found an appreciation for it. I just found it atrocious that they average 40 points a game running the ball. That was crazy. I think that was with Cade McNamara, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I want to say that was with Cade McNamara and Caleb Johnson at running back. Atrocious, but got it done.
It's effective. It's very effective. I don't hate it. I'm just saying when your team is playing them, you get frustrated.
Hey, I will say my team had some success. One of the few Big Ten wins was against Iowa. I don't think it was last year. I think it was 2 years ago, but still. Trent?
Just a fun fact: they're 20-2 over the last 4 seasons when getting over 150 yards or more on offense. So,
and they're doing that all running.
Yeah. So I mean, again, to just emphasize what you guys have said, I've been on the receiving end of Iowa beatdowns plenty of times as a Penn State fan. So it's not always the sexiest, but it's Iowa football. It's run the ball and play great defense. You mentioned it, Zach Lutmer in corner. He's going to probably be their best player.
Mm-hmm.
So just, expect a lot of running, expect a lot of low death taxes and Iowa unders.
Man.
And they take care of the ball and make the other team have a lot of turnovers too. It's like disciplined team.
Yeah, number 2 in the nation in fewest penalties, only behind Army last season.
Yeah. I was just about to say, like you said, death taxes and Iowa unders is kind of like military unders when military academies play each other.
Yeah,
for sure. I mean, even they're not in this section. Iowa State, you might fire off a good amount of unders with Iowa State. I don't know about now because Matt Campbell's now at Penn State.
The thing with Iowa though that's like a little different than the military academies. It's like if they need a pass, they will do it well when you least expect it, and it's like, where the heck did that come from? You were just running it successfully for 5 straight plays, and then out of nowhere, 60-yard pass somehow off a screen, maybe. Like it's just like it works. It's a really good offense that catches you off guard.
Especially with Kay Helms with Army, then was it Braxton Wilson at Navy? Yeah, they had some guys. Oh no, Blake Horvath. That's what
I was gonna say. Horvath. I think it was Blake Horvath. I remember him.
But
him and that Army quarterback went at it.
Kay Helms, Kay Helms. Mm-hmm. But they lost a lot. Again, I mentioned Mark Gronowski. Mark Gronowski had 545 rushing yards, but he had more rushing touchdowns than passing touchdowns. 16 rushing touchdowns, 10 passing touchdowns. Also had 7 interceptions. I mean, he had only 1,741 yards on 63.4% completion percentage. Jacob Gill is gone, 24 catches, 278 yards, and a touchdown. Caden Weegan, who was more of a gadget guy, currently on the Steelers, 20 catches, 151 yards, and a touchdown. Carson Shahar, linebacker, currently on the Cardinals, 83 total tackles, 42 solos, 4 sacks, and a pass breakup, forced fumble. Xavier Wampa was my guy. I was kind of shocked. He was drafted 7th round or something like that. But he's currently on the Chiefs. Safety, who has 76 total tackles, 50 solos, an interception, 2 forced fumbles. Keon Integer, another defensive back, transferred to Louisville. 73 total tackles, 43 solos, 4 pass breakups, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. TJ Hall, a cornerback currently on the Saints, 47 total tackles, 30 solos, 10 pass breakups, and a pick. Ethan Herkett, defensive lineman, 31 total tackles, 21 solos, 8 sacks, and forced fumble. Max Llewellyn, currently on the Dolphins, edge rusher with 26 total tackles, 14 solos, 6.5 sacks, 5 pass deflections, 2 forced fumbles. Aaron Graves, a defensive tackle, currently on the Ravens, 37 total tackles, 17 solos, 5 sacks, pass breakup, and an interception. So, again, lost a ton of production there. But I think Iowa does a good job, especially retooling the defense. We'll move on to transfers, where they were 41st in overall recruiting, 77th in transfer portal. They had 15 transfers. Funny, I didn't see a quarterback, which was kind of funny to me, but I could have just overlooked it. Evan James.
There was none.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Evan James, a receiver from Furman, 65 catches, 796 yards, and 7 touchdowns. Again, don't know why you choose Iowa as a receiver, but hey, good luck to you. Xavier Styles, safety out of Robert Morris, 36 total tackles, 23 solos, 7 pass breakups, an interception, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Again, got to replace that production of Wampa and the guys. Landon Phillips, a running back who's probably going to be the backup behind Kamari Moulton, 295 carries, 1,920 yards, 6.5 a carry, and 19 rushing touchdowns out of South Dakota. Lance Ingold, an edge rusher out of Northern Illinois, 17 total tackles, 7 solos, a sack and a half, and a forced fumble. And Kamari Brown, an edge rusher from Elon, 66 total tackles, 39 solos, 12 sacks, pass breakup, and 3 forced fumbles. Anybody want to talk about any transfers going to Iowa?
No, I think I guess Trent Wilson from James Madison. I think they're just so good at the offensive line that they're like, let's figure out everything else later. And so I think that was a good pickup. James Madison had pretty good O-line, if I remember correctly.
No, they did. They ran the ball really well.
Yeah, they had a really good O-line. So getting someone from there, especially crediting that he's old school. I know he probably didn't coach him, but it's kind of funny that people are now looking at James Madison like, let's get players from there.
Shoot, not even players. We got another coach in this conference who came from JMU later on.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that too. So, yeah, I think that's going to be a good pickup. Everything else, and you were talking about the quarterback earlier. Oh, and the receiver that chose to go to Iowa. He chose it at the worst possible. Like, there's not a good time to be a receiver at Iowa, but like, this is probably the worst possible time because they're just going to have like Hank Brown and I forgot the other dude's name.
Kamari Moulton.
Kamari. No.
The
quarterback. Quarterback. It was like.
I don't even know their quarterback name.
Let me see. It was.
What, for this season?
I had it in the notes somewhere.
It's Hicklinski. Jeremy Hicklinski.
Jeremy Akinsky, yeah, there was like one of those two are supposed to take over. And none of them are even like as good as Gronowski, so it's like good luck getting something there.
Pretty nasty at Iowa. Pretty nasty.
The only thing I'll say is just biggest loss, like Carl said, that Cohen integer going to Louisville. I think they retooled pretty well in the transfer portal with Tyler Brown and Anthony Hawkins. Tyler Brown from JMU and Anthony Hawkins from Villanova. So 2 good safeties coming into.
Is that James Madison?
Yeah, Tyler Brown was.
Of course.
Yeah, I did leave out a receiver. I was seeing if one of y'all said something. Tony Diaz, another receiver from UT Rio Grande Valley. He had 67 catches, 881 yards, and 11 touchdowns. So good luck to y'all boys.
Right. Okay.
Good luck to y'all boys. But some numbers before we get into the schedule. They were 117th in total offense, 9th in total defense, 54th in scoring offense, 8th in scoring defense, 127th in passing, 10th in pass defense, 42nd in rushing, 17th in rush defense, tied 69th in sacks, 2nd, like Trent said, in penalties per game, 35th in third down percentage on offense, and 23rd on third down percentage on defense. Like, again, we're going to run the football, play defense, and hopefully you better hope you can stop us. Which shout out to Penn State, because I remember they beat them at their own game at their field last year. So shout out to
Oregon did too.
Hardy, hard.
I wasn't even trying to be funny, but my bad, big dog. But we're going to jump into the schedule. First game of the year is against Teron Dickens in Northern Illinois, but I still have this as a win. But I'm interested to see how Teron Dickens does against Iowa defense.
Oh, Northern Illinois? Oh, I'm like, okay, yeah, I got that as a win.
Yep, I also have it as a win.
Next game, we got the Cyhawk rivalry game. I got them beating them in the Cyhawk against Iowa State.
Yeah, I got them winning that one too.
I also have a win.
Next game for the state championship against Northern Iowa. I have this as a win.
Yeah, that's a win.
I have that as a win.
Next game at Michigan. I have this as a loss. First Big Ten game.
Ooh, I actually have this as a win.
Hey, I'm not mad at you. I hope it happens, but I can't be biased. As much as I dislike Michigan, I think that they're probably going to run through Illinois. I mean, not Illinois, Iowa.
Like I said, I'm going to explain that later. But
I have a loss. We're on Michigan, right? Yeah, I have a loss.
Yeah, it's in Michigan.
Yep.
Next, at home against Ohio State, I have as a loss.
Ooh, Ohio State, I have as a loss too.
I also have a loss.
On the road against Washington. Now, funny enough, they did beat Will Rogers and Washington 2 years ago in Washington. But I have this as a win. I just feel like they can really affect DeMar Williams in that offense.
I have this as a loss.
I have this as a loss.
All right. Next game at Minnesota. I have this as a loss.
I have this as a win.
I also have it as a loss.
This might be one of those Death Texas Iowa games. Next, against Wisconsin at home, I have as a win.
Yeah, I have it as a win.
I have it as a loss.
Shout out Colin Joseph. We'll talk about him later. At Northwestern, I have this as a win.
I have it as a win.
I have it as a loss.
Next game, at home against Purdue, I have as a win.
Yep, I got it as a win.
I have it as a win.
Next game, on the road against Illinois, as I previously said, I have this as a loss.
I don't even remember what I said. This one I have as a... Damn, let me look at my Illinois one because I can't even remember.
I have this as a win.
Yeah, I have this as a win.
And the last game of the year, which this game is so unpredictable, but this year's at home. The Iowa-Nebraska rivalry game at the end is super unpredictable. I have this as a win, though.
Yeah, I have this as a win. I want to say one thing, too. Like, as I'm going over this, they had such a easy schedule.
Who, Iowa?
Yeah. Compared to, like, what I usually expect.
Purdue, Northwestern, Wisconsin.
Yeah. It's just like, I didn't even notice that when I first looked at it.
It's not. It's on the lighter side. But I have Iowa going 8-4, 5-4. Oh, you have it as a loss. My fault. I heard you, Trent. Loss. I got 8-4, 5-4, taking the over 7.5 win total.
10-2, 8-2.
I got a way worse. 5-7, 2-7.
Oof. Trent has Iowa missing a bowl game and Illinois. That is very interesting, Trent. And I didn't skip your comment, Teddy. I saw it. I wanted to save it to the end. Teddy says anything other than USC is trash. Oh, brother.
I'm the only Iowa believer over here.
Nah,
well, Carl kind of believes it. Yeah. Since 2014, that's pretty much what they've done.
I'm gonna say, hold on now, brother. Nah, 10-2 though. You got them going to the playoffs. I
think they're gonna miss out. I think they're gonna miss out by.
But they're like
politics.
Right there.
Politics.
Yeah. They're like right there. They're in the running for sure at 10-2. We'll move forward to everybody's favorite punching bag, and that is the University of Maryland. I told you this was coming back when Maryland's up.
You gotta do that
because it's in Maryland. I can't say the real reason, but just know pop copy Dave Chappelle. If you get it, you get it. Anyway, Maryland coming off of a 4-8, 1-8 season. Now they did start off 4-0, and I tried to tell them y'all didn't play nobody. And the one Big Ten win y'all got was Wisconsin when y'all knocked out Billy Edwards from the game. Ooh. And then you proceeded to lose 8 straight, and I looked like a prophet. So appreciate you, Maryland. But there's a lot of hope in the building for Maryland this year. You know, Malik Washington coming back. That's big for them. I feel like Coach Loxley has to be coaching for his job. Now, he may not feel that way, but I do feel that way. I feel like last year he went 4-8, 1-8. I want to say the year prior he missed a bowl game. I want to say he had the same record. So if he has another bad season, it might be a wrap for bruh. But he also did. I want to say he was the head coach when they won 2 straight bowl games. I think one was the Duke Mayo Bowl and one was the Music City Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. I know one of them was against NC State. So who knows? But me personally, I think he's on the hot seat. Does anybody disagree or agree?
I think it's a make or break year for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I agree that he's on the hot seat.
All right. Funny enough, Griffey, when we get to your segment, I have a question because I saw something crazy on the internet. But they returned 14 starters, which is tied for second most in the country. Actually, fun fact, the team that returns the most starters in the country is in this segment. But they returned 6 on offense, with 3 of them being O-linemen and 8 on defense. So return a lot of experience, production, but returning production and returning good production, I don't know. But anyway, like I said, they returned Malik Washington, quarterback, who went 273 of 473, 57.7 completion percentage, 2,963 yards, 11 touchdowns, 17 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, which you may be saying, Carl, those ain't great numbers, but he was also a freshman at Maryland. So you got to give him some grace, in my opinion. He also added on 303 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns. They returned DeJuan Williams, a running back with 128 carries, 501 yards, 3.9 a carry, and 3 touchdowns with 45 catches, 426 yards and a touchdown. Dorian Fleming, a tight end with 40 catches, 351 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Daniel Wingate, a linebacker with their leading tackler with 102, 62 solos, a sack and a half, a pass breakup, an interception, and a pick 6. Levane Scruggs, a defensive back with 64 total tackles, 45 solos, 3 pass breakups, and 2 picks. Trey Reddick, a linebacker, 53 total, 35 solos, 2 sacks, and 2 pass breakups. Dante Joyner, a defensive back with 40 total tackles, 29 solos, 8 pass breakups, 2 picks, and a touchdown. Jamari Glasgow, defensive back, that word kicked my butt, 32 total tackles, 27 solos, 6 pass breakups, 4 interceptions, and a touchdown. Sidney Stewart, a defensive lineman with 32 total tackles, 20 solos, 7 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. Zaire Mathis, a defensive lineman with 35 total tackles, 22 solos, 6 sacks, and a pass breakup. And Eon Thomas, a defensive lineman with 27 total tackles, 12 solos, a sack and a half, and a pass breakup, and a forced fumble. Anybody want to talk about Maryland before we get into losses and transfers?
Yeah, in the Big Ten, you need lines, and like their offensive line was one of the best at like not allowing sacks. So shout out to Malik Washington. I think that probably played a factor in him not wanting to leave. It's like at least I'm getting protected, like in Maryland and stuff like that. But I am shocked that they kept him. I'm 100% shocked Malik Washington stayed. That's huge.
I'm not. He's from the area, and he was like a prize recruit.
Still in the NIL, like if it wasn't NIL, I wouldn't be. But like in the NIL, it feels like even the most loyal can be like pried away.
I feel you.
But yeah, they just need to focus on like not giving up on the run. I feel like they gave up on the run a lot, and like they only rushed for 30 times in a game, like twice in the season. So I think they need to focus more on the run game and not rely on just Blake Washington to be everything, the passer and the runner.
Well, to do that, you can't be playing catch up as well, Griffey.
No, I know that.
Hey, look.
But hey, touchdowns. I feel like even before it was like the game was crazy. If they were down like maybe like 2 scores, maybe they'll give it up. And early in like the second half or early in the third quarter, it's like
I feel you.
It's like they'll give it up right there and then like start chasing the points. And it's like, yo, you can still run the same game plan. Just don't let it get away from you.
I watched it against us when we played them at Ford Field. I mean, we went up like 2-3 touchdowns at halftime, and they pretty much abandoned the run. Now they came back, They still lost.
Yeah,
thanks for the parlay timeout, but they still did it. Trent.
Yeah, I guess to that point, they got outscored in the fourth quarter last year, 102-34. So that's
I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah, fourth quarter scoring last year, opponents 102, Maryland to 34. So that run game was getting established early, but quite frankly, they had to abandon it quick because they were losing. So to your guys' point, if they can establish the run a little bit more, we didn't get into the transfer come in yet, but they'll be able to get maybe a little more running from a transfer. And, to the point of Malik Washington, he obviously gives that dynamic option of tucking it and going if they absolutely need him to, extending plays.
Yep. So we'll get into some losses. They lost Shalik Knotts, a receiver who had 44 catches, 717 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Jalil Farouk, who actually went to my rival high school, a receiver who had 58 catches, 545 yards, and 4 touchdowns. He's currently on the Ravens trying to make the team. Octavian Smith Jr., another receiver currently trying to make the team for the Ravens, 43 catches, 529 yards. Jalen Husky. Then they got him as a safety in the league, but I'm pretty sure he was a cornerback at Maryland. I'm currently on the Jags, 72 total tackles. Or maybe, obviously, I think he's a safety at Maryland. They got him at cornerback for the Jags. Either way, 72 total tackles, 58 solos, 2 pass breakups, and 4 interceptions. Cam Rice, a defensive lineman, 33 total tackles, 15 solos, a sack and a half, and a pass breakup. They were 53rd in overall recruiting class, 62nd in transfers, with 15 transfers. Now, the one I have written down up top is they went and got Malik Washington, another weapon, with Chris Durr Jr., wide receiver from Wyoming, 45 catches, 469 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Akeem Abdul-Rahim Gladding, a receiver from Old Dominion, 51 catches, 667 yards, and 6 touchdowns, which is actually really good because Colton Joseph was really a runner at Old Dominion, if we're being honest. Mm-hmm. Stephen Dean, a linebacker from Virginia Military Institution, who had 117 total tackles and 62 solo tackles. And Derek LeBlanc, a defensive lineman from UCF, who had 11 total tackles, 7 solos, a sack and a half, a pass breakup or a pass deflection, and a fumble recovery. I know Trent wanted to talk about a running back that they got in transfer portal.
Well, really, Griffey could talk about it too. Harry Dalton III.
Yeah, I was gonna.
True. But yeah, I mean, he's just going to be. DeJuan Williams is returning, so a little bit of maybe a 2-headed monster back there. I don't know that it's a competing job. Maybe more of just a complementary backfield. So I wanted to mention too. I think you already had said it that they hired Clint Trickett as the offensive coordinator.
I didn't.
So, okay, well, sorry. Yeah, they hired Clint Trickett as the offensive coordinator.
Hey, Clint. Look at Clint, man. How far Clint Trickett has come. If y'all don't remember, Clint Trickett was at EMCC during what's the Netflix documentary? Last Chance U.
Last Chance U, yeah.
During that documentary, he was at East Mississippi.
I've also just heard, I don't know how I get random, obviously in the sports world, you get random stuff served to your phone, but he's had high praise in the coaching community, I feel like. So I'm excited for what they can do on the offensive side of the ball this season.
Yeah, former quarterback, played at West Virginia. Probably knows Maryland. I'm pretty sure he played at West Virginia when Maryland and West Virginia were like playing each other, if not every year, every other year. So.
Yeah, since he already said what I was gonna say about Dalton, but I like what they do, like at Maryland and like at all these schools that aren't like, what Maryland
you
giving
like
Maryland a compliment.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say I like what they do is go through these small schools to try to like. It sounds disrespectful, but it's like bargain bin hunting like type thing where recruits.
I take it back. I take it back. Keep going. I'm here for it.
But it's pretty much what they've been doing, and like I like the receiver from Old Dominion for them, and like yeah, so it's like the only like big school I think was Henry Dalton, if I'm wrong, one of their major recruits. But
UCF,
yeah,
Big 12.
Yeah,
Big 12.
I have a lot to say about the Big 12, but
hey, me and Ace are right there with you.
But yeah, like at least they're like trying to find something to help from like the bargain bin of college schools.
All right, and then got a question for you, Griffey. It was there for a minute. I wanted to wait for a perfect time. Teddy asked who's your school. Go ahead, let him know.
Say again?
Teddy asked who's your team.
Oh, who's my team? USC.
So if you heard that, Teddy, you got somebody with you now. But some numbers: Maryland was 85th in total offense, 97th in total defense, tied 93rd in scoring offense, tied 76th in scoring defense, 33rd in passing, 82nd in pass defense. To y'all point, 122nd in rushing. And for context, it's only 134 schools. It's now going to be 136, but for context, 99th in rush defense, 89th in red zone offense, 33rd in red zone defense, 107th on third down percentage on offense, and 93rd on third down percentage. No, excuse me, 107 was defense, 93rd was offense. So those are the numbers. We're getting to the schedule. First game against Hampton University, I have as a win.
Yeah, that's a win.
I also have it as a win.
The next game at UConn, very surprisingly enough, because I have UConn beating some pretty good schools. I have Maryland winning.
No, I got that as Maryland winning.
I also have Maryland winning.
Next game against Virginia Tech. I thought this was one of those weird games. Maryland, Virginia Tech, Maryland at home. I have it as a win. I have it one of those weird games. Shout out James Franklin, though, because I do have them having a good season.
Trent would know who would win this game better than anyone. But this one, actually, I kept going back and forth on because I was like, James Franklin, Maryland. I got Maryland winning, though. I'm not confident. I'm not confident saying that.
I will say this. That's why I said it's a weird game. James Franklin normally beats opponents he's supposed to beat. And I do feel like Maryland is an opponent that he's supposed to beat. But that's why I say I feel like it's one of those weird games.
Yeah. It's like, oh, man. I don't know.
I don't think James Franklin's lost to Maryland in like 10 years. And the fact that it's in Blacksburg at 7:30 at night, I got to give the edge to Virginia Tech.
I got it in Maryland.
Or, I'm sorry, you're right. It's in Maryland. I'm sorry, you're right. It is in Maryland. But the fact that it's in, I guess it's still a night game. I'll take Virginia Tech.
I mean, you're probably on the right side. If we're being completely honest.
He knows. Trent knows.
If we're being honest, you're probably on the right side. Chalk anyway, the chalky side. I just got it. Like I said, it's a weird game. But we'll move on to their first Big Ten game is at home against UCLA. I have this as a loss.
Yeah, I have that as a loss.
I also have it as a loss.
Next game at Nebraska, I have as a loss.
Yeah, that's a loss.
I also have as a loss.
Next game, you got barbecue back there, and you ain't invite me against Ohio State on the road. I have as a loss.
This is depressing. That's a loss.
I also have it as a loss.
For those that don't know, that call came against Maryland versus Ohio State from my dog, and I'm blanking on it. Gus Johnson. Salute. Next game at home against Rutgers. I have as a win. Maryland gets a Big Ten win.
They finally win. Yep.
I do have this as a win.
I have them losing out the rest of the year, but against Illinois, I have as a loss.
As mentioned earlier, I have as a win.
Yeah, I have that as a loss.
At Purdue, I think Purdue gets a Big Ten win, y'all. I have this as a loss.
Ooh, I have that as a win.
I also have a win.
At home against Wisconsin, I think Wisconsin gets revenge for them knocking out Billy Edwards Jr. I have this as a loss. Well, I told you I have them losing out.
Yeah, I have them as a loss there.
I have it as a win.
On the road against USC, again, have as a loss.
No, I got them losing out because I got them as a loss.
I also have a loss.
And then at home, another back in the day game. I think this was y'all was ACC. No, I'm tripping. Don't mind me, Trent. That was a dumb question. Against Penn State, I have this as a loss.
I also have this as a loss.
Yeah, loss.
So I got Maryland going again 4-8, 1-8, and Mike Locksley getting fired, taking the under 5.5.
Yeah, I got them going 5-7.
2-7.
2-7. Yeah.
I have them going 6-6, 4-5. I think 6-6, even though they make a bowl, Locksley might still be out of there.
Nah, if Locksley make a bowl game, that might save him. I ain't gonna lie. Making a bowl game might save him. But
it depends. If it's like a hot finish, or
it ain't gonna be a hot finish.
If they start off good and it's a bad finish, then he's going.
With USC and Penn State, it's gonna be a bad finish.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he's probably going.
I don't know. I think 6-6, no matter how you slice it, and he makes a bowl game, I think he's fine. But
that 50-point loss to SC is gonna speak differently.
I mean, it's SC though. It is what it is at that point. But we're gonna move on to a team that I don't like to talk about, but I got to be unbiased on my show, and that is the University of Michigan. Michigan is coming off of a 9-3, 7-2 season, but their head coach faced a little drama in the offseason and got fired, even though I feel like that was kind of planned because they didn't want him. But it's not my business. I just got to say what actually happened, not what I think. So they hire head coach Cal Whittingham, which was lame to me. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I like Coach Whittingham too, but I felt like it was kind of lame to announce that you were retiring from football to then not even a month or two later take the Michigan job. I thought that was kind of lame. But it is what it is.
I'm right there with you.
He brings over his offensive coordinator, Jason Beck, which Jason Beck, for those who don't know, has had a great 2 years as an offensive coordinator. 2 years ago with Devin Dampier at New Mexico, where they won 5 games with Bronco Mendenhall. And then last year with Devin Dampier again at Utah, where they won 10 games. And I want to say they ultimately finished with 11 because they beat Nebraska in the bowl game. So Jason Beck has been a great OC these past 2 years. And he brings over Jay Hill, DC from BYU, which we saw BYU had some pretty good defenses the past couple years, and they made the Big 12 championship behind that defense, which, if we're being honest, that defense tried to hold its own for as much as they could in that Big 12 championship, but the offense couldn't get nothing going against Texas Tech's defense and ultimately got blown out. But those are two great coordinators to go with Cal Whittingham, in my opinion. But salute to Texas. They did, finish the job and beat them in the Citrus Bowl. So shout out my boy Joe. I definitely needed that. I did not want to see Michigan win a bowl game, have 10 wins. They lost to Texas 41-27. Now, Michigan surprisingly returns 11 starters, 8 on offense, 3 on defense, 4 being the offensive lineman. Now, the site I used said 10, but it didn't have Jordan Marshall. And I listed Jordan Marshall as a starter. So that's why I put 11. But they lost some production. But I want to talk about this, and somebody can back me up if you agree. Bryce Underwood was super underwhelming last year. I did not see 5-star quarterback passing. Now, he was a freshman, so I did give him some grace. But with the offensive play caller like Sharon Moore, he was supposed to be, I just thought I would see better. I ain't gonna lie. Michigan pass game was pretty stale, in my opinion. Now, he has a chance to change that narrative, but that's just what I saw last year. And we heard what Eric Weddle said about bruh, even though Not gonna say he not all the way wrong, but it was a little bit harsh.
So wait, that's what I was gonna explain in the scheduling of why I picked Michigan to lose some of these games. It's like same thing you saw. Bryce Underwood was so underwhelming to me. It's like they're gonna be the same place they were before as a Michigan team. And Whittingham's a good coach to get them to that John Harbaugh style running, because they were like 14th in the nation with Utah was running the ball, I think, for over like 200 yards a game.
Yeah, but that's because Dampier was.
Yeah, no, I was gonna mention that. Yeah, I was gonna get there. But at the same time, it's like they had Devin Dampier, who was like electric running the ball, and I was like, I don't know if I see that. Bryce Underwood can run, but I don't think he's Devin Dampier type running style of like quarterback. And like when you can't complete a pass 5 yards deep, and you only throw bubble screens and running back screens, and it's like you panic and you just dump it to the running back, and it's like you're so afraid to throw downfield. I don't have much confidence in you. Even if he's a freshman, I get it. He faced Ohio State, USC, like some of the biggest schools in the country. But why come to this conference if you're not like, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, he was about to be at LSU, so he was about to be an SEC.
Yeah, it's like, come on, you should be built for like knowing what you're about to get yourself into in this situation. And you have a great running game. So most of the boxes like stack. Everyone's paying attention to the run. It's like that's another reason I don't believe in him. It's like, bro, you're not even the focus of the offense most of the time. The defenses are focusing on the run game, and you still can't complete a pass.
It was more focused on Justice Haynes and Jordan Marshall for sure. Which Justice Haynes is now gone, by the way. FYI, I was going to bring that up, but yeah, I mean, I can't agree more. Like I said, what Eric Weddle said. Excuse me, I don't think he was fully wrong in what he said. Just thought it was a little harsh. Trent, you got anything?
Well, I mean, if you don't want to say it, I'll say it. What scandal's next?
My boy.
Anyway,
I can't say. I got glass house.
Anyway. Yeah. To your point about Underwood, I feel like everything you guys said is true. Maybe two things can be true at the same time. I'm not using that he was a freshman as a knock on him. I agree with Griffey. Like, I don't think the games he lost last season were necessarily games he was supposed to win, maybe outside of USC. I think, especially early in the season, the game that I remember is Oklahoma. When you were asked, when they were basically asking Michigan to just come down the field and score, and they were just incapable of doing it. So that was early in the season. I don't remember the USC game as much. And then the Ohio State game later in the season. And I think that's just due to the fact that I wasn't really waiting for him to – I was waiting for him to make a big play, but I wasn't expecting him to make the big play, if that makes sense. So we'll see how Whittingham comes in and maneuvers. I think it's a great hire, unfortunately. He developed a lot of NFL talent at Utah, had a couple of linemen drafted this season in the first round. So he's going to make sure that they get solidified up front in the trenches. That's kind of his thing. And obviously with the resources at Michigan, he shouldn't have a hard time doing that. I don't necessarily know that it's this season, but Michigan will be back in no time. And it's unfortunate as a Penn State fan.
What you doing?
Hey man, you gotta give him credit at some point.
Unfortunately, it might be this episode, but I ain't gonna lie. Northwestern game, they should have lost. I remember Bryce Underwood threw two crucial interceptions at Wrigley Field against Northwestern, but Northwestern just couldn't get the job done. They moved, they got in the red zone, but Michigan defense just held them out. Should have lost that one. The Oklahoma game, I believe their only touchdown was a 75-yard Justice Haynes touchdown run to start the second half. Ohio State, couldn't get nothing going. I don't want to hear nothing about the snow. It was just bad. But if that's all we got, we can get into some returners.
I was also gonna say they were atrocious inside the 20. By the way, I was just
in the red zone.
Yeah, I was just expecting a field goal every time I watched the Michigan game, and they got inside the 20. Unless Jordan Marshall or Justin Nate broke out a 19-yard run or something like that, I was like, field goal. Here comes the field goal unit. It's like they were so bad at getting touchdowns in the red zone.
Yeah, and shout out to Joe, by the way, because I thought I had clicked the button on the ticker, and I guess I didn't, and I didn't even pay attention. So shout out to Joe. Appreciate you, my boy. But anyway, they returned, like I said, Bryce Underwood. They returned Andrew Marsh, a receiver with 45 catches, 651 yards, and 4 touchdowns, who I think was their best receiver. I believe he was also a freshman, if I'm not mistaken. I think Jordan Marshall was for sure. But I mean, I think Andrew Marsh will be better this year. I actually do like Andrew Marsh, if I'm being completely honest. Channing Goodwin, a receiver, 12 catches, 148 yards. Jair Hill, defensive back, 36 total tackles, 24 solos, a sack, 5 pass breakups, interception, and a forced fumble. Zeke Berry, a defensive back with 33 total tackles, 26 solos, 10 pass breakups, and a pick. Trey Pierce, a defensive lineman with 30 total tackles and 18 solos. And Jordan Marshall, again, I added it on because he was so productive. Running back with 150 carries, 932 yards, 6.2 a carry, and 10 touchdowns, who is looking to be RB1 for Michigan this year. Now, they lost Justice Haynes, running back with 121 carries, 857 yards, 7.1 a carry, and 10 touchdowns, transferred to Georgia Tech. Donovan McCulley, a receiver with 39 catches, 588 yards, 3 touchdowns, is currently on the Dolphins. Marlon Klein, a tight end on the Texans, 24 catches, 248 yards, and a touchdown. Samaj Morgan, who's basically a gadget guy and a return guy who transferred to UCLA. Receiver with 20 catches, 223 yards, and a touchdown. Jimmy Rolder, a linebacker currently on the Lions, 73 total tackles, 47 solos, 2 sacks, a pass breakup, an interception, and a fumble recovery. Ernest Hausman, a linebacker who has 68 total tackles, 44 solos, a sack, and a pass breakup. TJ Metcalf, happy he transferred to Tennessee. Defensive back who had 58 total tackles, 37 solos, 4 pass breakups, an interception, and a fumble recovery. Derek Moore, second-round pick for the Lions, edge rusher at 30 total tackles, 19 solos, 10 sacks, 3 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Tashawn Barham, an edge rusher on the Cowboys, 32 total tackles, 21 solos, 4 sacks, 4 pass breakups or deflections, and a forced fumble. TJ Guy in the CFL, edge rusher at 18 total tackles, 13 solos, 2.5 sacks, and a pick. And Rashawn Benny, a defensive tackle currently on the Ravens, 35 total tackles, 19 solos, a sack and a half, 2 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. They were 12th in overall recruiting, 24th in the transfer portal with 16 transfers. Before we talk about the transfers, anything else y'all want to talk about, or y'all want to move on to transfers?
No, we can move on to transfers.
I would just say to keep with the flow, offensive line, they return all their starters. Or, well, I'm sorry, not return all their starters, but they returned everyone that was on the roster last season. So kind of surprised Whittingham didn't try to bring some of his boys over from Utah, but I'm sure there was some.
He got some guys. My number one transfer he has Smith Snowden, a 2-way player, mainly a cornerback, though, but he can play some receiver.
I met on the O-line.
Oh, my fault. That's on me.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Smith Snowden, 2-way guy, 37 total tackles, 24 solos, 9 pass breakups, and 2 picks. John Henry Daly, which I was sick that he brought him over, an edge rusher from Utah who had 11.5 sacks. Very sick about that one. And 2 forced fumbles. J.J. Buchanan, a receiver who had 26 catches, 427 yards, and 5 touchdowns. And Nathaniel Starkling, a linebacker from North Dakota State, who had 75 total tackles, 35 solos, a sack and a half, a pass breakup, 3 picks, and a fumble recovery. Any transfer y'all want to talk about before we move forward to the schedule?
They got the kicker from Pittsburgh, Trey Batowski.
Salute.
I think they got a good depth at linebacker with Max Alford. I don't know how to pronounce it. Asamoah? How you say it? Asamoah.
I don't have his name right in front of me, so I can't.
Nathaniel Stowling.
Yeah, the linebacker.
So I think linebacker is their weakest group, but it has good depth. You know what I mean? It's not like the rushers are great, and the secondary is probably absolutely top tier, S tier. But their linebackers, I just like that they can rotate and they have good depth there.
All right. Joe, I looked it up because I didn't know the answer to that question. And the answer is yes, they are cousins from what Google has told me. So yes, I did not know that until you asked that question. I looked it up. So salute to you. Some numbers from Michigan, which they really don't matter because it's a whole new coaching staff. And normally I don't write this down, but I did this segment anyway. 58th in total offense, 23rd in total defense, 68th in scoring offense, 29th in scoring defense, a testament to Bryce Underwood right here. 105th in passing, 54th in pass defense, 14th in rushing, tied 19th in rush defense, 103rd in red zone offense. So to your point, Griffey, tied 76th red zone defense, and 53rd in third down percentage defense, and 33rd on third down percent on offense. So with that being said, we can go into the schedule. And the first game of the year is against Western Michigan. I have as a win.
Yeah, that's a win.
Next game. Oh, my fault. Next game. At home against Oklahoma. I got them getting their revenge. I got this as a win.
Yeah, I only picked this as a win because they're at home. So, yeah.
I have this as a loss.
Salute. Next game. At home against UTEP. I have this as a win.
I have this as a win, and then Bryce Young's going to look like a star, and everyone's going to be back on him.
Bryce Underwood.
Bryce Underwood, my bad. And everyone's going to be singing his praises, my bad.
Yep, I got this as a win.
Next game. First Big Ten game at home against Iowa. I have this as a win.
Yeah, like I said, I got this as a loss because this is where Bryce Underwood comes back down to earth.
I respect it.
I have this as a win.
Yeah, I got it as a win. I think Michigan is just too talented. Even if Bryce Underwood doesn't have a great game, I think talent alone is going to have them, and especially being at home, I think that they carry them to a winning.
I mean, if there's one team that can match Michigan's run style, it's Iowa. So it's like it's going to be a field goal game to me. So.
Yeah, but if Michigan keeps that identity of defense as well and stopping the run, I think
that's why I said field goal game. Yeah,
perfect identity there. Next game at Minnesota. Have this as a win.
Yeah, it's a win.
Have it as a win.
I got Michigan starting off 5-0, y'all. So don't want nothing about he biased. Look at his shirt. Shut up. Next game at home against Penn State. I actually have this as a loss. I think Matt Campbell gets it done on the road.
My guy, Carl. Let's go.
I got this as a win.
This is in Michigan, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Quiet place to play. Penn State wins.
my boy. Next game at home against Indiana. I have this as a loss.
Yeah, that's a loss.
I have it as a loss.
Next game at Rutgers. I have this as a win.
Win.
Next game at home against Michigan State. Y'all can never say I'm not unbiased. I have this as a win. I think we lose on the road against Michigan.
Yeah, that's a win.
I have this as a win for Michigan.
Y'all understand how tough it is for me to swallow my pride and say we're going to lose the Michigan in the preseason projection. It sucks. But I got to tell the truth for myself. But next game at Oregon, I have it as a win. I think they go into Hudson Stadium and upset Oregon.
I can't stand Oregon.
I actually do like Oregon.
I like
I'm telling y'all,
too.
I'm not on the Dante Moore hype like everybody else. I am sorry.
I have that as a loss.
Next game at home against UCLA. I have this as a win.
I have it as a loss.
I have it as a win.
And their final game against the team they won 4 out of 5 against, and that is on the road in the shoe against Ohio State. I have this as a loss. Ohio State gets back-to-back wins.
I have it as a loss.
I have it as a loss.
So I have Michigan going 9-3, 6-3, taking the over 8.5 win total. So don't y'all be in my comments. Why you like the Michigan State? He can't be unbiased. Shut up. I got y'all taking the over.
Got going. What is it? 8-5? 4-5.
8-4.
8.
Is
No,
it
it's
8-4
5.
or 7-5?
7-5. My bad. 7-5. I can't do math right now. 7-5.
Michigan fans, don't attack me.
4-5.
This man got y'all losing in Big Ten play.
I have them going 5-4. Honestly, not even trying to be a hater when I did the schedule. They just have a tough draw.
Yeah, that's what I thought about the last part of their schedule.
But anyway, 5-4, 7-5.
I have the best record. Okay, see, again, y'all can never say I'm not unbiased. I have the best record for Michigan on this segment, and I'm the one that's supposed to hate them. or very much dislike them. Sorry, YouTube. I don't know if that's a word you can or can't use. But yeah, man, we'll move forward. My time to shine, baby. The Pat Fitzgerald era is here. We are talking about the Michigan State Spartans. Let's not talk about what we went last year. We went 4-8, 1-8. Dang it. We started off with an 8-game losing streak in the Big Ten, but we won the game that mattered most, and that was the Chipotle Bowl. We beat Maryland in the Chipotle Bowl in Ford Field. So I want to say this, though. We got cheated against Minnesota. PJ Fleck cried for 5 minutes about a pass interference as the ref spot the ball. We go to the line. The defense is set. We're about to hike the ball, and then the ref said, "You know what, PJ? You're right. No pass interference." After 5 minutes of crying, and moved the ball back and negate the penalty.
Is Joe in the back? We need the violin. We need the violin.
Nah, Joe is not producing. No violence for you. But yeah, that Minnesota. The whole thing was, I was like, bro, I'm done with this season. They made me reinvest. That game made me reinvest in the Michigan State. But yeah, man, terrible season for us. But we hired a new head coach, and Pat Fitzgerald, like I said, and Pat Fitzgerald, he had some success in this conference with Northwestern. The winningest coach and with Northwestern history. So hopefully he can bring that Northwestern magic to Michigan State. I know he brought in Max Buller as a co-DC from Notre Dame, which, if you remember, or went to school in Michigan State, because I was there at the golden age. He was our linebacker for quite some time during our golden age of football. And at OC, he brings in Nick Sheridan, who was the co-OC at Bama the past 2 years. Now, he was co-OC with Ryan Grubb, I believe, last year at Bama. So hopefully, you know what I'm saying, we get some magic. But again, we returned 5 starters, 2 of them on offense, 1 being an O-lineman, 3 on defense. And I know he wasn't a starter for real for most of the year, but I'm actually happy with this. We returned Alessio Milosevic at quarterback. I liked him way better than I liked Aiden Childs. I'm sorry, Aiden Childs. I tried to warn MSU fans. My boy Luke called me a hater. And then by the end of your tenure, he was agreeing with me. So it is what it is.
How do you say his name?
Alessio Milosevic. And I could be wrong, but
okay.
I
just couldn't think of how to pronounce that.
I think that's how it goes. But I'm excited for Milosevic. Hopefully he can. No, I was about to say the wrong name. Hopefully he can be like Brian. Got to be better than Brian Lewerke. Hopefully he's our Connor Cook. Because Connor Cook cooked while he was at MSU, and it came out of nowhere. I was about to say Brian Lewerke. Brian Lewerke was cool, but I want him to be better than Brian Lewerke. And his daggone show ain't Peyton Thorne. And I used to be a Peyton Thorne guy because he had a really good year. And then the rest of it was trash. Ask Auburn fans. But yeah, man. We returned Christian McCray, wide receiver, 24 catches, 330 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Jordan Hall, linebacker, 88 total tackles, 47 solos, 2.5 sacks, a pass breakup, an interception, 3 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Isaac Smith, an edge rusher with 26 total tackles, 16 solos, and a sack. Ben Roberts, a D lineman, 11 tackles, 4 solos. Not to be confused with Ben Roberts at Texas Tech. Do anybody want to say anything about Michigan State before we move forward?
Yeah, I can see what Pat Fitzgerald is doing already. It's like, yeah, he's definitely trying to bring some toughness. It's going to be a tougher Michigan State team. I'm not going to mention them, but just by what he's done with the transfer portal. And the only question I have is that quarterback, Leslie, I already forgot.
Milosevic.
Milokovic. That's the only question mark I got, because I do like almost all the moves he's made in the recruiting process to make this a more physical team, because he's focused on linemen, he's focused on defense, running backs. Yeah, so it's I can see the vision. I see the vision, Pat.
Yeah, Milosevic is he's a tall guy, nice build, great arm talent, pretty accurate. So.
I mean, he played pretty well when he stepped in for him. It's how can he do it for a full season against this Big Ten, conference?
Yeah, he's pretty accurate. The thing I like about Milosevic is he don't do dumb stuff with the football like Aiden Childs did.
Yeah, but I think like the moves Pat has done is taking a lot of pressure off of him too. That's
Yeah.
why I was mentioning the linemen, the running backs, it's like the receivers too. I forgot to even mention the receivers. The passing game can be sneaky good if like what he's building actually looks good on the field.
Yeah, I will say this though, Joe laugh every time I bring this up. But Tomo too. The first Chipotle Bowl, which was 2024, we played at Maryland, and I literally watched Aiden Childs throw a pick trying to throw the ball away. Like literally, he was aimed. It was like he chucked it to throw it away and still threw a pick.
Yeah, you did not like that.
No, Brian. I had people in my mentions from down with the school with, oh, you don't even like him. Look how we did the first drive against, I think it was Indiana, and then we got spanked, and nobody wanted to mention me again.
College football 27 lied to me because not even 27, 26.
25. Oh, 26. And let's not forget.
25. Yeah, you're right. Actually, it was 25. Aiden Childs, I got as a transfer from one of my rebuilds, and that man turned into a boss. It lied to me.
And let's not forget his first press conference at MSU before the FAU game. He told everybody to take the overs in our game, and we probably had the most unders. And we didn't even hit the over against FAU. I don't even think we scored 20 points against FAU. And funny enough, the quarterback at FAU, I mean, I'm not going to talk about him that much. Y'all can if y'all want to. But he's now at Michigan State. I don't think he's a good quarterback, though.
I would just say that, I mean, I like the Pat Fitzgerald hire. Obviously, he had the success at Northwestern you talked about. I think he's going to, when we get into the transfers, he's going to make the defense better right away. All the little things that Michigan State did wrong last year, from just X's and O's standpoints and the penalties and the small things, I think are going to get cleaned up right away. So that's a good thing for him. The offensive line, even though Aiden Childs was a little indecisive, I don't think they really helped him out a lot last year. So getting more transfers in and a different look on the line will, I think, help a lot. And then just getting a better identity on defense. So I like the hire and I like the direction that Michigan State's going to be going. My biggest question is, can it get turned around in year one?
Yeah, and let's please get off the field on third down, because it could have been 3rd and 30. And if you was playing Michigan State, I pretty much had confidence you were going to convert. So definitely would love to have that mindset changed. But let's get into the losses for MSU. They lost, obviously, my guy Nick Marsh, 59 catches, 662 yards, 6 touchdowns. As we told you earlier, he went to Indiana. Mekhi Frazier, running back, 116 carries, 520 yards, 4.5 a carry, and 2 touchdowns. Went to Ole Miss, which, I mean, it's going to be a backup behind Kawan Lacey, but salute to you and good luck there. Aiden Childs, quarterback, 128 of 203, 63.1 completion percentage, 1,392 yards, 10 touchdowns to 3 picks. Also has 6 touchdowns on the ground. He's at Northwestern, so if you heard me being down on Northwestern, it's mainly the reason why. Amari Kelly, a receiver, currently trying to make the Bears, 47 catches, 626 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Jack Villan, who I actually really like, tight end, currently trying to make the Falcons, 36 catches, 359 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Wayne Matthews, who went to my high school, actually played. I watched him play at my high school one year because my boy, who I played football with, his brother, both his brothers went to the high school we went to, so I used to go watch his brothers play. But he's a linebacker trying to make the Bears, 73 total tackles, 32 solos, a pass breakup, and an interception. Malik Spencer, a safety trying to make the Commanders, 52 total tackles, 35 solos, 2 sacks, 5 pass breakups, a pick, and a forced fumble. Alex Van Sumeren, a D lineman who transferred to USC, 52 total tackles, 18 solos, a sack and a half, and a pass breakup. Malcolm Bell, a defensive back who had 49 total tackles, 31 solos, sack, and 6 pass breakups. Darius Snow, which I saw he transferred to Texas, but it may be some complications with that because Darius Snow has been in college for a long time, so it may be complications with that. But he's a linebacker with 34 total tackles, 17 solos, and a sack. Amarion Smith, a safety who transferred to Toledo, 36 total tackles, 22 solos, a pass breakup, interception, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. And Jalen Thompson, a D lineman who transferred to Arizona State, 29 total tackles, 15 solos, 2.5 sacks, and a pass breakup. They are 51st in the overall recruiting class, 55th in transfers with 29 transfers. The first transfer I have on my list is Cam Edwards, dog running back from UConn. He had 210 carries, 1,240 yards, 5.9 a carry, and 15 touchdowns. Caleb Whiteling, linebacker from Auburn. Now, this is his stats with Maryland in 2024. He had 42 total tackles, 24 solos, 4 sacks, and 2 pass breakups. Trey Bell, a cornerback from Iowa State, who had 36 total tackles, 28 solos, 2 pass breakups, 2 picks, and a forced fumble. Deion Crawford, a linebacker from Buffalo, who had 79 total tackles, 30 solos, 3.5 sacks, a pass breakup, and a forced fumble. And Kenny Soares Jr., who I think Kenny Soares Jr. is actually going to be the one beside Jordan Hall, linebacker from NC State, 80 total tackles, 35 solos, a half a sack, 2 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. Any transfers y'all want to talk about?
Yeah, Jazween Patterson from Iowa. I think it's always important to, like, if you're going to get a transfer portal running back, get him from a school that loves running the ball. And, like, I think that's going to be a sneaky pickup because he goes from one offense that's solely focused on running to probably what Pat Fitzgerald wants to build in Michigan State, which is a offense that's focused on running. So it's like getting someone like that from a school like that where the coaching won't be that difficult because he's already been around this kind of coaching. I think that's a big pickup.
Yeah, I like Jazon Patterson too. I still think he's going to be the backup to Cam Edwards, but I think he's a nice, guy.
Oh, I think so too.
Yeah, got to bring in when Cam needs a spell.
I might butcher the pronunciation, Carl, but left tackle Ben Marowski. He came from Connecticut. He came from Connecticut, which is where the running back came from. So some familiarity running behind his left tackle.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, some numbers. Even though, again, with new head coaches, I normally don't do it, but for this conference, I did. Probably won't do it moving forward. 97 total offense, 72nd in total defense, 87th in scoring offense, 104th in scoring defense. So, Pat, we need you, big dog. 68th passing, 92nd in pass defense, 110th in rushing, 65th in rush defense, 97th in total offense. I've already read that. My fault. 108th third down percentage on offense and 96 on third down percentage on defense. Again, man, just whenever you face the third down with Michigan State, you were going to get it. But let's get into the schedule. First game against my cousin's school, Toledo. I have as a win. Sorry, cuz.
Yeah, that's a win.
I also have a win.
Next game at home against Eastern Michigan. I have as a win.
Yeah, that's a win.
I have a win.
Next game at Notre Dame. I have as a loss.
Yeah, that is a loss. I just think Notre Dame's going to be on some revenge tour type thing.
I can't stand Notre Dame.
I also have a loss.
Next game at home against Nebraska. I have as a loss.
I have that as a win.
I have that as a loss.
Next game at Wisconsin. I have as a win.
I was confusing Nebraska and Wisconsin. I have that as a win too.
So Nebraska, you still got as a win, or do you have that now as a loss?
No. I was looking at because it's red, so I was like looking at Wisconsin instead of Nebraska and what I wrote. But I put a win on both of them, but I got confused.
Trent, Wisconsin.
Oh, I'm sorry, Wisconsin. I had a loss.
All right. No Wisconsin fan, Trent, by the way. If you watched last year's, you get the joke. But Illinois, I have as a win at home.
I have that as a loss.
I also have that as a loss, as mentioned
Northwestern,
earlier.
I have as a win. Aiden Childs comes in the Spartan Stadium and gives us a couple parting gifts.
Yeah, Pat Fitzgerald revenge game. Yeah, I got that as a win.
That is also another angle.
I got the Aiden Childs lick back game. I got that as a loss for Michigan State.
Oh my God, Trent! Might be the last episode, my boy. After that one, at UCLA, I have as a loss.
I am so friendly to UCLA today because I got that as a loss too.
I do have that as a loss to UCLA.
Bro, I had the best record on Michigan, so I don't want to hear nothing about being friendly to a rival. Next game at Michigan, as mentioned, I have this as a loss.
Yeah, I have it as a loss.
As mentioned, I have it as a loss.
Next game at home against Washington, I have this as a loss.
I have it as a loss.
I have it as a loss.
Next game at home against Oregon, I have this as a loss.
I have it as a loss.
I have it as a loss.
And the final game on the road against Rutgers, which Rutgers normally hasn't been too nice to me, but I don't like the quarterback. I like this as a win.
Yeah, I got this as a win.
I have this as a win.
So my final record for Michigan State is 6-6, 4-5. We make a bowl game since I believe 2021, since the Cotton Bowl where we beat Pitt in Narduzzi. Another Narduzzi trend. But anyway, I have the over 4.5.
I literally got you in a bowl game too. 6-6, 4-5. I feel like we disagreed on teams though. Like
but I think because you got us beating Nebraska.
You got losing. Okay. That's what it was. I was like, how did we end up same high?
Well, Carl, you can clip me if you want. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean for it to be this way. But I have you guys going 3-9, 1-8 in the weekend.
3-9. I'm
just be Rutgers to end the season.
I'm tired of them type years, bro. I hope you're wrong.
Me too, bro.
I ain't gonna clip you.
Not even the Pat Fitzgerald revenge game.
Nah, he gave it the Aiden Child's revenge game.
Aiden Child's revenge game.
Oh, Trent, that hurt. If we go 3-9, I might break a TV in here.
That's funny.
Hey, here come Tomo. Get out of here, Tomo.
Trent, my boy.
Next, we're gonna move on to the University of Minnesota. Which shout out, I was like 10 minutes away from University of Minnesota like 2 weeks ago for a family reunion. So shout out to them. And I rock with PJ Fleck. Just a consistently solid program in the Big Ten under Fleck. 7-5 last year with a 5-4 Big Ten season. They won the Rate Bowl in overtime against New Mexico, which New Mexico was a surprise, in my opinion, to a lot of people. They were actually tied for first place and a chance to play for the Mountain West Conference Championship. They ultimately lost the tiebreakers. It was a full-way tie for the Mountain West Conference Championship. It was them. The eventual two that made it was Boise State and UNLV, which Boise State won their third straight Mountain West title before moving on to the Pac-12. And I want to say it was San Diego State, if I'm not mistaken, that were all tied for a chance to make the Mountain West Championship game. But Minnesota, they did not hire a new DC, which was, after losing Heatherman to Miami, the next DC had a lot of shoes. I'm butchering that. He had big shoes to fill, and he didn't quite fill them last year. Minnesota defense was not up to par as a Minnesota defense is normally supposed to be, but you can give him grace. It was his first year. I think he definitely has to improve this year because Heatherman, again, man, just a DC, he's probably a top 5 DC. Because the way he turned around Miami's defense last year was insane. And you can say, yeah, all that talent, all you want, but that's most of that same talent was on that Miami team the year prior, and it was just Cam Ward in the offense fighting off huge scoreboards to go 10-2. So, definitely got to give Heatherman a lot of credit for that. So that was my note on Minnesota. But I would say Minnesota's Darius Taylor. Injury riddled season. He did decide to come back, so I'm actually interested to see how he does this year because I like Darius Taylor. I liked him since a freshman. He burst on the screen as a freshman as a top running back in the Big Ten. Not the best, but a top guy. As I take this comment down, Tom, I'll get out of here. But yeah, man, Drake Lindsey came in his freshman year, and he kind of leaves Minnesota fans with something to be excited about, in my opinion. So if the DC can be better, Drake Lindsey takes a step, Darius Taylor is healthy, Minnesota could kind of be a force or a spoiler in this conference. Y'all want to say anything about Minnesota?
Yeah, I don't know a lot about Minnesota. I did remember watching Drake Lindsey. I think it was against Oregon. Team. It was one of the Big Ten. I just tuned in randomly to like one of the games, and I saw like a video of Drake Lindsey in the huddle, and then like he looked like he was already like a senior. He was controlling that team. I was like, so I like the maturity. 6'5", got arm talent. I think he's very underrated. Passer, and it's like Minnesota's known for like running. Now they turn into like this passing offense with Max Brosmer. Now they got Drake Lindsey.
Let's not forget
PJ
Morgan.
The only problem with Minnesota though is they they start off with slow starts. They're like one of the slowest starting teams because once the second quarter and on goes, then you start seeing them put points on the board. Can they get off to like fast starts against teams, especially the best teams in the Big Ten? That's what I'm wondering. But yeah, that defense that definitely needs help. It needs a lot of help.
Yeah, giving up 38 points to Northwestern is crazy. Yeah, they did play Oregon late in the year. They lost 42-13. But I mean, it's Oregon, so. But yeah, the defense gave up 20. They gave up 20 to Purdue. Oh my God. The Nebraska game was really good though, but I think that was, like you said, a slow start at home against Nebraska, but ultimately turned it around with the run game and ended up winning 24-6. Gave up 28 to Rutgers. Gave up 27 to Cal, which Cal offense actually ended up being really prolific, especially with JKS tearing up the team.
And I think the slow starts have a lot to do with it because once you're like going 3 and out to begin the game, your defense is already out there early on in the game multiple times. And it's like, I'm not saying they're a good defense and they would have needed rest. No, I'm just saying that does not help.
Yeah, no, it don't help for sure. Actually, good point. Trent, anything you want to talk about with Minnesota?
Yeah, I want to just say shout out local guy, family friend, Anthony Smith, 12.5 sacks last year, defensive end, led the Big Ten.
I saw you posted the award he won.
Yeah, so shout out to him. I think he's going to be obviously the staple and cornerstone of their defense this year again. I love Drake Lindsey. I don't know about how much he'll develop into an NFL quarterback, but I think PJ Fleck has a really good plan for him at Minnesota while he's there. PJ Fleck's a good coach, one of those teams that's always going to kind of be knocking on the door and maybe waiting to get over that hump. I think last year Lindsey didn't have a ton of weapons, and they definitely got him some in the transfer portal that I'm sure you'll talk about. So excited to see what Minnesota can do this year.
Yeah, I mean, PJ Fleck got Max Brosmer and Tanner Morgan to the NFL, so I think he'll get my boy Drake Lindsey there. Now, will he be prolific?
I think he will definitely be a way better, higher respected prospect than those two, though.
For sure. But let's get into some returnees and some losses. So they returned 11 starters, 6 on offense, 3 O-linemen, and 5 on defense. Namely, Drake Lindsey, like we all been discussing, 246 of 389, 63.2% completion percentage, 2,382 yards, 18 touchdowns to 6 picks, and he had 4 rushing touchdowns added on the ground. Darius Taylor, a running back, 143 carries, 670 yards, 4.7 to carry, and 4 touchdowns. Jalen Smith, a receiver, 28 catches, 419 yards, and 4 touchdowns, and I believe the one that caught the game winner against New Mexico in the Rate Bowl. Maverick Bernowski, linebacker, 103 total tackles, 52 solos, 3 sacks, pass breakup, and a forced fumble. I'm actually really excited about him this year. Kenny Brown, defensive back, 56 total tackles, 40 solos, 3 pass breakups, and 2 picks. Josh Nestor, another defensive back, 50 total tackles, 33 solos, 6 pass breakups, 6 picks, pick 6, and a fumble recovery. Anthony Smith, Trent's guy, 38 total tackles, 21 solos, 12.5 sacks, and 3 pass breakups. And Jackson Howard, a linebacker, 29 total tackles, 6 solos, and 4 sacks. Now, they lost Lemeki Brockington, a receiver who had 46 total catches, 484 yards, and 4 touchdowns, trying to make the Falcons. Jamison Gears, a tight end who had 26 total catches, 206 yards, and 4 touchdowns, trying to make the Cardinals. Devon Williams, a linebacker, 89 total tackles, 37 solos, 2.5 sacks, 2 pass breakups. Corey Perch, that has to sting. A defensive back who had 82 total tackles, 39 solos, a sack, 2 pass breakups, a pick 6, and a forced fumble. Transferred to Oregon, so took the Dylan Thiemann route. Also can play receiver as well. Devin Eastern, defensive tackle, trying to make the Seahawks, 38 total tackles, 18 solos, 2.5 sacks, pass breakup, and a forced fumble. Jaquan Bryan, a cornerback, transferred to South Florida, 36 total tackles, 21 solos, 3 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. Darius Green, a defensive back, 26 total tackles, 17 solos. And Giante McMillan, a defensive back, 22 total tackles, 16 solos, and a pass breakup. They're the 37th overall recruiting class, 51st in transfers with 19. And a guy I have on my list is TJ Bush, edge rusher, TJ Bush Jr., an edge rusher from Cal, 40 total tackles, 17 solos, 5.5 sacks, a pass breakup. Andrew Marshall, a linebacker from Eastern Michigan, 61 total tackles, 30 solos, and a sack. Naquan Crowder, a defensive lineman, 26 total tackles, 6 solos, a sack, pass breakup, and a forced fumble from Marshall. Makai Smith, a safety from Lehigh, 56 total tackles, 35 solos, 3 pass breakups, 4 picks, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. And TJ Thomas Jr., a running back from Elon, 91 carries, 384 yards, 4.2 a carry, and 6 touchdowns. Y'all could talk about transfers that came.
Yeah, I was gonna just mention again Tennessee transfer Bennett Warren. I think a quarterback's obviously best friend is the offensive line. I think when you're building a team, my philosophy is focus on the lines, both offensive and defense. So I think getting some experience, because they got nothing but like veterans in like the offensive line for Minnesota. So I was like, getting the experienced people to protect basically the guy you want to make the guy, I think was a good move. So I think that's going to help Lindsey a lot in his development.
Trent.
I was just going to say Perry Thompson, wide receiver from Auburn. Not a huge sample size last year, but efficient, averaging 9 yards a catch when he did get the ball. And then Caden Helms, who came over from Oklahoma, also a guy who didn't get a ton of playing, probably transferred due to playing time, and highly recruited and was efficient also when he got the ball in his hands last year, averaging 7 yards a catch. So back to Drake Lindsey, I think you got to get him some weapons to see what he's all about, and they did that a little bit in this year's transfer portal on the receiving on pass catchers.
All right, so some numbers with Minnesota. They are 127th in total offense, 34th in total defense, tied 99th in scoring offense, 50th in scoring defense, 100th in passing, 51st in pass defense, 126th in rushing, 27th in rush defense, 49th in red zone offense, but 113th, tied 113th in red zone defense. And on to the schedule. Now, their first game is against Eastern Illinois. I have this as a win.
Yeah, I got it as a win.
I also have it as a win.
Now, recently getting joked on Twitter about a certain TikTok. Next game against Mississippi State. I have this as a win.
I feel like I'm being too friendly here, but I got it as a win.
I feel like I'm out of the loop because I don't understand the TikTok reference, but I got it as a win.
You didn't see it? It's in the college football chat.
Okay, I'll have to look at it.
Next one, at home against Akron. I had this as a win.
Yeah, that's a win.
I also have this as a win.
First Big Ten game on the road against Washington. I have this as a loss.
Yeah, I have that as a loss.
I also have that as a loss.
Next game at home against Michigan. I have this as a loss.
I have it as a loss as well.
I also have this as a loss.
Next game at Purdue. I have this as a win.
Yeah, I have it as a win.
I just want to also say real quick that Michigan game could get dicey, but I couldn't come on the pod and have Michigan going 4-5 in the Big Ten like Griffey did. So,
hey, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. If Joe clips up Michigan as a short, they're gonna attack you.
I know. But with that
tell
said,
Bryce Underwood to throw more than a 5-yard pass, and then I'll have him better, bro. What the heck are you talking about? I haven't seen a man complete a 5-yard pass yet.
I'm just letting you know what's going to happen.
But I got to win against Purdue, that game for Minnesota.
All right, then we move from at Purdue to at home against Iowa. I have this as a win.
I have that as a loss.
Yeah, as mentioned earlier, I have that as a win.
All right, and then at Indiana, as mentioned earlier, like Trent said, I have this as a loss.
Have it as a loss.
I have this as a loss.
Then at home against UCLA, I have this as a win. I think that they beat UCLA.
I have it as a loss.
I also have this as a win.
All right. At Penn State, I have this as a loss.
I have it as a loss.
Also, truthfully, a game that could get dicey, but I gave Penn State the edge due to the fact that they're at home.
This is for sure a game that can get dicey. I'm 100% agreeing with you.
Minnesota lost, though.
Then at home against Northwestern, I think this game was dicey last year, if I'm not mistaken, but I have this as a win.
I have it as a loss.
Sure they played each other. They did. Northwestern won 38-35.
Wasn't it at Wrigley Field?
Yes, Northwestern won 38-35.
Yeah, I have them beating Northwestern this year.
Yeah, Preston Stone ain't walking through them doors. Aiden Childs is. And the last game at Wisconsin, I have this as a win.
I have it as a win.
I also have it as a win.
So My final record for Minnesota is 8-4, 5-4, taking the over 6.5 win total.
Oh, I got them 5-7, 2-7.
Oh, ugh.
Carl, exactly.
No, this is. I want to say this though. This is not like I'm dogging Minnesota. It's just that schedule is ridiculous. Like I was like, I wanted to give them a benefit of doubt, 6-6 maybe, but I'm like, dog, who gave them this schedule, bro? Like, I can't really, quick good conscience be like.
Bad.
I mean, the only one I can probably flip is Northwestern, but I was like,
you could flip Northwestern. You gave them a win somewhere where we disagreed. Was it Washington?
Iowa.
I gave them the win for Iowa.
Oh, no, I gave them a loss on Iowa.
Oh, see, I feel like you can flip that one.
Nah, not really.
you can.
I'll say, Carl, you and I think we were I'm not sure if we had the losses lined up, but you and I were exactly the same, 8-4, 5-4. I will go out on a limb and say that the ceiling for this Minnesota team is definitely college football playoff.
Yeah, that's a hot take.
That's a hot take.
Yeah, hear me?
Yep.
All right, cool. Because my mic accidentally.
Drake Lindsey's gonna be Fernando Mendoza, bro.
Well, honestly, I think they have with the defensive tackles transfers and the defensive line they have. I do think they're going to have their offense definitely could be the issue, but I think defensively they might make a jump from what they were doing last year.
You know what? Maybe I am unfair. I can flip the Iowa, Minnesota.
Nah,
and I'm gonna flip Northwestern.
Leave it.
Stand on it.
Maybe I am being unfair.
Because that means you got to flip the Iowa segment.
No, I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, you just made me think I'm not gonna do all that. I'm gonna keep it the way it is.
That's why we here, man. Hey, look.
Just missed the bowl game.
You ain't the only one that have hot takes, and you ain't the only one that got killed for them hot takes. It's just standing in the fire if you're wrong, but if you're right, like I gave Dave his moment with UVA. I was hecka wrong about UVA last year.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, you can still make a bowl game at 5-7.
Well, you're not supposed to, but if people like Notre Dame take their ball and go home, then it opens up.
Yeah.
But we'll move forward to Nebraska. Now, Nebraska under Matt Rule 2 years ago made their first bowl game in a while. Last year made another bowl game. But I will say Nebraska was kind of on a roll at one point. But Dylan Raiola gets hurt. TJ Lateef steps in for Raiola. And I'm going to be honest, did not like what I saw from TJ Lateef at all. Y'all can disagree with me if you want, or you can agree with me. But that roll came tumbling down. But I will say, that USC game got dicey. USC and Nebraska, for some reason, that game got dicey. I want to say, what's his name? Is it Jordan Miller? Was it Jordan Miller? King Miller. King Miller. He kind of saved our behinds in that Nebraska game. But I feel like Matt Rule, he kind of was building something. It's just starting quarterback goes down. So shout out to him. But they're coming off a 7-5, 4-5 season nonetheless, where they lost the Las Vegas Bowl 44-22 versus Utah. They actually jumped out to a really big. I think they were jumping out to like 14-0 or something like that against Utah, and then Utah just steamrolled them after that in that bowl game. They do have a new defensive coordinator. The defensive coordinator, Rob Ulrich. And if the name sounds familiar, it's because he turned around that San Diego State defense last year tremendously. Held Cal to 0 points at San Diego State. Won like 38-0. I want to say Chris Johnson had a pick 6 in that game. That San Diego State defense was legit, and it was part of the reason, well, mainly the reason why they were in contention and tied first place for a Mountain West Conference championship. I would actually love to see San Diego State versus Boise State for the Mountain West Conference championship. But I predicted UNLV versus Boise State.
Wait, aren't they Pac-12?
Well, I was talking about last year.
Oh, last year.
Yeah, I want to say they both went Pac-12, but yeah, I was talking about last year.
Yeah, they did.
I want to say they played each other.
State.
Yeah, I want to say they played each other last year in the regular season, but it was like a super rainy game, and it was ugly. And San Diego State came out as the winner, I want to say. I can't remember. But anyway, he's now the DC at Nebraska, and I think that's really big for Nebraska. Nebraska returned 12 starters, 6 on offense, 3 O-linemen, and 6 on defense. Mainly Ja'Cory Barney. I want to see him because, boy, Ja'Cory Barney is electric. So I'm excited for him this year. But before I get into all that, y'all want to say anything about Nebraska?
No offensive coordinator.
Nah, I thought he kept Mike Holmgren.
They kept Holmgren. My bad. That's what I meant. I was going to talk about their offense. That's why. I thought they had a new offensive coordinator.
It's a Holgerson. Yeah, Dana Holgerson. My fault.
Yeah,
I said Mike Holmgren. Dana Holgerson. You're right.
Yeah. Holgerson, yeah. No, I was just going to talk about their offense. It's like, I just want to see like more explosive play. That's not really Nebraska football, but like I kind of do want to see them become more of an explosive, or have more plays downfield and stuff. I feel like they struggle with that, and it's like that's college football. Like even Iowa does like explosive plays every now and then, and everyone knows their identity, but even I see them have like 50-yard plays every now and then. So that's what I want to see from Nebraska. Huh?
Ja'Cory Barney.
Yeah,
get him down the field if you can stretch the field.
Yeah. So that's all. I just want to see that from Nebraska this year, and they'll surprise me if they can not be, I guess, boring.
We'll talk about it because I don't think they will be boring this year, but I can't say why yet.
To support Griffey's statement, Nebraska 5-0 last year when having over 352 yards a game, 2-6 when they didn't hit the 350-yard mark. So
I think that had a lot to do with TJ
and
as well.
College football, that seems like not that high of a bar to hit, like 350.
Well, we'll get into who they lost, but at the end of the day, I just don't think the quarterback, whether it's going to be Calandria or
hold on.
No, I know.
I'm not talking about transfers. Watch what you're saying about Calandria, my boy.
Oh no, I got you. I was just saying. I'm just saying though, I don't know that either of them is the talent that Raiola was. So.
Oh, respect. I can definitely agree with that. Respect. Because I was about to, I gotta love abusive relationship with Anthony Calandria. Because boy, I've been a fan of Calandria since his freshman year at Virginia when he stepped in for I was about to say Matt Sluka, but it was not him.
Oh, by the way, never mind.
Go ahead. I'm trying to think of a name.
No. I was gonna say something about like. Never mind. I was like, I had something about their passing, but I'm gonna let you go because I'm gonna end up talking about a transfer. That's why I stopped myself.
Yeah, and I still can't think of brand name that started originally at Virginia.
Virginia quarterback? I can't. The year they had the good year.
Nah, you talking about last year? No, you talking about Chandler Boys. Yeah, they were solid though that year with Calandria. I want to say they made a bowl game. If not, I want to say
didn't they cancel the one season because of the thing?
No, that was like 2019 or something like that. I know exactly what you're talking about. That was under Bronco Mendenhall. I'm talking about like 3 years ago with Calandria. It'll come back to me when I get a break. But anyway, anybody else want to say anything before we move forward?
Do we think Matt Rule's on the hot seat?
No, I don't think so. At least.
At this point in time, no, because I don't think they want to build something, especially after Raiola left. I feel like they're more understanding in that situation, I guess.
The reason why, and it kind of segues to what I wanted to say anyway, I don't think he's under the hot seat because they were 6-2 until Raiola got hurt and finished the season. Technically, they finished the season 1-4 if you include the bowl game, but if you don't include the bowl game, they finished 1-3. So,
well, let me ask you this: does Matt Rule stay?
You asked me, do he stay after this year?
So I guess hypothetically, if he's not on the hot seat and he performs well, does someone poach him? Is he the first name?
No. I don't think he's the first name gone.
Oh, I mean,
you don't think though? You don't think though? Every coaching carousel cycle, his name's brought up.
Not really. I didn't really hear his name too much this year.
Yeah, I did. I do. I hear Matt Rule a lot.
I didn't hear his name this year. If I'm being 100% honest with y'all,
but it'll have to be a big
school. Like, I didn't want it, but I felt like he was always an option.
Have to be SEC type.
I don't know.
It would have to be like Clemson or like.
Clemson ain't open no time soon. So
no, I know that. I'm just saying it has to be like.
I will say this though, Trent. If Mike Norvell actually gets fired, maybe Florida State might explore that. Even though somebody in my comments of the Florida State video asked about Deion. And I don't think so, just because when Deion selected Jackson State to go coach at, Florida State fans just didn't know how to act. And even some former players, Danny Cannell, I feel like were distasteful.
I got you.
But, yeah, maybe Florida State. It got to be like a better prestige job, like Griffey said.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, the quarterback I was thinking about was Tony Muskett.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that.
But yeah. So like we said, they returned Ja'Cory Barney, a receiver who had 45 catches for 484 yards and 5 touchdowns. And Isaiah Hunter, a receiver who had 43 catches, 617 yards and 5 touchdowns. Luke Lindenmeyer, a tight end who had 29 catches for 312 yards and 2 touchdowns. Rex Guthrie, a defensive back who had 63 total tackles, 35 solos, and a pass breakup. Vincent Shavers Jr., a linebacker who had 61 total tackles, 29 solos, a sack, and a forced fumble. Donovan Jones, a defensive back who had 59 total tackles, 40 solos, 5 pass breakups, and a pick. Andrew Marshall, a defensive back who had 45 total tackles, 32 solos, 3 pass breakups, and a pick. Williams Nawari, defensive lineman who had 27 total tackles, 10 solos, 2.5 sacks, a pass breakup, 2 forced fumble recoveries, and a scoop and score touchdown. Cameron Leonard, defensive lineman who had 23 total tackles, 11 solos, 2 sacks, and a pass breakup. They lost Dylan Raiola, who, funny enough, transferred to Oregon while Dante Moore was there. Now, I think he did it before Moore announced his return to Oregon, which, I mean, they had new transfer portal rules, so I don't think he could have.
I'm pretty sure they gave him, like, before he did it, and they told him, hey, this might be an option, and he still was like, I'm good. Like,
well,
they told him that.
If it held his water, he had the option to do the funniest thing ever and go to Texas Tech. But that can't happen no more. But unless he sit out and, you know, goes next year. Anyway, he had 181 of 250, 72.4 completion percentage, 2,000 yards, 18 touchdowns, and 6 picks. They lost Emmett Johnson, who had a really good year on the Chiefs, 251 carries, 1,451 yards, 5.8 a carry, and 12 touchdowns with 370 catches and 3 extra touchdowns through the air. Dane Key, a receiver who had 39 catches, 452 yards, and 5 touchdowns, currently on the Broncos. Javin Wright, a linebacker trying to make the Bucks, 86 total tackles, 39 solos, 3 sacks, 4 pass breakups, and a pick. Deshaun Singleton, a safety trying to make the Chiefs, 70 total tackles, 44 solos, a sack, 4 pass breakups, 2 picks, and a fumble recovery. Deshaun McCullough, edge rusher, had 21 total tackles, 11 solos, 2 sacks, and a pass breakup, trying to make the Broncos. Marquise Watson-Trent, 39 total tackles, 15 solos, a sack and a half, a linebacker. They had a 66 overall recruiting class, 31st in transfers with 17. And we kind of talked about it already. The main guy, my guy, Anthony Colandrea, who, again, I've had an abusive love-hate relationship with because 1 quarter or 3 quarters of Colandrea looks like that guy. And then some quarters, he can't stop throwing picks. Stop throwing picks. He's an athletic guy who has a lot of arm talent, but he does have a tendency to, once he throws a pick, it might be another one right behind it. So, got to cut that out, or he's going to give Matt Rule a bunch of frustrations. But, hey, Matt Rule's used to it. He had Jeff Sims at quarterback for 1 year. So, and we all know Jeff Sims is turnover guy. So, but he transferred over from UNLV. And then, I ain't going to lie, as much as I'm a Colandrea guy, the way he left UNLV was kind of lame. He told them, I don't want to go through this process again. I found my new home in UNLV and then entered the portal, like maybe not even a week after that, and went to Nebraska. So, that was kind of lame if you ask me. Owen Chambliss, a linebacker, San Diego State, following his DC, 109 total tackles, 68 solos, 4 sacks, 5 pass breakups, a pick, and a fumble recovery. Dwayne McDougal, another safety from San Diego State, 51 total tackles, 29 solos, 3 pass breakups, 4 picks, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Victor Evans III, a cornerback from FIU, 42 total tackles, 35 solos, 4 pass breakups, and a pick. And Quasi Gilmer, a receiver, 50 total catches, 535 yards, and 4 touchdowns from UCLA. Y'all want to talk about any transfers?
Yeah, the last one you just mentioned, that was the one I was going to bring up because it broke my heart. I wanted him to go to USC. Quasi Gilmer to replace Mekhi Lemon.
But I got my boy. We'll talk about him later, but I got
we'll
my
talk
guy.
about it later, but it's like I wanted Quasi. I don't know why he left LA. But yeah, he's going to be good for them. That was a great get for them. I was like, I didn't even think Nebraska was an option. I thought if he didn't go to like USC, he was going to Oregon or something. But he went to Nebraska. So that's going to help whatever quarterback, Colandrea, probably a lot. But it's like, if it was Raiola, I'd be more confident in it. I feel like he might fall into the same situation he was in UCLA, where the quarterback is like up and down.
Hey, don't be comparing my man to Nico Amalava. I was never a buyer in him.
We'll get to that.
Never.
But yeah, I was just like, but it's like you said with Colandrea. Like sometimes he looks like football Jesus. The other times he looks like, what are you doing type thing. And that's what I'm afraid of. Is like I still think Quasi can put up numbers, but it's like I just wanted him to transfer to USC. That's all I wanted.
Hey, who was that who transferred from USC to UCLA and back to USC and was like, "Man, my fault, y'all. I was tripping." I can't remember who that was. Was it Kamari Ramsey?
I can't remember.
It was a receiver. I just can't remember
I
who it was.
remember what you're talking about because I saw that.
That was funny. He said, "My bad, y'all. I was tripping." I think that was hilarious.
That's why I started laughing. I was like, wait a minute, I know what he's talking about, but I don't know who the player is.
The only one I would mention is you mentioned him too is Owen Chambliss, the weak side linebacker coming over from San Diego State, following his coordinator. He had 62 solo tackles last year. He was flying all over the field for him, so he'll be a fun player to watch on the Nebraska defense.
Yes, sir. All right, so some numbers for Nebraska. You can kind of disclude the defensive numbers, again, new DC, but 80th in total offense, 30th in total defense, 58th in scoring offense, tied 67th in scoring defense, 66th in passing, 3rd in pass defense, 80th in rushing, 98th in rush defense, tied 64th in third down percentage on defense, 27th in third down percentage on offense, and tied 98th in sacks. Now, let's hit the schedule. First game against Ohio. I want to say Parker Navarro got declined for his eligibility this year, so he's no longer quarterback there. I had this as a win.
Yeah, I have it as a win.
I also have this as a win.
Next game, Bowling Green. Shout out to Coach Eddie George, but I have this as a win.
Yeah, I have it as a win.
Also have it as a win.
Next game, against North Dakota. I have this as a win.
If it was North Dakota State, but it's North Dakota, I have it as a win.
Hey, and North Dakota State at one point was the FBS killers.
No, that's what I was going to say. If it was North Dakota State, I probably would have picked the upset.
Got to win.
All right. Next, at Michigan State, I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
I have a win against Michigan State.
Next, at home against Maryland, I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
I have as a win for Nebraska.
Next, at home against Indiana, I have as a loss.
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 Next, at Oregon, I have as a loss.
A loss.
Loss.
Next, at home against Washington, I actually have this as a win.
I have it as a loss.
I have it as a loss.
Next, at Illinois, I have this as a loss.
I have it as a loss.
Next,
this is sorry, Illinois. Correct. I have that as a win.
All right. Next, at Rutgers, I have this as a win.
I have it as a win.
Win.
Next, at home against Ohio State, I have as a loss.
I have that as a loss.
Loss.
In the final game, at Iowa, I have this as a loss.
I have it as a loss.
I have it as a win.
So my final record for Nebraska, and I know what I said about Matt Rule. He actually might be on the hot seat after this season. Have him going 6-6, 4-5, taking the under 6.5.
Oh yeah, with Nebraska fans hate me, but with this record, he probably is fired. 3-9, 1-8.
Oh yeah, he's gone if he goes 3-9.
Yeah.
I guess I probably expected Nebraska to do a little better this year. I have them going 5-4 in Big Ten play, but 8-4 overall.
I mean, not bad. Like some swing games. I haven't lose.
The reason I did pick them that bad though is because if you have two quarterbacks, you have none. So I really hope Calandria can play. Like, not saying he can't. Like, he is talented, but like, bro, it's like you're going from UNLV to like Nebraska to like, and then your other option isn't that much better after what I saw last year. So
yeah, I think he's just levels ahead of TJ Lateef. But
yeah, I think Calandrio definitely is his job to lose.
Yeah, for sure. But he got Power 5 experience or Power 4, depending on who you ask. Played at Virginia for 2 years, so he has that experience. But
that schedule is also tough too.
I was about to say it's some swing games though, because I have them losing to Illinois, a game they could win. I have them losing to Iowa, a game they could win. But those are the only 2 swing games, in my opinion, that I have as losses that can be wins. I don't see them beating Indiana.
I have 3 that I swings. It's that Iowa again, Illinois, and Michigan State. But
Michigan, oh yeah, that's a game I got as a win. So
I got it as
hopefully we win, but
I picked you there.
I know that's what I'm saying. Hopefully we win, but I got it as a loss first. But we'll move on from Nebraska to Northwestern. Shout out to Coach David Braun because he has helped. He's looking to, in a few years replace Pat Fitzgerald as the winningest coach in Northwestern history, and he's also a really good start. What was that? Was it Ben Johnson, his quarterback, or Brian Johnson? It was one of them 2 as his quarterback when they won 10 wins and beat Utah in a bowl game. They had like a crazy good season. Then they won the bowl game last year with Preston Stone. They had who was the quarterback previous to Preston Stone? My mind says Malik Murphy, which was incorrect. Malik Murphy was the quarterback at Duke that year, but they played Malik Murphy in Duke that season. I just can't remember who the quarterback. Oh, was it not AJ Swan? Was it Mike Wright? I want to say it was Mike Wright.
I don't know Northwestern.
Last the 2025 quarterback. Trent, you looking?
Oh, the 2025. Yeah. Oh, actually,
I want to say that was Mike Wright.
Because I played Northwestern in college football. I should know this.
I'm
2025.
2025 was Preston Stone.
Oh, 2024.
Yeah, Preston Stone.
24. My fault. 24.
Oh, okay.
Jack Lausch.
Ooh.
Jack Lausch.
Look and see if Mike Wright was on that roster though.
Ben Bryant.
Ben Bryant was the year they went 10 and won 10 games.
Mike Wright was on that roster, but he didn't.
2024.
But he didn't really play. He must have either got hurt or benched.
Okay, I think he might have got benched, but I knew Mike Wright was on that.
Jack Lausch was the 296 attempts. Mike Wright only had 66.
Okay, yeah, then Mike Wright got benched for Jack Lausch. I know Ben Bryant was the quarterback when they won 10 games. I don't remember if they made a bowl game that year though. I want to say yes.
In 24.
Yeah, no, actually, I want to say no. In 24, I want to say they did.
Like it, yeah. No, I don't think so.
I don't think they were that good. I think defensively they were good, and Cam Porter had a really good year, but quarterback problems kept them from a bowl game. But anyway, my point still remains that David Braun has done a good job at Northwestern. Making a bowl game 2 out of 3 years at Northwestern is really good, and winning 10 games and beating that Utah team, I want to say, win that in one of them bowl games was also really good. So, unfortunately, spoiler alert, I'm not as high on Northwestern this year. If you haven't been paying attention to the whole episode, but
child, please.
Yeah, and child, get that child out the backfield for sure. But they do have a new OC. We talked about him earlier. He wore a hard hat to media day, and that is Chip Kelly. Just moving from job to job. He was at UCLA. He was at the Raiders. I actually want to say, wasn't he the OC when Ohio State won the national championship?
Ohio State, yeah.
He was their OC when Ohio State won the championship. So he got that year. But yeah, man, just moving from job to job. So he's hopefully going to help Aiden Childs because I think he's going to need it. But yeah, man, they came off a 66-4-5 season where they won the Game Above Sports Bowl 34-7 versus my other cousin's alma mater now. Salute to my cousin. She graduated. Central Michigan. And I will say that game was scarily close until Northwestern defense started forcing turnovers left and right. Then they got out of hand. But that game was also at Ford Field. But they returned 9 starters, 4 on defense, 4 on offense, 1 alignment, and 5 on defense. Namely, Caleb Kumalafe, the running back with 190 carries, 941 yards, 5 a carry, and 11 touchdowns. My fault, y'all. I was moving a little too fast. I forgot to let y'all talk about Northwestern.
Yeah. Main focus obviously is Aiden Childs and Chip Kelly for some reason. Oh my God. But I think their offense is gonna be good. It's what they do on the defensive side of the ball that's I'm wondering because I don't have confidence in them against a Big 10 offense. I mean, shootout maybe, I don't know, but then you got to rely on Aiden Childs to be consistent throughout a whole game, and I don't know if you can do that either. So, not much confidence in what they're gonna be this year. That's all I'm saying.
Trent,
I want to know because they brought in the transfer from West Virginia at quarterback too. did they fully announce that Aiden Childs was going to be the day one starter?
Who they bringing from West Virginia? Was it Nico?
It was Marchoy.
Nico.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't think they announced it. I just assumed it, to be completely honest.
Yeah, he's been like the main talking point was Aiden Childs being the starter.
Yeah.
I'm going to look it up right now.
I mean, you basically were just going to say what I was going to say. I mean, the headlines are truthfully just the quarterback and Chip Kelly running the offense now. Just to add context, Northwestern's playing in a new stadium this year.
Yeah.
So they'll have upgraded facilities, maybe a little bit more money going into the program from an NIL standpoint. So maybe they, I'm actually we'll get into it. I like them a little more this year, but we'll get into that.
So I just looked it up, and Aiden Childs is projected. They haven't named the starter, so he's still the projected starting quarterback. But I'm never mind. I was about to foreshadow something. But back to who they return. Griffin Weldy, receiver, 71 catches, 880 yards, and 9 touchdowns. Yeah, that's a 9. Hayden Elegant Jr. or the second, receiver, 37 catches, 521 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Robert Fitzgerald, a defensive back, 114 total tackles, 69 solos, 4 pass breakups, a pick, and a fumble recovery. Braden Bruce, a linebacker, 81 total tackles, 41 solos, 2.5 sacks, 4 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Braden Turner, a defensive back, 56 total tackles, 28 solos, 2 pass breakups, 2 picks, 2 forced fumbles, 2 fumble recoveries, and a scoop and score. Josh Fusil, a defensive back, 32 total tackles, 18 solos, and 9 pass breakups. Braden Flukes, defensive lineman, 18 total tackles, 6 solos, and a sack, and a fumble recovery. They lost Preston Stone, quarterback, 222 of 370, 60% completion percentage, 2,400 yards, 17 touchdowns to 12 interceptions. Mac Uline, linebacker, 100 total tackles, 59 solos, 4 picks, and 2 fumble recoveries. Hunter Wilson, a tight end who transferred to Ohio State, 28 catches, 296 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Gardner Wallace, a defensive back, 51 total tackles, 34 solos, a half a sack, and a pass breakup. Aiden Hubbard, a defensive end, currently trying to make the Seahawks, 28 total tackles, 14 solos, 7.5 sacks, and a forced fumble. Anto Saka, defensive end, transferred to Texas A&M, 13 total tackles, 7 solos, 3 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. And Fred Davis, a cornerback, trying to make the Commanders, 32 total tackles, 24 solos, 6 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. They had the 56th overall recruiting class, 42nd in transfers with 17. Aiden Childs is at the top of my list. Again, being a quarterback, 128 of 203. Well, I said this is going to be broken up to another video. 128 of 203, 63.1% completion percentage, 1,392 passing yards, 10 touchdowns, 3 picks, with 227 yards and 6 rushing touchdowns to add on. Transfer from Michigan State. Gavin Sawchuk, which I feel like is a very underrated move at running back, but they do have Caleb Kumalafe, so I feel like Sawchuk will be the backup. 109 of carries, 486 yards, 4.5 attempt, 8 touchdowns. Transfer from Florida State, but he was also really good at Oklahoma. Luke DeHeineke, tight end from Minnesota of Duluth, D2. 53 or D3. I want to say it's a D2 though. 61 catches, 1,119 yards, and 14 touchdowns for a tight end. Monte Pate, a cornerback, 53 total tackles, 40 solos, 10 pass breakups, and a pick for Weber State. And Brendan Dusa Fernandez, I hope I pronounced that right. Cornerback from Central Michigan, 25 total tackles, 13 solos, 8 pass breakups, and 2 picks. Any transfers y'all want to talk about?
No, Trent mentioned it earlier. Mine was going to be Nico Marichal because, again, like I said, Aiden Childs doesn't perform. I think he's good enough to be the starter, so he's probably gotta play with looking behind his shoulder, whatever the phrasing is. But just having that pressure on Aiden to this is pretty much his last shot to be a NFL quarterback if that's what he's looking to do, and having another quarterback that they can easily go to. I think it was kind of smart on Northwestern, but also kind of dumb because now you put more pressure on a quarterback that already had a lot of disappointment. I'm
not that high on Nico, to be honest. I don't think that Nico put pressure on Aiden Childs.
Yeah, but he's just honest. Good. I think he's good enough to be a starter. It's that's the thing. It's just having that idea of, and they got him from the transfer portal for a reason. So it's
go holler at Kennesaw State, Nico. Trent.
As far as I did want to mention the running back who returned, Caleb Komolafe. He had 4 games last season where he his four of his finishes last year were all over 100 yards, so he was real close to 1,000 yards. The only other transfer I would say is middle linebacker. They brought in from Oklahoma, Kobe McKenzie. He's a grad transfer. Didn't play a ton, but you would think, obviously, having the talent to play at Oklahoma, he'll come in and make a good impact for Northwestern at that middle linebacker position right away.
Yep. All right, some numbers for Northwestern. Now, you can do what you want with the offensive numbers. Again, new OC. But 96 in total offense, 31st in total defense, 96 in scoring offense, tied 23rd in scoring defense, 106 in passing. Ooh, bad headline, but I think this is 50th in pass defense. Could be 80th, but I think it's 50th. 65th in rushing, 48th in rush defense, tied 98th in third down percentage on defense, 36th on third down percentage on offense, tied 91st in sacks, tied 77th in turnover margin. Now, for the schedule, first game of the year. I mean, I don't think this is the smartest decision. Not a bad FCS school at all. South Dakota State, I do have this as a win, but I can't see an upset brewing.
That's what I'm saying. I saw that and I was like, do they know who this team is?
I might take the points.
I'm just saying, you know who the Jackrabbits are, but yeah, I got it as a win.
I also have a win.
All right, before we move on, I'm about to see if this line is up because, again, I'm not BSing. I might take the points. Let's see. I don't think it's up. Because I just typed in Northwestern and no game came up. So I feel like the game would have came up.
I wonder if they said, we're going to pay you play at FBS team, San South Dakota. And they were like, no. And then they're like, it's Northwestern. And they were like, oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't think that game is up. I'm very unfortunate because I'm so serious. I'm if it's up by time the game actually comes around, it's going on a parlay. I'm sorry. Next. At home against Colorado. I'm sorry, Dion. I love you to death, but what you have been doing at Colorado beyond your first 2 years is I got to win here.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still there. I'm not going to lie, but yeah, I got to win for Northwestern.
They had, 9 wins with Shador before last year? That's why.
Yeah, I also had a win in this one.
Next, at Indiana, first Big Ten game I have as a loss.
Here's where they're going to start hitting me. I got it as a loss. I also have it as a loss.
At home against Penn State, I have as a loss. I'm still looking, by the way.
Yeah, I got it as a loss.
Yes, I have a loss.
At home against Ball State, I have as a win.
I have as a win. I'm not even going to troll.
I also have a win.
All right, and me personally, I have them losing out the rest of the year. But at Michigan State, I have as a loss.
I have as a loss, too.
I have as a win.
At home against Rutgers, I have as a loss.
I have it as a win.
I'll have it as a win.
On the road against Oregon. Funny enough, they played them really well last year. I have this as a loss.
I have it as a loss.
I have it as a loss.
Oh, hold on. Dang, it's only 4 to 7 points. Okay, the books got smart.
Yeah.
I had to Google it. I see 4 to 7 points. I still might take 7, might take it up to 7.5, but I thought the books might be loafing. Next game at home against Iowa. Again, I have them losing out. So
I got them losing out. So loss.
I have them beating Iowa.
At Ohio State.
Loss.
Loss.
At Minnesota.
Loss.
Loss.
Then finally at home against Illinois.
Loss.
Win.
So Northwestern fans, go ahead. I'm sorry, and I still think David Braun is a great coach, but I have them going 3-9, 0-9, taking the under 5.5.
I got them going 4-8, 1-8.
I got them going 6-6, 4-5.
So Trent has the over 5.5. I'm sorry, man. Love David Braun as a coach. I've seen it be bad though because of quarterback play, and I just think this is going to be more like 2024, not 23 or 25. But we'll move on to the runner-up in the Big Ten, and that is the Ohio State Buckeyes. The Ohio State Buckeyes are coming off a 12-0, 9-0 regular season where they lost the Big Ten championship 13-10 to Indiana, and they lost in the Cotton Bowl to Miami University 24-14. They do have a new OC, and I'm not going to lie, not the greatest fan of this pick, but maybe he'll do better here, and that is Arthur Smith, Steelers offensive coordinator in 24 and 25. Not too many rave reviews from Steelers fans about Arthur Smith. Again, not really the highest on him. But with Matt Patricia as your DC and you got Jeremiah Smith, you can't mess up Jeremiah Smith. Like, I just feel like that's one of them things. It's like making eggs. Like, you can't mess up making eggs. You know what? I'll go simpler. It's like making cereal. Just put the cereal in the bowl, put the milk in the bowl. You can't mess up Jeremiah Smith. And then I like Bo Jackson coming back with sophomore year, a full year of experience. Yeah, as much as I don't like to hire, I just feel like as long as you're competent, you'll be fine with what Ohio State has this year. A lot of turnover on the defensive side. They only returned 3 defensive starters. But again, with Matt Patricia, who some people might say is the best DC in the country. Again, I say who mine is. Trent laughed because of, he was there last season. But it is what it is. I think the proof in the pudding with Jim knows. But that's just me personally. It's some guys up there, though, like Matt Patricia, like Corey Heatherman, for sure. So some guys up there. But I think Ohio State will be okay. Last year, really no flaw last year, to be honest. I mean, Indiana was just a great team, and so was Miami. It's just Miami has tendency in the ACC schedule to drop games that they shouldn't. And Carson Beck threw 4 picks against Louisville on a Friday night at home, and threw a pick in overtime in the at the goal line against SMU on the road. Other than that, Miami could have been an undefeated ACC champion, and that would have been perceived as a different game. So I don't really think Ohio State really had a flaw last year. Now, if you want to say a possible flaw, maybe Julian Sayin, but I feel like that's just because everything else was so strong. Sayin kind of looked like a weak link, but I don't think he was necessarily a flaw. But anything y'all got to say about Ohio State?
Yeah. Arthur Smith is an interesting one to get. I was going to actually talk about that. You say you can't mess up Jeremiah Smith. Don't underestimate what Arthur Smith can mess up. So, it's going to be interesting because it looks like Ohio State just loves taking old NFL coaches and giving them redemption stories like they did with Matt Patricia and Chip Kelly. And they're like, what NFL head coach that's been terrible the last few years can we bring in and give him a redemption arc or something like that? But yeah, Julian Sayin coming back, love it. For every freaking good Big Ten quarterback from last year is back. It's kind of annoying, but at the same time, I love to see the competition and the fact that no one wanted to go to the Jets. Also, my final thing. It's going to be interesting how Ryan Day navigates this season because wasn't he talked about being in the hot seat last year?
He was talked about for being in the hot seat before the national championship win.
Yeah,
because he couldn't beat Michigan, and low key he couldn't win big games. And then I think he wanted to know the Dame game because Notre Dame had 10 players on defense on the final play after a timeout. Which how do you do that on the goal line? And he brought it up, and he went at Lou Holtz, rest in peace, Lou Holtz, in the post-game conference.
And the reason I say that is because of the big games. I feel like it's going to be a James Franklin situation at Penn State where it's like, bro, you win, yes. You win. You have winning seasons, yes. But you're not you only got us to the top one time. It's more than James Franklin did, but still, you got us to the top.
James Franklin at least won the Big Ten championship.
But you haven't won the Big Ten championship, I was going to say.
I got to Google that to make sure because I want to say he did. I want to say they beat Northwestern in 2020.
It was definitely before Michigan went on that run.
Yeah, I want to say they beat Northwestern in 2020 to win a national championship, and then Michigan went on a tear of 3 straight.
Yeah.
But I will also say this. James Franklin did get robbed one year where they won the Big Ten in 2016 and then did not make the playoffs after beating Ohio State in that same season. Never understood that.
Tell me about it. I mean, I'll just say, obviously, Julian Sayin and Jeremiah Smith are box office. I'm really excited for year 2 of Bo Jackson. I think he's probably, one of the better running backs in the country and will provide a lot for them coming out of the backfield, not have to rely so much on the pass game, although they're going to be slinging the ball because that's what they do. Really returned everyone on offense and then got, their recruits in with a couple transfers that we'll get into. But for the starting offense, it's a lot of familiar faces. So when you had the season like you did last year, when you bring back all that familiarity, you're probably destined to do good things.
Yeah, Ryan Day also won 2019 and 2020, so he won back to back. But
yeah, Big Ten championships.
Yeah. But I mean, it's been 6 years. But like I said, that national championship for sure saved him because he might have been fired if it wasn't for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Salute. It's like, yeah, you got him over the top, bro. But now it's like they expect a little more in that performance against Indiana,
which is honestly insane to me because I think Ryan Day is deservedly, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, Carl, in your eyes, but I would say he's a top 3 to 5 coach in college football.
Yeah, I disagree. I got Cignetti, and I was saying that before the national championship, so don't be in my comments. I'm like, he won the national championship. No, I was saying that before. I got Cignetti. I got Jeff Brom. No order, by the way. I got Kirby Smart, which Kirby Smart kind of got to get together. I ain't gonna lie. A coach I really like, Willie Fritz. I really like Bob Chesney at UCLA, which we'll talk about later. Bob Chesney is kind of on a Cignetti-esque, like, how do I say
but that's I get what you're saying as far as maybe the potential, but as far as your track record,
I'll go Jeff Brom.
Like Kirby Smart.
Kirby Smart, Jeff Brom, and Cignetti.
Yeah, Kirby Smart and Cignetti are probably the only 2 I could give you.
You don't sleep on Jeff Brom now. Jeff Brom took Purdue to a Big Ten championship. They ain't been nothing since. He won a conference championship at Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky has not won since. And he took Louisville to an ACC championship. They just lost to that Florida State team. And honestly, Louisville has been really good. I mean, if you want to throw Rhett Lashley in there, I mean, maybe because Rhett Lashley did end that drought with SMU. John Summerall
championships.
Yeah, but even guys like John Summerall won at Troy back-to-back years, then won at Tulane, now at Florida, so he has a chance to prove it. I'm not going to put him over Ryan Day, but these are all guys I like. But to answer your question, who I would put my 3 is Smart, Cignetti, and Jeff Brom. And people might kill me for Jeff Brom, but that's too daggone bad. I'd like to see what Ryan Day does at Purdue. But let's get into Ohio State. Ohio State had 11 starters return, 8 on offense. Like Trent said, a lot of returning faces on offense, 4 O-linemen, which that's the big key right there. Returning 80% of your starting O-line is huge. And then 3 on defense. They returned Julian Sayin, quarterback, 301 of 391, 77%, 3,610 yards, 32 touchdowns to 8 picks. Bo Jackson, a running back, 179 carries, 1,090 yards, 6.1 a carry, 6 touchdowns. Jeremiah Smith, a receiver, 87 catches, 1,243 yards and 12 touchdowns. Brandon Ennis, a receiver with 36 catches, 271 yards and 3 touchdowns. Jalen McClain, a safety, 53 total tackles, 42 solos and 3 pass breakups. Jermaine Matthews, a cornerback who I've seen a lot of talk about Jermaine Matthews being like a top corner in the country this year. 26 total tackles, 20 solos, a sack, 2 pass breakups, 2 picks, and a forced fumble. Not gonna lie though, as much as I love Jermaine Matthews, I think the best corner in the conference is on Penn State. We'll talk about him. And Kenyatta Jackson Jr., defensive end, 28 total tackles, 16 solos, 6.5 sacks, and 2 pass breakups. They lost Carnell Tate, 4th overall pick to the Titans, 51 catches, 875 yards, and 9 touchdowns. Max Clare, a tight end on the Rams, 43 catches, 448 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Will Kaczmarek, a tight end on the Dolphins, 15 catches, 168 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Caden Curry, an edge rusher on the Colts, 66 total tackles, 40 solos, 11 sacks, 2 pass breakups with 4 fumbles, 2 fumble recoveries. Sonny Styles, a linebacker from the Commanders, 7th overall pick, 83 total tackles, 46 solos, sack, 3 pass breakups, a pick, and a forced fumble. Arvell Reese, which he is on the – why didn't I write it down? but he's on the Giants. He was the 5th. No, R2L was 5th or 10th. Yeah, R2L was 5th. Yeah. 69 total tackles, 34 solos, 6.5 sacks, and 2 pass breakups. Again, I think he's more of a linebacker, but hey, that's me. Lost Caleb Downs, safety on the Cowboys, 12th overall pick. 68 total tackles, 45 solos, sack, pass breakup, 2 picks, and 2 forced fumbles. Caden McDonald, D tackle on the Texans, 65 total tackles, 31 solos, 3 sacks, pass breakup, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. And Davison Igbinosun, a cornerback to the Bills, 52 total tackles, 28 solos, 6 pass breakups, 2 picks, and my bad, Lorenzo Styles, safety on the Saints, 30 total tackles, 18 solos, 2 pass breakups. They're the 2nd overall recruiting class, 7th in transfers with 17. Mason Williams, tight end from Ohio, 26 catches, 276 yards, and 3 touchdowns, hoping to replace the tight end production that they lost. This one, I didn't know until I went and looked at 24/7 Sports. This is my guy. I didn't know they had him. Devin McEwen, receiver out of UTSA, 65 catches, 726 yards, 8 touchdowns. We don't really do bold takes on my show, but bold take, he might be a receiver too, behind Jeremiah Smith. Earl Little Jr., the safety, 76 total tackles, 33 solos, 2 pass breakups, 4 picks, 2 forced fumbles. I can see him being used like Caleb Downs this year with Matt Patricia. And Terry Moore, a safety from Duke, 71 total tackles, 45 solos, a sack, 5 pass breakups, 4 picks, and 2 forced fumbles. Any transfers y'all want to talk about?
Yeah, I was just going to mention the tight end. I just lost his name. Mason Williams, yeah. Because the Rams drafted the Ohio State tight end.
Max Clear, yep.
Max Clear from last year. And I was like, yeah, that's at least they got someone to like. I don't know how good he is. It's not like I watched Ohio football, but at least I think he's going to be whatever he was in Ohio. I think he's going to be a lot better in Ohio State.
Yeah, so Mason Williams is solid. He played with Parker Navarro in Ohio, and they were mainly a run team, if we're being completely honest. Now, they did have Chase Hendricks at receiver, who he went crazy at Ohio. But Parker Navarro, seeing the Bangaroo, was basically the focal points of the offense. And if it wasn't going through them, they were looking for Chase Hendricks.
And when I watched the draft, they were talking about how Max Clare was not a great blocker. And he was more like a receiving tight end.
He was a receiving tight end. He transferred from Purdue. He actually was underwhelming, in my opinion, from what I expected.
Yeah. And so if Mason Williams can at least block, because that's what the run game really needs. Like Trent said earlier, they love to pass the ball. Man, sometimes it's just out of necessity because no one can block for Bo Jackson, and he can't get going. And so they're just like forced to pass at that point. They need to get Bo Jackson going this year. I think that was one of their biggest problems. The whole year, even though they won a lot of games, a whole year it was a problem of them not being able to run the ball. So having a tight end that can come in and probably block better than Max Clare, it would be a huge plus.
I also feel like didn't they try to start with like James Peoples and CJ Donaldson at first, and then Bo Jackson kind of like took over midway through the year?
Yeah.
So that was also another thing. I feel like Bo Jackson had like some crazy runs, and then like,
he had crazy runs, but at that point they were still like he was getting stuffed a lot. Just because they didn't block. It wasn't his fault. It's just like I don't know if it was the tight end or it was the issue to tackle somebody, but it's like, there was no hole for him to run through, and then they do like pass plays to Jeremiah Smith and it works, and they're like, you know what, let's just stick to that.
Yeah, I think Bo Jackson's going to get going a ton. Like I said, you bring back 80% of your O-line, so the continuity is there. Bo Jackson is the for sure starter this year, so I think the continuity is going to be there. Trent?
Yeah, I'm just interested to kind of see who steps up on the defense. I feel like with how much they've lost.
I think it's Earl Little.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the thing. In years past, and that's the thing too. Earl Little was a transfer, so in years past, you've kind of had that solidified guy on the Ohio State defense, and I think Earl Little, like you said, and they brought in James Smith and Quay Rousseau, both from Bama, to go into the defensive line. So it's going to be interesting to see who wants to be the guy on the defense this year.
Yeah, I was going to say, even though when Ohio State won the national championship, Caleb Downs transferred from Alabama his sophomore year, and I feel like he was the guy. So I feel like Earl Little can do it. And I'm not saying Ohio State's going to win the national championship. Ohio State fans don't get excited. But what I am saying is I do feel like a transfer could come in and command his defense.
For sure.
All right, some numbers. And again, you can discredit the offensive ones if you want because there's a new OC. But 26 in total offense, first in total defense, 21st in scoring offense, first in scoring defense, 21st in passing, first in pass defense, 73rd in rushing, 7th in rush defense, 10th in third down percentage on defense, tied 31st in sacks, and 1st in red zone defense. Without further ado, let's get into the schedule where they play Ball State first week of the season. I have this as a win.
Dub.
I have this as a win.
Second game of the year, the home and home versus Texas at Texas. Have this as a loss.
This was the game they were talking about last year where Arch Manning didn't do much and then Julian Sayin didn't do much. It's going to be different this time around, but it would have helped if Ohio State was at home, so I got Texas winning it.
Trent, you muted.
Oh, am I?
No, you're not. You was.
Oh, sorry. I also have this as a loss. I think for the exact same reasons you two just mentioned.
All right, and then next we got Kent State. I have as a win.
Dub.
Dub.
First Big Ten game against Illinois. I have as a win.
Dub.
Dub.
At Iowa, I have as a win.
Dub.
I could probably. I have Ohio State going undefeated in the Big Ten. So.
Oh, I have Ohio State losing one game, and that is to Indiana in the Big Ten.
I got them losing one game, and it's to Oregon.
All right, so I'm gonna just name the schedule. So after at Iowa, they play at home against Maryland, at Indiana, at USC, at home against Oregon. That's why I gave them the win against Oregon. At home against Northwestern, on the road against Nebraska, and they finish with the team up north, as they call them, at home against Michigan. So I have Ohio State going 10-2, 8-1, taking the over 9.5 win total.
Same 10-2, 8-1, just a different loss than yours.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mentioned, I have them going the perfect 9-0 in the Big Ten for a record of 11-1.
All right, so that is Ohio State. We're going to move on from one talented team with the O to another, and that is the O for the team that has the number of national championships at midfield, the Oregon Ducks. The Oregon Ducks, they had a really solid year, a really great year, to be honest. 11-1, 8-1. First time in a while, I feel like we had a defense that matched their offense. Just unfortunate that they ran up against a buzzsaw in Indiana and got spanked. But really good year. They won 11-1, 8-1. Their only loss in conference play was Indiana at home. They lost at Hudson, Indiana. I want to say Brendan Finney actually caught a pick six to like tie it, but then Indiana came right down and scored and ended up winning that game. So funny enough, their only two losses this year were Indiana. They lost to Indiana at home, and then they lost to Indiana in the playoffs. So again,
did really Ohio State? Team.
No, Ohio State.
Did Ohio State have another loss?
They lost to Miami in the Cotton Bowl.
Oh, that's what it was. I thought they lost in the playoffs. My bad, my brain.
They lost to Indiana.
The championship. It was the championship, the Big Ten championship. That's what it was.
And then they lost to Miami in their first playoff game, which was the Cotton Bowl, because they had the bye week. But Oregon, man, really good season. Dante Moore, I feel like, had a breakout year. Still not 100% sold, but whatever. They have a new OC. He was the co-OC last year, but now it's him. Drew Maringer, because their OC left and took a job, and I'm blanking on the job he took. I know that DC went and took the Cal job, Tosh Lapoy, but I can't remember what job the OC took at the moment. And their DC is Chris Hampton, who was the co-DC last year and DB's coach, and now it's just the DC. So they both had experience with the guys who left. And dang, Trent, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's over. It's on my TV. I watched it.
I just saw it in the chat. I didn't bet the 5, by the way, so I didn't ruin it. But
That's okay. He went to Kentucky, by the way. Sorry.
That's Will Stein. Okay, cool,
yep.
cool. But so new OC, new DC for Coach Dillingham, which I mean, salute. That just shows how well your coaching tree is when both your guys go and get new jobs. And let's not forget that Coach Dillingham went at Arizona State. Did I say Dillingham? I meant to say Dan Lanning, but Dillingham went to Arizona State from the Oregon tree as well. So, and he won a Big 12 championship. So salute to Dan Lanning, man, putting coaches in great positions and succeeding. Beyond that, though, like I said, really solid year for Oregon. Returned 14 starters, which again is tied for second most in the country. So looking forward to a really good series from Oregon this year. Returned Dante Moore, returned DeCorian Moore, which DeCorian Moore was hurt a lot last year. So that was a big loss. But hopefully he'll have a healthy season this year. But they also returned my guy, Brandon Finney, one of the best corners in the conference. But again, you know what? I might change that. I think Brandon Finney might be the best corner in the conference. But yeah, anybody else want to talk about Oregon?
Yeah, I really like watching Oregon. I'm not gonna lie. I know they don't win none. I know they don't win none, but I remember when I was younger, I was watching them with Jeremiah Masoli.
Right with you.
Chip Kelly and the Blur offense.
Dennis
Dixon. Like the Blur offense was like my favorite offense to watch, and obviously the uniforms play a factor, but I just like their fans, the stadium, the tradition they built, because they didn't have that before they had the money. Now they have the money, and now they remind me, Nike and all of that. So I like watching Oregon, and I respect they're winning but not winning at all. They've been to the
Natty a couple times, came up short.
Yeah, it just came up short. Mariota, another one.
Yep.
Oops, sorry, my Siri went off. But the offensive coordinator situation is what I want to focus on, because it's oh man, Dante Moore came back. Most of the starters came back, but the coach that led you has gone to Kentucky. It's how will that can they find that same consistency from last year? I think they will. Dan Lanning is more of a defensive coach, so I don't think he's going to focus on the offense per se. But I don't know. I don't know what to look forward to in their offensive mindset. They seem like more mature team than the team I grew up watching with the Blur and the Chip Kellys and the speed and all that stuff. But I think they're a very underrated running team. So all the focus on Dante Moore. I think they're a very underrated team.
I was going to talk about it. That young guy they got, was it Jordan Davidson?
Yeah.
Like that.
Well, yeah. So I still think they're going to be a top team in the nation. So
Trent.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was going to bring up Jordan Davidson too. Great running back. Also, I'm going to butcher the heck out of the name, but the defensive end, Uiagalelei. Yeah, I think he's probably one of the better defensive ends in college football. So
the best player in college football with that name.
Yeah, exactly. And then you did mention,
brother, I think.
Yeah, it is.
I'll only bring up the transfer because we talked about it earlier already. But Corey Parrish coming over from Minnesota, so you have a really good safety, a really good defensive end, a really good quarterback, a really good running back, a really good coach. I feel like Oregon is kind of, I'll absolutely give credit where credit's due. They've been better than Penn State in the Big Ten since joining the Big Ten. With that said, they're still the team that doesn't have a national championship, just like Penn State. So I think they're still floating in that, kind of tier 2 in the Big Ten, if you will, just due to the fact that they don't have that national championship.
I don't know, Trent. I don't know. I might got to put them in tier 1 because they literally came in and won a Big Ten championship.
Okay, I mean, that's fair. But at the end of the day, they're still one of the Big Ten teams that doesn't have a national championship when 3 teams from the Big Ten have won the last 3. So
that's true, but those 3 been here.
Yeah, they have not. But anyway, they're in that tier of Big Ten teams that are still trying to win one.
That's true.
And this is the year I think they have the talent to get over that hump, and there's no real excuses with the talent they have and the reloading that they've accomplished.
I can think of one. Y'all gonna kill me for that one though. I'm gonna keep it to myself. But they returned, like I said, 14 starters, 6 on offense, 2 O-linemen, and 8 on defense. So a lot of that defense returned. Again, namely, they returned Dante Moore, quarterback who went 296 of 412, 71.8 completion percentage, 65 yards, so 3,565 yards, 30 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. Oh, that interception, man. I'm not wrong about them picks, but I'm going to keep it pushing. Jeremiah McClellan, receiver who had 38 catches, 557 yards, and 3 touchdowns. DeCorian Moore, a receiver who had 34 catches, 497 yards, and 3 touchdowns, again was hurt. And Jamari Johnson, another tight end who had 32 catches, 510 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Aaron Flowers, a defensive back who had 69 total tackles, 37 solos, 3 pass breakups, a pick, and 2 forced fumbles. Tatum Twody, I know I butchered that. I'm so sorry. A linebacker who had 68 total tackles, 33 solos, 9.5 sacks, 5 pass breakups, and 2 picks. Jerry Mixon, a cornerback who had 57 total tackles, 28 solos, half a sack, 7 pass breakups, 2 picks, a touchdown, and a fumble recovery. Bear Alexander, a defensive lineman who had 50 total tackles, 19 solos, sack, pass breakup, and 2 fumble recoveries. Brandon Finney Jr., a cornerback, 42 total tackles, 29 solos, a sack, 7 pass breakups, 3 picks, pick 6, again against Indiana, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Mateo Ugalele, a linebacker who had 34 total tackles, who's basically an edge, 18 solos, 6 sacks, 3 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Amari Washington, a defensive lineman with 33 total tackles, 15 solos, a sack and a half, 7 pass breakups, and Ife Obadungan, and I know I butchered that, I'm sorry. Defensive back, 24 total tackles, 13 solos, 6 pass breakups, and a pick. They lost Noah Whittington, a running back who had 129 of 829 yards, 6.4 carry, and 6 touchdowns on the Texans, which he may get some carries with them. Lost Malik Benson, a receiver who had 43 catches, 719 yards, and 6 touchdowns with the Raiders. Kenyon Sadiq, a tight end with 51 catches, 560 yards, 8 touchdowns with the Jets. Now, currently, Bryce Boucher, who was their lead tackler, linebacker, 136 total tackles, 56 solos, a sack, 5 pass breakups, a pick, and 2 forced fumbles on the Colts. Dylan Thiemann, my guy, who I predicted to be defensive player of the year in the country, not in the country, in the conference, did not happen. But safety at 92 total tackles, 44 solos, a sack, 5 pass breakups, and 2 picks on the Bears. And Jaden Kennedy, a safety at 39 total tackles, 18 solos, 6 pass breakups, 2 picks, and a forced fumble on the Chiefs. They're the 7th overall recruiting class, 21st in transfers with 13. This is my guy. I didn't know this until he got there, but they got Iverson Hooks from UAB. Bro, is nice. Receiver who had 72 catches, 927 yards, and 7 touchdowns. Coy Parrish, as we all mentioned, the safety from Minnesota, had 82 total tackles, 39 solos, a sack, 2 pass breakups, a pick, and a forced fumble. And DeAndre Robinson, defensive lineman from UNC, who had 39 total tackles, 17 solos, half a sack, and a forced fumble. Any transfers y'all want to talk about?
Yeah, I was gonna mention the Minnesota safety, but you guys already talked about it. But you also mentioned the other one I was gonna talk about was Iverson Hooks, underrated wide receiver out of UAB. No one watches UAB football like that, but he was like a bright spot of a very mid team at UAB.
They were bad.
Yeah, I wanted to be polite, but okay. They were bad. Their quarterback was bad. I think it's the son of
it was John Kitna's son.
John Kitna's son, yeah. He was bad. I thought he would have been good being the son of an NFL player, even though Kitna wasn't good, but whatever. But yeah, Iverson Hooks, I think that's gonna help him in the offense. I don't really need to talk about the safety anymore because it's Dan Lanning and he has flipped that Oregon team to fit Big Ten defense instead of Pac-12 all offense type style. So
Nixon them.
Yep.
It's finally, I feel like they finally have a defense that can match the offense, which Oregon hasn't really had in a while. But what I was gonna say about Iverson Hooks was I really watched when they upset Memphis when they fired Trent Dilfer. The first game when they fired him, they upset Memphis, and that game was electric. Iverson Hooks went crazy.
I'll just say, obviously losing Kenyon Sadiq, that's a tough guy to replace, and probably irreplaceable is a good word. But Jamari Johnson, who will be tight end this year, he's a stud, and I could see him being a first-round pick. And probably not this draft. I don't know if he'll come out, but maybe if he comes out, probably not, but maybe next year. Regardless, future first-round talent, had over 500 yards receiving when Sadiq was still there. So interested to see how much they get him involved.
Yep, for sure. All right, so some numbers. Again, new OC, new DC, so do with these numbers as you want. 17th in total offense, 7th in total defense, tied 10th in scoring offense, 12th in scoring defense, 38th in passing offense, 4th in pass defense, 20th in rushing, 24th in rush defense, 60th in red zone offense, tied 118th in red zone defense, 20th in third down percentage on offense, and 55th in third down percentage on defense. Now for the schedule. First game of the year. Ain't no Ashton Genty on this Boise State team. I got to win against Boise State. I don't like their quarterback either.
I'm going to be honest. I got them going undefeated.
I don't, but okay. I got you. Griffey has to go undefeated. Trent.
I have that as a win.
At Oklahoma State. Shout out Eric Moore. Shout out Drew Mastermaker, but it's not enough. I have a win here. We'll skip you, Griffey. I know you got them going undefeated. Trent.
I have them. I have them going 8-1 in the Big Ten, 11-1 overall.
All right, so I'm gonna just name the schedule and then I'll give you my record. So they play Boise State at Oklahoma State, against Portland State at home, on the road against USC, at home against UCLA, at home against Nebraska, at Illinois, at home against Northwestern, at Ohio State, at home against Michigan, at Michigan State, and at home against Washington. I have them going 10-2, 7-2. My two losses are Ohio State and Michigan.
Oh, and Michigan. Okay. I didn't expect that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say Washington.
So
I thought about it, but nah.
So yeah, I have the only loss I have for them in the Big Ten is against Ohio State. I do want to say though, I don't have the schedule in front of me. I know you just read it. I believe that week is it week 2 they play Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the Big 12 preview's coming out soon, but Drew Messmaker,
Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, yep. Messmaker, he's no joke.
That's my guy, zero-star recruit.
Yeah, so while I don't know that Oregon State has, or Oregon State, Oklahoma State, while I don't know if they have the roster to beat Oregon, I think that game has potential banger.
I think that's going to be a fun game to watch.
For sure.
Like I said, shout out Eric Morris. I mean, an incredible job he did at North Texas to go 11-1. And he brought some of his players over. I think he brought over Caleb Hawkins, brought over Drew Messmaker. Caleb Hawkins, some people say is the top 5 back in the country. I don't know if I agree with that. You got Kawan Lacey, Ahmad Hardy, Bo Jackson, Jordan Davidson. It's tough, but he's a good back nonetheless.
I have a request because I just got a message. I gotta go. Can we do the USC?
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. All right, so Griffey has to go, so we'll move on to USC. By the way, I do have Oregon making the playoffs, but it will be kind of cutting close. But we're gonna move to USC for my boy Griffey. Sorry, Trent, you was next too, but my boy gotta go.
Yeah, I know. That's why I kind of felt bad because I was like, why is it gotta be when Trent? Let it go.
All right, so USC. Like I said, man, when I have guests of a team, the floor is yours, Griffey. Take it away.
So USC, obviously favorite team. Biggest thing I'll say, they brought back Jaden Maava, which hurt me because they lost Houston Longstreet to LSU, and I wanted him to be like the successor. Or if anything, God forbid, any injury to Jaden Maava happens, I wanted Houston Longstreet to be the one to take over. But other than that, King Miller, he's going to be huge for the offense. That's who I expect to be a major key to the offense is the run game. Lincoln Riley's starting to focus more on defense, kind of like Dan Lanning, taking away from the Pac-12 and learning from the Big Ten that, hey, you need to focus more on defense. So Jadai, I'm going to butcher the name, Abasiri, defensive tackle. He's, I think, the key player for USC in the front line. And
I got that Abasiri. He left. Oh no, I'm lying.
No.
I mixed up too. I'm wrong. I haven't returning. I read because I got Jadai Abasiri above Mekhi Lemon, so I read the part from Mekhi Lemon, and then my fault.
Oh, okay, yeah, but yeah, like I said, Big Ten football, running game and defense matters so much because the Trojans went 8-0 after running for like more than 120 something, 25 or 130 yards, I think it was. They went 1-4 when they didn't, so that's why I say King Miller is going to be huge for them. 972 yards, 8 scores. Honestly, I did not know that because of the way Wayman Jordan got the ball a lot in the beginning of the season that he had so many yards. I kind of forgot that King Miller actually went that crazy. An elite prospect from the transfer portal they got was Terrell Anderson, wide receiver.
Tell me about it.
Helped them. Again, I wanted Quasi Gilmore too, so that would have been a dynamic duo right there.
Stop being greedy.
I'm just saying, man. Gary Patterson's our new DC. So he was a great head coach at TCU. We all know that. So we'll see what he does on defense. Like I said, it seems like Lincoln Riley has focused more on defense. Last year, they had the #1 recruiting class. So that plays a factor. Again, they lost Houston Longstreet. I forgot who else they lost from that recruiting class that made them the best. But other than that, Cameron Crawford, Braylon Shelby are going to be the 2 sack duos on the edge. I'm focusing a lot more. I haven't even mentioned Jaden Mahava because I'm more focused on the run game that's going to make us successful, the defense that's going to make us successful. It's the Big Ten. It's time we learned. Lincoln Riley, I don't think is on the hot seat, but the way he's making changes to this team, I feel like it's smart. It's smart not to keep doing the same formula where it's your quarterback has to save you basically, and your offense has to outscore the other team basically, and like you run the ball more, you get more sacks. Our secondary's kind of up and down, but other than that, I like our team and how it was built.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I saw something on Twitter that said Lincoln Riley is like at the top of a list, and it's from on 3 of coaches on the hot seat. And I was like, really? Lincoln's on the hot seat? I disagree completely. I didn't think he was nowhere near a hot seat. I thought this seat be cold, if anything. But
I was like, if he's on the hot seat, I think people forgot where we were before him. I was like, I really don't think.
The Pac-12 now.
We had no identity. I feel like we have an identity now. It's like explosive offense. We were number 1 in the Big Ten, I'm pretty sure, in offense. Explosive offense and very tenacious like defense now. Well, defensive line, because like I said, I don't like our secondary that much. I think they're good. I don't think they're great. But our defensive line, though, it's like one of the better ones in the country, I feel like. So that's why I was like, winning in the trenches is basically what he's doing.
Yeah, I feel like your secondary kind of got exposed against Oregon. But I feel like if coming off a 9-3, 7-2 year gets you in a high seat, because I guess y'all haven't made a conference championship game since being in the Big Ten. That's why I said this ain't the Pac-12, bro. Like, I get it. Y'all made the Pac-12 championship game. It's a little different to conference here. But
Iowa's head coach been there for like 30 years. Like, come on, bro.
I will say they did make that conference championship in 2014 when Michigan State's LJ Scott scored the game-winning touchdown. I was at Michigan State. It was lit. But for sure, I just don't think he's in the hot seat like at all. That's kind of crazy to me.
I don't think so. I actually like what he's doing. It's been a slow build, and I feel like people don't let things be slow build. They see the name Lincoln Riley, or say a Kirby Smart goes somewhere else, or Dabo Sweeney goes somewhere else, and they expect immediate national championship. And I'm like, bro, that's not gonna happen in a big conference.
Not at all. I was gonna bring up Gary Patterson, so I'm glad you did, because he had a 181-79 record at TCU and conference 113-59 with a bowl record of 11-6, coming over to take over your defense, which, I mean, USC ain't known for defense, but they have been getting better as the years progress in the Big Ten, like you said, on defense. Because I remember USC defense used to be a turnstile, and not necessarily a turnstile anymore. But yeah,
it's a lot better than I'm used to. I literally, when I was watching USC, I was so surprised with how much pressure we got on quarterbacks. I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. I will say maybe the Valero Bowl loss put a bad taste in some USC fans' mouth. But I mean,
Mahava didn't play.
I was about to say, I don't think Mahava played. What's his name? Mekhi Lemon didn't play. So, but my boy did play. And I'm surprised I haven't talked about him yet. Tanuk Hines.
Oh, yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. Like I said, I was focusing on the run and the defense. But yeah, you're right. Tanuk Hines is like that. Again, another explosive next to Terrell Anderson.
Right. He had some crazy catches too.
Yeah.
Tanuk? The Oregon game. I feel like the Oregon game was like a breakout game for him, if I remember correctly.
He is a good route runner too. Like a really good route runner.
I mess with Tanuk Hines.
I seen him like shake so many people, and I'm like, oh, that's how he got open.
Man, Tanuk like that. He had 561 and 2 tugs, but he was also behind Mekhi and Jacoby Lane, so those are good numbers.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna just get more in depth and well, first of all, Trent, anything to say before I get more in depth?
No, just you guys covered a lot of it. I think you got to keep the big plays going on offense, and we'll get into it. But this USC schedule this year is pretty tough, so it's going to be interesting to see what Maeva can do on the offense. Obviously, he was one of the better passers in the country last year. I know you mentioned of the new defensive coordinator hire and some maybe identity changes on that side of the ball, but I am a little concerned about them keeping up with the better teams, similar to maybe what had happened last year. But we'll see what happens.
They hired the coach that beat them.
Exactly.
Yeah, so some other guys. Well, first of all, USC is the team that returns the most starters in the country with 15. Again, Griffey named Mayava, King Miller, Wayman Jordan, Tanuk Hines, Desmond Stevens, a linebacker, 89 total tackles, 59 solos, and a forced fumble. Christian Pierce, a safety with 64 total tackles, 41 solos, a sack, 3 pass breakups, a pick, and a fumble recovery. Marcellus Williams, a cornerback with 41 total tackles, 28 solos, 4 pass breakups. Braylon Shelby, I believe Griffey talked about him earlier, a defensive end with 29 total tackles, 15 solos, 4.5 sacks, and a pick. Cam Crawford, I remember him specifically talking about him earlier. Defensive end with 41 total tackles, 30 solos, 5.5 sacks, and a fumble recovery. And Jediah Abusiri of defensive tackle, as Griffey brought up, who had 3.5 sacks. Now, they did lose offensive production out the wazoo. Yeah. They did lose Mekhi Lemon, a receiver drafted in the first round to the Eagles. 79 catches, 1,156 yards, 11 touchdowns. Won the Fred Biletnikoff, but did not win Conference Receiver of the Year. That is hilarious. Don't know how that happened. Jeremiah Smith won Conference Big Ten Receiver of the Year.
They got to give him a award. The way they talk about him.
But Lake McCree is another guy they lost. A tight end I feel like was very underrated, in the country. Mm-hmm. 34 catches, 561 yards, and 2 touchdowns on the Steelers. Jacoby Lane, a receiver on the Ravens. I told y'all we was going to draft him. 49 catches, 745 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Eric
underrated.
Gentry, very.
People don't not talk about him.
Linebacker, Bengals, 76 total tackles, 51 solos, 3 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and 5 forced fumbles. Kamari Ramsey, a safety, 27 total tackles, 18 solos, 2 pass breakups on the Texans. Bishop Fitzgerald, another safety, 51 total tackles, 34 solos, a sack, 3 pass breakups, 5 picks, and a touchdown for the Titans. Anthony Lucas, an edge rusher, currently on the Lions, 37 total tackles, 21 solos, 3 sacks, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Devin Tompkins, D-tackle, transferred to Alabama, 31 total tackles, 18 solos, 3 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. They had the 6th overall recruiting class, 29th in transfers with 10. Griffey talked about Terrell Anderson from NC State. Love him as a receiver for Lincoln Riley and his offense to pair with Tanuk Hines. Alex Van Sumeren, defensive lineman from Michigan State, 52 total tackles, 18 solos, a sack and a half, and a pass breakup. Devin Bryant, linebacker from Washington, 62 total tackles, 44 solos, and 2 pass breakups. And Jatez Williams, a cornerback from Iowa State, who had 15 total tackles, 9 solos, 2 pass breakups, and a pick. Trent, any transfer you want to talk about?
No, you covered a lot of them. I would just say, the only new addition on the offense is the Terrell Anderson guy, as mentioned. So hopefully he can give Jaden Maeva a little bit more power out on the outside to score.
Oh yeah, real quick. They also returned their entire O lineman from last year. Their O line from last year.
Oh yeah, I didn't talk about that. Yeah,
very big, very big for USC. I got some numbers, and then we're gonna lead with you, Griffey, for the schedule. So they were 8th in total offense. Defensive numbers, do what you want with them. 49th in total defense, 13th in scoring offense, 51st in scoring defense, 5th in passing, 47th in pass defense, 55th in rushing, tied 58th in rush defense, 5th in third down percentage on offense, which is phenomenal. Tied 25th in red zone offense, 19th in red zone defense, and 17th in first downs. Onto the schedule where they will play San Jose State, first game of the year. Griffey.
So before I say this, I want to say in the non-conference, I wish they would have gave him more of a challenge, because now it's like I feel like it.
Yeah, I control that.
Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Either way, it's like, yo, I wish you guys would put like somebody else in there that's like more of a challenge. This is kind of BS, but win against San Jose State.
I have a win against San Jose State.
I have a win as well.
Fresno State.
If you got the schedule, hey, by all means, take the lead.
I thought that's what you meant. My bad.
Yeah, your team, take the lead.
At home at Fresno State, I got a win.
I have a win.
I have a win.
At home against Louisiana, I got a win.
Got a win, you heard me?
Who are we on? I'm sorry.
Oh, Louisiana.
Win.
On the road at Rutgers, I got a win.
Got a win.
I also have a win.
On the road again, at home. At home against Oregon, I got a loss.
I have a loss.
I also have a loss.
At home against Washington, I got a win.
I have a win.
I have a loss.
On the road against Penn State, I have a win.
I have a win.
I have a loss.
On the road against Wisconsin, I got a win.
I have a win.
I have a win.
And at home against Ohio State, I have a loss.
I have a loss.
And on the road against Indiana, I have a win.
I have a loss.
I have a loss.
And at home against Maryland, I got a win.
I have a win.
I have a win.
And the Battle of Los Angeles, I got USC winning it.
I have a win in the Rose Bowl.
I have a win.
Oh,
You got
my
your
bad.
record first.
10-2, 8-2.
I have USC going 9-3, 6-3. Taking the over 8.5.
Oh, 7-2, 7-2. My bad. I said 8-2.
I just realized you said that too. But yeah,
My bad. 7-2.
9-3, 6-3. Taking the over 8.5 win total.
7-5, 4-5. Taking the under.
Ooh, Trent is brutal tonight.
Damn. I didn't even realize it was 7-5. Damn.
All right.
It's a tough schedule, dude.
It is. You got Oregon, you got Washington, you got Ohio State, Indiana, Penn State. It's tough. I'm gonna say UCLA because of rivalry.
That's why I was praising so much about Lincoln Riley focusing on the defense, because you're gonna need it, bro. That's why I was praising that.
It's sure tough. But that being said, that is USC. Griffey, it's been fun having you on. You know, in
Griffey.
R2L tradition. Any last words before you sign off?
Trent, it's been a pleasure working with you, man. You know your stuff. I feel so bad I skipped you a little bit there, but I gotta get going. I do have an emergency. Thank you, Carl, for having me on. Like I said, I've been doing the World Cup for my show, so now I'm gonna focus on baseball and basketball. So Zero Sports Talk, go check me out over there. Thank you again, Carl, for having me. I'll do it anytime you need me. I'm there for you, man. And peace.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, appreciate you for coming on. Appreciate your time, man. Griff. You ever want to talk about something? You want to get some USC stuff off, or, you know, a big game coming up and you want to talk about it, you always invited for sure.
Appreciate it. Take it easy, guys.
Yes, sir. That's Griffey with Zero Sports Talk with Griffey, a newest member of the R2L community and network. So we go from one fandom to the next. We ain't forget about you, Trent. We are on to Penn State. Penn State. Take it away, Trent. You know, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, not too much of the numbers. I mean, you can go into them if you want, but to take a quote out of your book, not too much. Look into much because it's a new coaching staff. 2025 record 7-6. Obviously, you start out hot 3-0 with national championship aspirations. Lose 3 games, fire James Franklin, ride out the season with Terry Smith, interim head coach.
I was about to say Tim Skipper from UCLA.
And you know, eventually kind of turned things around. You had a tough loss against the Indiana game. Against Indiana, took them to the wire, and then, you know, eventually had a tough game with Iowa. Lost a tough game to Iowa, and then won some games down the stretch to make yourself bowl eligible, and eventually capping off the season with that 7th win in the Pinstripe Bowl, 22-10 over Clemson, who was also, you know, a preseason top 5, top 10. So kind of fitting that they both met each other in that bowl game. You lose a couple of your big pieces. Obviously, you talked about your coaches, and then your quarterback, Drew Aller, who obviously got hurt throughout the years, now at the Pittsburgh Steelers. Katron Allen is in the NFL now with the Washington Commanders. Nick Singleton's in the NFL now with the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, he in the Titans. That's right. I don't know why I be saying the Jags.
Titans. You got the first-round guard out of Penn State going to the Ravens, your boy. Big Vega. So I'm sure I'm missing a couple to the draft. Zane Durant. Dennis Sutton. I think
Green Bay.
I can't remember where he ended up. Green
Bay with Micah.
Okay. I think Zane Durant to the Bills.
I can't remember where Zane went.
Yeah. So you're losing a lot. You also lost a lot of players. Your quarterback, Ethan Grunkemeyer, who was playing last year, transferred to Virginia Tech with James Franklin. So also losing some players to the transfer portal due to the lack of coaching, because for those who don't quite remember, Matt Campbell wasn't actually hired at Penn State until 2 days after signing day. So Penn State definitely got hurt a little bit in the recruiting aspect of things, which is really why they had to focus on the transfers, and the number of transfers that they brought over from Iowa State were definitely the Penn State Cyclones in the year 2026. So one of the big questions is going to be, how does the talent that Matt Campbell brought over mesh with the talent that Penn State currently has in place?
Yeah, so I have that he brought over 23 players from Iowa State. So definitely, like you said, it's going to be interesting to see how they mesh with those that's already there. Like you said, there's a lot of turnover. You lost a lot of the guys that were big in the hype for Penn State preseason last year. Drew Allar, I would guess to say is a big loss. I don't know. I feel like his tenure from what he was supposed to be at Penn State was disappointing, because I just remember Ty just going on nonstop about Drew Allar his freshman year. He's supposed to be this. He's the best quarterback, and I think, was he the best quarterback in this class, if I'm not mistaken?
He was definitely 5-star. I don't know if he was number one in his class or not.
We'll just say top 5, but he was one of the best.
Definitely top 2, probably.
Yeah, one of the best quarterbacks in the draft class. I mean, not draft class, in his recruiting class, and he's supposed to change things for Penn State. And he was willing to bet me that Penn State was going to win a natty because of him. And he didn't want to agree to the term, so it was what it was.
Close.
He would have lost. Yeah, I did make the semis. Y'all lost to Notre Dame. Correct?
Yep.
I did lose.
I mean, he threw a pick to lose it too. So.
Very, very. What's the word I'm looking for? Not climatic, but that is Drew Allar like. He threw a pick to lose Oregon, didn't he?
Yep.
In the Big Ten championship, and he threw a pick. No, he threw that pick in Oregon in the regular season. The game against Oregon, I want to say he threw a pick, but it got dropped. But he just fourth down incompletion or something like that. But I mean, that was my thing. Drew Allar was very talented. Decision making, though, in my opinion, was just very questionable. And then I never really understood why y'all didn't feature Nicholas Singleton more. Y'all really, to my opinion, y'all featured Katron Allen a lot more than Nick Singleton, which I was always very confused by. But it is what it is. Yeah, man, y'all returned only 4 starters, and 2 of them are on offense. One of them is an O-lineman. 2 of them on defense. Like you said, you lost Zane Durant to the Bills. Dennis Denai Sutton to the Packers. King Mack transferred to NC State. Dominique DeLuca to the Ravens. To Kyle Wheatley to the Panthers. Amari Campbell to Tennessee. He transfers. So you lost a lot. The only returner that's not an O-lineman on offense is Andrew Rapouillet, which was a solid tight end for y'all, I can't lie. 20 catches, 180, and 3 touchdowns. Defensively, I returned Duvian Collins, a cornerback with 47 total tackles, 33 solos, 3 pass breakups, and a fumble return. And Zion Tracy, another cornerback, who had 32 total tackles, 26 solos, 3 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. You lost Trevor Pena, which I feel like Trevor Pena was very disappointing at Penn State. He's on the Jags. Devontae Ross to the Chargers and Kyra Hudson to the Bears. So you lost basically your whole receiving core. But I will say this. Matt Campbell is a guy with less that does more. At Iowa State, his motto was 5-star work ethic over 5-star talent. And he got guys like Breece Hall, Brock Purdy, Xavier Hutchinson, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel. So he got a lot of guys and turned them into guys. Even Marcus Neal, who transferred to Penn State, who's going to be a guy. He's a playmaker for sure. Dominique Orange, who was Big Citrus, currently in the league. And who I was going to say is the best corner in the conference until I remembered about Brandon Finney. And that's Jeremiah Cooper. Jeremiah Cooper is the top 3 corner in this conference. And he's currently at Penn State now with his head coach. And
I think he actually I've been seeing that he might be playing safety.
I've been seeing that too. I was seeing that as much as last season, but until he does, I mean, he was like that at cornerback, so I'll just label him as a DB. But Rocco Beck, I think it's a guy at quarterback that can help y'all a ton. I mean, when everybody thought that Iowa State, including myself, was going to have a down year because the whole Hunter Decker's gambling situation, Rocco Beck stepped in as a freshman and led Iowa State to a really good season. So he's well experienced. And then y'all get James Peoples from Ohio State, and you got over Carson Hansen, the running back that was with him at Iowa State, that basically took over for Abu Sama. So I like Mike Campbell. I think he's going to do a lot of great things at Penn State, and I think y'all will be fine week one. I mean, not week one, year one. Some numbers, again, do with these as you want. Or do you want to talk about more transfers before I get into the numbers?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add to it. One other guy I wanted to mention was he came from Iowa State with Matt Campbell, followed his coach, is tight end Benjamin Brahmer. So he was one of the better tight ends in the country last year. We mentioned Rapierre staying. Mm-hmm. That was a huge keep for Penn State. So I would like to say that I think Penn State does have one of the better tight end rooms in the country.
That ain't far fetched, nor is it something new.
And as well as the secondary you mentioned. So yeah, I believe 5 to 6 starters on offense that came from Iowa State is what you said, correct? 5, I believe. But
what was my fault? What you say again? 5 of what?
5. I think 5 starters from Iowa State on the offense this season. 5 to 6.
I'm trying to think. Rocco Beck, Carson Hansen. I can't remember what receivers came over.
Elskin.
Oh yeah, I can't pronounce his name off the top without reading it. I don't have it written down, but yeah, about that.
Chase Sewell.
Chase Sewell came over. All right, cool. Yep, Chase Sewell.
Yeah. Yep. So couple, and then Brahmer will be on the field. I'm really excited for Rocco Becht. I mean, I know it sounds cliche to say it because I'm on the pod right now, but I have had an interest in Rocco. Even when he was at Iowa State, his dad, Anthony, was a former Tampa Bay Buccaneer. So just, kind of family ties there. To your point, I've always admired what Matt Campbell's done at that program with, a little bit of less. You can't harp on it too much. I wish the hire would have probably happened a little quicker, but sometimes it takes a little bit to get your guy. Interested to see James Peoples from Ohio State, like you mentioned. And then the only other guy I was going to talk about was not a transfer, but we do bring Tony Rojas back at linebacker too.
Okay, so yeah.
He's going to he'll be a good staple, and he's a fan favorite at Penn State. So to have him back in the defense is good.
Yeah, so great. I think y'all will be fine. Now the only thing Matt Campbell wasn't able to do at Iowa State was that Big 12 championship was very elusive. He made the game, just could not win the game. And some people might say, well, James Franklin, Spider-Man mean, but got better resources at Penn State. So I think he can potentially get y'all one. But y'all had the 34th overall recruiting class, and still, even with the late transfers, y'all were 4th in the transfer portal rank with 39 total. So, and we talked about them. So, y'all were 83rd in total offense, 25th in total defense, 35th in scoring offense, tied 31st in scoring defense, 103rd in passing, 21st in pass defense, 50th in rushing, 56th in rush defense, tied 33rd for sacks, tied 49th for turnover margin, and tied 33rd for red zone offense, tied 57th for red zone defense. Trent, take the schedule away.
Yeah. So week 1. Let me pull it up here. Sorry.
You are fine, my boy.
I had it written down, but I didn't have the non-conference games written down.
Oh, okay.
Week 1 against Marshall at home. I have that as a win.
Yeah, man. I have that as a win as well.
Week 2 at Temple, heading out to, I believe. I'm not sure if that game's at Lincoln Financial. Yeah, that has to be at Lincoln Financial because Temple doesn't have a.
I was about to say, I think they play their period, I think.
Yeah, out in Philly. So on the road out in Philly, I got against Temple, I got a win for that for Penn State.
I also have this as a win.
At home, seems like they've been on our schedule forever. Always play us tough. Buffalo, I got Penn State getting a win.
I have a win against Buffalo.
I remember my freshman year, they played Buffalo when Khalil Mack was still on the team. It was cool as heck.
I was about to say, that was Lance Leipold in them.
Yep. Week 4, home against Wisconsin to open up Big Ten play. I have a win for Penn State.
I have a win as well.
On the road on Big Ten play, the first game at the new, I think it's Joe Ryan. I don't want to, but the new Northwestern football field.
I don't know the name of it. I'll Google it.
But at Northwestern, I have a win for Penn State.
I have a win.
Home against USC, I have a win for Penn State.
I have a loss against USC. It's called Ryan Field.
Ryan Field, okay. I don't know where Joe came from. Next week at Michigan, I have that as a win, as mentioned earlier.
Yep, as mentioned earlier, I have that as a win.
Following week at home versus Purdue, I have Penn State winning that one.
I have as a win.
On the road at Washington, this is where I have Penn State's first and only loss of the season is against Washington.
I do have this as a loss, but I have this as my last loss of the season.
Okay. And then Minnesota, I have that as a win.
I have that as a win.
At home against Minnesota, I have a win. At home against sorry, I was just saying at home. At home against Rutgers, I have that as a win.
I have that as a win.
And then on the road against Maryland, I have that as a win for Penn State on 8-1 in the Big Ten, 11-1 overall.
I have that as a win, as a 10-2, 7-2 record for Penn State. Shout out my boy Ace. What y'all got, Matt Campbell? I didn't know what to expect from them this year. Yeah, they got him, like Trent said, kind of after the transfer portal sign-in period, for sure. But I got him winning 10 games. I got him bouncing back, double-digit win season, possibly a playoff. Depends how well the other conferences go. I feel like
Penn State
because of who they are.
And I will say one little nugget that I didn't mention, but it's important to bring up now that seems like to be the game that we have flipped. But the USC game, Penn State actually hired DeAnton Lynn, USC's old defensive coordinator. So maybe we have a little bit of an edge in that game.
Yep, I have that. I have that on my notes. Yep. I hired OC Taylor Moser, who followed Matt Campbell from Iowa State. Yep. And like you said, DeAnton Lynn, who was the defensive coordinator at USC 2024 and 2025.
Yep. So
for sure, could be some inside trading. But that is Penn State, man. Not gonna lie, I thought I was gonna be higher than you on Penn State, but you actually higher than me. So salute to y'all. I hope y'all have a good season.
Well, I'll say this too, which we could have mentioned going through the schedule, but by default, if you were listening, it is a friendlier schedule to Penn State this season with no Ohio State and no Oregon and no Indiana. So
yeah, I was about to say. I mean, Yeah,
I'm not saying it's easy, but
you're right though. No Ohio State, no Indiana, no UCLA. I mean, UCLA wouldn't be up there, but I think Bob Chesney's a good coach, and I'm kind of foreshadowing. Let me shut up. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I agree. But we can move forward. That is Penn State. We'll move on from a high to a very low, and that is the Purdue Boilermakers. Boy, oh boy, have they been scrambling for a coach since, I'm saying my top 3 head coach, Jeff Brom, left, but, difference of opinions. They did hire a new defensive coordinator, Kevin Kane. He was the Minnesota outside linebacker coach. Now, he was at Purdue previous to being rehired. Just not last year. Last year he was at Minnesota, but he was the DC for Purdue in 2023 and 2024 before he left for Minnesota, and now he's back. So, welcome back there. Purdue, though, lost to Tulsa. No. That was Oklahoma State. Wrong team. But Purdue, even still, 2-10, no Big Ten win last year. 0-9 in the conference. Has to be nasty. Has to feel disgusting. This program is just in a downward spiral. I actually have not that much to say about Purdue at all. Wasn't a fan of Ryan Brown last year. I mean, he had 9 touchdowns, 10 picks. It's never a great thing to have more interceptions than touchdowns. Devin Mockabee couldn't get anything going. The O-line to me just wasn't great. Just nothing about Purdue was good, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's hard to really piggyback off of that, especially when you win 0 games. in the Big Ten. I don't know if I want to say I almost predicted that last year, but I could be wrong.
I perfectly predicted Purdue to go 2-10 and not win a Big Ten game. I don't know how, but I did it.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, Barry Odom's been there. This is his second year, or
I think this is his second year. I want to say last year was his first year. I can't remember. Was it Ryan Walters, the head coach before Barry Odom?
It might be, but yeah. So I mean, second year, it's just in the conference in the Big Ten, there's got to be, unfortunately, some teams that get beat up, and right now Purdue, I feel like, is in that position. The quarterback, Ryan Brown, he's coming back. He had just over 2,000 yards last year, so he'll be, a familiar face for Purdue fans. Looking at their roster, it looks like they did a little bit in the transfer portal, especially at the receiver position. I know we'll talk about transfers, but we don't have to talk about them specifically. However, they revamped that room, so at least an effort to try to get skill positions in the building as well as running back. Looks like every skill position is a transfer. So definitely when things aren't going right, that's what you got to do. You got to get new faces in the building and hope for at least a couple of Big Ten wins and stay competitive.
Yeah, I'm gonna give a little spoiler alert. Purdue doesn't make a bowl game in my opinion, and Barry Odom might get fired if what I have predicted is correct. But again, like we said, they returned Ryan Brown. They returned Charles Correa, a linebacker who had 93 total tackles, 39 solos, 3 sacks, and 2 pass breakups. Adoree Hines, a defensive back who had 33 total tackles, 23 solos, 8 pass breakups, and a pick. And Ian Jeffers, a D lineman who had 20 total tackles, 5 solos, and a sack. CJ Madden, a DN who had 16 total tackles, 6 solos, and half a sack. I mean, they lost a lot. Obviously, you're going to lose a lot when you lose a lot. And if you didn't get what I was saying, basically I was saying when you lose 10 games, you're going to lose a lot. There's going to be a lot of turnover, and rightfully so, because you're trying to get the right guys in the building. Taj Rael, safety, gone. Manny Powell, linebacker on the Titans, gone. Miles Slusher, defensive back, gone. And I'm rushing through these kids. I kind of really don't want to talk about Purdue a ton. Alex Sanford Jr., a linebacker, transferred to Pitt. CJ Nunnally, the fourth, gone. Tony Grimes, who about time he's gone, cornerback. Devin Maccabee, a running back, gone. Michael Jackson, the third, wide receiver, transferred to USC. Nigel Tuggle. Hopefully you could do better with Lenoir Sellers, my boy, transferred to South Carolina. I'm actually kind of excited about that. And E.J. Horton Jr. gone to the Colts, a wide receiver. But they had the 60th overall recruiting class, 48th in transfers with 29 transfer portal kids. The main one, in my opinion, is probably Jaden Mangum from Michigan, a safety. Was talking all that trash when he left Michigan State for Michigan. Barely got burned, and now you're at Purdue. Oh, how the mighty has fallen. But this ain't the time for that. 30 total tackles, 19 solos, and 2 pass breakups. Asad Wasim, a receiver from FAU, 66 catches, 699 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Mr. Clark, a safety from FIU, 59 total tackles, 47 solos, 13 pass breakups, 3 picks, and a forced fumble. Fami Ijaboe, a running back from Minnesota, 97 carries, 441 yards, 4.5 for carry, and 2 touchdowns. And Xavier Townsend, who I want him to catch on with a team, a receiver from Iowa State, 18 catches for 243 yards. Trent, any transfers you want to talk about?
No, not really. I don't know enough about him, but like I said, it looks like there's a plethora of them coming in on offense. You've talked about it, 24, 25. Asad Wasim, who you have said he was a good player at Florida Atlantic, just under 1,000 yards last season. And then they bring over Xavier Townsend, like you said, from Iowa State. So getting Ryan Brown some help and hopefully opening up the offense a little bit and getting competitive in the Big Ten.
Well, he need to help himself as well, but I absolutely understand what you're saying. Some numbers. Again, defensively, do what you want. 100th in total offense, 118th in total defense, 121st in scoring offense, tied 115th in scoring defense, 79th in passing, 109th in pass defense, tied 103rd in rushing, 110th in rush defense, tied 127th for turnover margin, 119th in red zone offense, tied 43rd in red zone defense. Again, as I said in the Indiana video or portion of this video, They were tied. But the schedule. Indiana State, I have as a win.
I'll just go ahead and let you know that I have Purdue going. Well, I have them winning that game, and then I have Purdue going 1-11, 0-9 in the Big Ten.
I have them going 2-10, 1-8 in the Big Ten. The only win I have after this is at home against Maryland, and that's not a shot. Because I know I've been taking crazy shots at them this whole episode. I have them winning the Maryland game after the Indiana State game. That's the only other win I have for them, and Barry Odom might get fired. But to let the people know the schedule, they play Indiana State, at home against Wake Forest, on the road against UCLA, at home against Notre Dame, on the road against Illinois, at home against Minnesota, at home against Washington, on the road against Penn State, at home against Maryland, on the road against Iowa, at home against Wisconsin, and on the road against Indiana. So that is the Purdue Boilermakers. We flew by that one as by design. Another team I wouldn't mind flying by, and that is the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Greg Schiano. Oh, by the way, we have the under 3.5. Greg Schiano. Like him as a head coach. Why is this not changing? Thank you. Like him as a head coach. Last year was underwhelming for Rutgers. Normally a solid bowl team. And now I promise you it's not a shot, Ace. I promise you it is not a shot at Maryland. But last year coming off a 5-7, 2-7 season. First of all, Antoine Raymond breakout year for sure. Absolutely. CJ Campbell was supposed to be the projected starter coming in the year. Antoine Raymond did a great job at that spot. Kelly Ekman is just not that good in my opinion. He got a lot of hype by some guys, and I just didn't know what people were seeing. I thought Ian Strong was really good. KJ Duff was really good, but I didn't really see it in Kelly Ekman. I thought I saw it at Minnesota when, funny enough, they played. I want to say Minnesota played Rutgers and lost, but nah, I didn't see it. But he's now gone. Antoine Raymond returns and KJ Duff returns. They returned 8 starters. 2 of them being O-linemen, 4 of them offensively, 4 of them defensively. They have a new defensive coordinator in Travis Johansson, who was South Dakota's head coach in 2025. South Dakota, not South Dakota State. So another FCS head coach taking a job to hopefully advance his career, which I'm not mad at all. But yeah, just wasn't. I just wasn't really a fan of Kelly Ekman. Now he had some games. The Minnesota game ended up being a barn burner. I think they ended up losing that game against Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken. But it ended up being a barn burner. Iowa game ended up at one point being a really good game before Iowa took off. Just lost some closer games. Trent.
Yeah, I have a lot of similar thoughts as you in regards to Greg Schiano, obviously the old Bucks coach. Some Penn State ties as well. I always want them to do well. I thought last year, although they did go 5-7 and miss the bowl, like you talked about, I had a lot of fun watching the quarterback who's now on the Commanders, Ethan Kalimakis.
Kelly Ekman.
Yeah, Kelly Ekman. They were at times they were Rutgers football. So I think at times they were underwhelming, and then at times they were overwhelming. There's a lot of, we'll get into it, but a lot of returning on the offense, and then I feel like a lot of new faces on the defense. So again, probably a middle of the road team, but just not going to be able to compete in the world of the Big Ten. Unfortunately, not a whole lot to say about them. And AJ, I don't know too much about AJ Sarace other than the fact that he was, on the bench last season, just learning from Ethan.
I don't think he's even going to be the penciled in quarterback.
Is it going to be the Dylan?
I think it's going to be Dylan Longren, and that's why I said earlier, I don't like their quarterback this year.
Okay, so it could, yeah. Either way, I'm not sure I like their quarterback situation, and it's just going to be tough when, again, you have the nuance of the Big Ten.
Why did this banner go? What is going on with my StreamYard? Why is this banner gone? I don't understand. It was being funky earlier. I don't. There we go. I don't know what's going on. It's delayed. But anyway, as all the comments got highlighted. Yeah. I mean, they returned only 4 guys on the offense, so not really many. But they do return main guys in KJ Duff and Antoine Raymond. I know they lost Ian Strong. He transferred to Cal, so yeah, he's gone. DC Sheffield, he's gone. He's on the Jets. Another receiver. He was from North Texas, I believe. But they do return Kai Sanders, a defensive back with 64 total tackles, 39 solos, and a pass breakup. Like you mentioned, Kelly Monis is gone. He's on the Commanders. They return Abram Wright, a linebacker with 53 total tackles, 26 solos, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. Zaire Angoy, a defensive lineman with 14 total tackles, 6 solos, and Keyshawn Griffin, D lineman with 12 total tackles, 8 solos, and a pass breakup. Other guy they lose, Kenny Fletcher Jr., a tight end, 26 catches, 236 yards on the Buccaneers. Jet Elad, defensive back, 77 total tackles, 51 solos, pass breakup, 2 interceptions, forced fumble, and fumble recovery. Dariel Jabome, a linebacker in the CFL, 67 total tackles, 33 solos, 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. Bo Masco, defensive back, transferred to Texas, 48 total tackles, 29 solos, 4 pass breakups, a pick, and 2 forced fumbles. Cam Miller, a cornerback, on the Panthers, 44 total tackles, 34 solos, a sack, 5 pass breakups, and an interception. I believe Cam Miller was also a quarterback, not this one, but for North Dakota State. Lost Jacoby Henderson, cornerback, 39 total tackles, 29 solos, 3 pass breakups, transferred to Virginia. Bradley Weaver, defensive lineman, 28 total tackles, 8 solos, 2.5 sacks, and a pass breakup. And Eric O'Neal, an edge, trying to make the Lions, 37 total tackles, 16 solos, 2.5 sacks, and a pass breakup. They were 45th in overall recruiting class, 81st in transfers with 15. Again, the main one to me is Dylan Laugering, quarterback, transfer from Boston College, 190 of 284, 66.9% completion percentage, 2,025 yards, 12 touchdowns, and 5 picks. Also have Ty Morris, a linebacker from Rice, 88 total tackles, 35 solos, 2.5 sacks, 3 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Jadan Burnett, an edge rusher from Tulsa, 28 total tackles, 14 solos, 6.5 sacks, pass breakup, and a forced fumble. Rondo Porter, defensive lineman from App State, 43 total tackles, 18 solos, 2 sacks, and 4 pass breakups. And Malachi Davis, an edge from Toledo, 35 total tackles, 19 solos, 5.5 sacks, pass breakup, and a forced fumble. Any transfers you want to talk about, Trent, before we get into the numbers and schedule?
Cornerback from Maryland, Kevin Humes, he's a safety, is going to be asked to do a lot. He didn't play a ton at Maryland, but he's going to be their starting nickel. And Shiano actually has had some secondary success as far as getting players drafted. So I feel like he's a guy to watch out for if he takes over the defense. Maybe you see his name in the NFL sooner.
Okay. Okay, cool. So some numbers. Again, do what you want with the defensive numbers. New DC, 44th in total offense, 125th in total defense, 59th in scoring offense, tied 115th in scoring defense, tied 23rd in passing, tied 76th in pass defense, 84th in rushing, 129th in rush defense, 41st in third down percentage on offense, 80th in third down percentage on defense. On to the schedule, where they start off with a game against winless UMass last year. I have this as a win.
I have this as a win.
Then they play at Boston College. I have this as a loss because this is the red bandana game for Boston College.
I have it as a loss just because I think Boston College is a better football team.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm not high on Boston College or Rutgers this year. I gave this win in the Boston College series before, like when I was writing it out, to Rutgers at first, but then I saw it was a red bandana game. I'm like, nah, they play well. They get up for the red bandana game, so that's the only reason why I gave it to Boston College. Next, start Big Ten play with a home game against USC, a loss.
I have that as a loss.
Then they play Howard at home. I have this as a win.
I forgot there was only 2 of us now. I have that as a loss too.
All right, at home against Indiana, a loss.
I'm sorry. Who was the game before that?
Howard.
I'm sorry. I have that as a win. My fault. I have that beating Howard. That. Oh, I did?
Yeah.
I have them beating Howard, and then I have Indiana as a loss.
Yep. And at Maryland, I have as a loss.
Maryland I also have as a loss.
Then at Northwestern, I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
Then I have them losing out the rest of the schedule.
I do too. I have Rutgers going. I actually had them losing before that. I have Rutgers going 2-9 with a record of 0-9 in Big Ten.
2-10.
I'm sorry, yeah, 2-10, 0-9 in Big Ten play.
Yeah, I have them going 3-9, 1-8. The rest of the schedule goes as follows: at home against Michigan, on the road against Wisconsin, at home against Nebraska, on the road against Penn State, and at home against Michigan State. Which we better. I'm tired of losing to Rutgers. We better beat Rutgers. I'm tired of losing to them. But that is enough about Rutgers. We are now on to UCLA. And if you have been sticking with us, I appreciate you, as we have 3 more teams left before we get into our Big Ten wrap up. But the UCLA Bruins fire Deshaun Foster. Tim Skipper comes in as the interim head coach, and the offense actually looks a lot better. I'm not going to talk about entirety of what happened, but they look better. Bob Chesney is now the new head coach coming from JMU. And like I said earlier in the show, it looks like not only are teams getting JMU players, they are getting JMU coaches. Signetti to Indiana, and now Chesney to UCLA. I mean, Chesney did great at JMU, for sure. Made the playoff, won the Sun Belt. What more can you ask for at JMU? The new OC is now Dean Kennedy, who was JMU's OC in 2024 and 25, and defensive coordinator is Colin Hitchler, who was their DC last year. So he just brings his staff, as far as coordinators go, from last season. They are coming off a 3-9, 3-6 season where they essentially had the first college football trading Nico Iamaleava for Joey Aguilar, and it just did not work out in their favor. They returned 6 starters, 3 on offense, 3 on defense, and 2 of them being O-line. The other starter on offense they returned is Nico Iamaleava, which, I ain't going to lie, Trent. At Tennessee, I was never high on him. Then last season happened, I definitely wasn't high on him. He was supposed to be the top-ranked quarterback above Arch Manning in his draft class. Not draft class, in the recruiting class. I just yet to seen it.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you turned on the Penn State game, it was probably...
I didn't want to bring it up.
Realistically, it was probably the best film he's put on. It was probably the best film he's put on tape in his career in college. With that said, I think he's always going to have the athletic ability on his side, especially to extend plays, get out of the pocket, which we know in today's day and age is integral part of the game. I think just because Bob Chesney is coming over and that JMU blueprint is probably going to bleed into UCLA, especially in year 1 with the amount of transfers. It's similar to Matt Campbell at Penn State. There may be a little bit of a solid year 1, and then it's going to be more interesting to see what happens when the guys he couldn't, when he actually has to recruit and not rely on the transfer portal. So I think it's a great hire. The Big Ten's made a lot of great coaching hires, and this just adds to the mix.
I 100% agree with you. Now I will say, it's funny you bring up the athleticism. Some people might call me crazy here. I feel like Nico Iamaleava is Taysom Hill with a better arm. Can't lie.
A little lighter, a little more nimble.
Yeah, I remember at Tennessee that Arkansas game when he blew with that bad decision at the end of the game. I remember against Ohio State, he literally held Tennessee back in the playoff. Like, dog. I've been very underwhelmed with Nico a lot. And he was. I used to watch destroying videos with him, and he kind of seemed like a cocky kid. And that has nothing to do with my evaluation of him, but just seemed like one of them guys where he was like, I'm nice and I know I'm nice, and I just haven't seen it. I haven't, but he has an opportunity to prove me wrong this year.
Yeah. Honestly, I think I don't want to speak for him or anything like that, but I feel like with the situation and how much limelight was put on his situation with the leaving Tennessee and going to UCLA, I almost wonder if last year was a little too much noise, and maybe this year he gets to kind of settle in. And, obviously what he did was a little self-inflicted, but I think, maybe this year there's a little less noise surrounding him and his decision. And, he gets to play football under a coach who he knows is there kind of for the long run.
Yeah, I do. And I can see Bob Chesney, to your point, turning them up. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted to finish what I was saying. Like, I'm not saying you cut me off, but I was saying that's why I ended it with saying he has an opportunity to prove me wrong. And I want him to prove me wrong. because I don't root for kids to lose. Like, what guy does that? I'm rooting for him to
No,
win. I just don't see what the hype was so far, and I'm hoping he can prove me wrong. So, I'm very interested in that for sure. But other than that, UCLA, man, it just seemed like they played better with Tim Skipper and with a better coach. I feel like he can get a lot out of these guys. So I look for UCLA not to be in the mix for a Big Ten championship or anything like that, but just to be in a lot of ball games and to win a couple games. So without giving away my record for them and everything, but to go with what they lost. Well, more with what they returned first. They returned Scooter Jackson, a defensive back, with 44 total tackles, 31 solos, 3 pass breakups, 2 picks, and a forced fumble. Cole Martin, a defensive back with 65 total tackles, 31 solos, 3 pass breakups, and a pick. And Roderick Pleasant, a defensive back with 36 total tackles, 22 solos, 7 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. Now, they did lose this guy. And again, it's one of those guys like it's about time. Jalen Berger, running back, 81 carries, 364 yards, 4.5 a carry, and 2 touchdowns. Seemed like Jalen Berger been in college football for a long time. They did lose Quasi Gilmer, transferred to Nebraska, receiver with 50 catches, 535 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Rico Flores Jr., receiver to Virginia, 26 catches, 274 yards. John Vaughns, linebacker, 107 total tackles, 46 solos, a sack, a pass breakup, and a fumble recovery. Isaiah Chisholm, a linebacker, 84 total tackles, 40 solos, pass breakup, 2 forced fumbles in Oklahoma State. That's where he transferred to. Key Lawrence, a defensive back, 70 total tackles, 44 solos, a pass breakup, a pick, and 2 forced fumbles. Gary Smith III, a defensive tackle, 40 total tackles, 19 solos, and half a sack on the Raiders. Keanu Williams, a D lineman, transferred to Penn State, 39 total tackles, 17 solos, and a pass breakup. Andre Jordan Jr., transferred to Auburn, defensive back, 19 total tackles, 12 solos, and 10 pass breakups. 49th overall recruiting class, 25th in transfers with 42 transfer kids. Some transfers I wrote down with Tyler Johnson, a safety from Utah, 51 total tackles, 27 solos, 4 pass breakups, and 2 picks. Tahir West, an edge from JMU, 45 total tackles, 16 solos, 7 sacks, 4 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. Wayne Knight, which was a stupendous pickup. Running back from JMU, 207 carries, 1,373 yards, 6.6 a carry, and 9 touchdowns. Osiris Gilbert, a cornerback from UConn, 18 total tackles, 11 solos, 3 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. Derek Barksdale, a defensive back from JMU, 36 total tackles, 22 solos, 12 pass breakups, 2 picks. And Leland Smith, a receiver from San Jose State, 43 catches, 688 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Any transfer you want to talk about, Trent?
No, just going to highlight the last one, Leland Smith, wide receiver from San Jose State. Great addition. And then the big loss, you mentioned Andre Jordan, corner from Auburn, who left for Auburn. He was their leading defender in pass breakups last season.
Yep. So interested to see. Obviously, I would have loved for him to bring over Alonzo Barnett, but when you have Nico, you don't want to bring over your guy. And I think he's going to do well at UCF. So I'm excited for Alonzo Barnett at UCF with Scott Frost. But some numbers, and again, with the numbers, do what you want. Whole new coaching regime. 118th in total offense, 84th in total defense, tied 123rd in score offense, 125th in scoring defense, 113th in passing, 35th in pass defense, 85th in rushing, 117th in rush defense, 6th in red zone offense, and tied 72nd in red zone defense. Without further ado, the schedule. First game at Cal. I gave them a win, but this was a tough game for me to pick.
Yeah, I gave them a loss against Cal to open the season.
All right. Next game at home against San Diego State. DC is gone. I got them winning here.
I gave them a win.
Next game at home against Purdue. Gave them a win.
I gave them a win as well.
Next game at Maryland. I gave them a win.
I also gave them a win.
Then on the road against Oregon, I gave them their first loss.
I also have them losing to Oregon, but not their first loss.
Oh, that's Cal. At home against Wisconsin, I have as a win.
I have a win against. Wait, it's against Wisconsin. Correct? Yep. Win against Wisconsin.
At home against Michigan State, unfortunately, I have them winning.
I also have them winning.
At home against Nevada, a little mid-season out-of-conference game, I have as a win.
I also have as a win.
On the road against Minnesota, I actually have as a loss.
I also had that as a loss.
At home against Illinois, I have as a win.
I have Illinois as a win as well.
On the road against Michigan, I have as a loss.
Also have as a loss.
And their final game, like Griffey said, Battle for LA, I have as a loss.
I also have them losing.
And by the way, I should have said the team they play USC. So I have UCLA going 8-4, 5-4, making a bowl game, and having a really good year under Bob Chesney in his first season.
Have them going 5-4 in the Big Ten as well, but 7-5 overall.
Yeah, the swing game is the cow game for us.
Yep.
All right. I mean, still making a bowl game at UCLA after the year they had, tremendous. Shout out my boy Ace again. He said the cow game will be interesting. Maybe a fun quarterback duel. That's what I was thinking. And that's what made it so tough for me. Because JKS versus Nico might be a game to watch. But Tosh Lapoy is the head coach of Cal, so that's why it was so tough for me to pick. Because Tosh Lapoy's defensive-minded head coach, but I mean Bob Chesney been here. He's the more veteran coach. It was tough for me to pick, man. So,
but I agree. JTS is one of my.
I love JKS.
Yeah, or JK at JTS. JKS is one of my. I think I like Cal. I like Cal a lot in the ACC this year.
Yeah. All right. So we'll move on to, I believe, Wisconsin, because we skipped USC. No, Washington. Skip USC. If you missed USC, we did it earlier because Griffey had to leave. It will be clipped up in order, however. So I got to give that a note to Joe. But we're on to Washington. Now, Washington, again, as I mentioned earlier, good season, but then came the scandal. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Damon Williams was supposed to leave, and I think he was supposed to leave to LSU. It was pretty much announced by On3 Sports that that's where he was going. But then something happened. Washington, I guess, wasn't letting him go. So he came back. And even Coach, it's Jed Fish, right? Yeah, Jed Fish.
Correct.
He was like, he got to win his locker room back. Like, we ain't forget what he just tried to do. So he had a lot of, I guess, I don't know how to phrase it, but he had, like I said, he had to win the locker room back. So there was a little bit of turmoil with Damon Williams and everything. Then you match that up with they returned 10 starters, but only 3 on defense, 7 on offense. Washington could be a very interesting storyline to watch because they were really good last year. Damon Williams set the Big Ten ablaze with his arm and his legs. He's actually really fast, but it's just that stunt that could make everything go into disarray. But I mean, I really like Washington last year. They had 2 really good corners in Ephesian Prysock and Takario Davis, but they have both gone to the league. So I'm interested to see how that defense does with them being gone. But really good team. Trent, talk to me about Washington.
I don't want to give too many spoilers, but I'm all in on Washington this year.
Ooh.
You mentioned the Damon Williams saga. What a better way to win the locker room back than just come out and absolutely ball out on the field. I do love Jed Fish. He hasn't had quite the success. I mean, last year they were 9-4 last season, as mentioned.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention the bowl win.
Oh, sorry, you're fine. But first year,
that's keeping me honest.
Yeah, but first year, was a little bit of a struggle. Last year really emerged. The offense averaged, I believe it was 400 and the offense averaged 410 yards last year and 34 points a game.
Yeah, they were 38th in total offense and 17th in scoring offense.
Yeah, so they score the ball at a high clip. I'm not going to go and say Damon Williams is the best quarterback in the Big Ten because he's certainly not. However, he's very talented.
You don't want to hear my answer.
You mentioned the 7 starters return on offense. It's basically a retooled offense coming back from more. Now, I will say the defense does have some question marks, but they don't have a ton of key losses. A lot of the people they lost were not integral parts on their defense. Now, they do got to get to the quarterback a little bit more. They struggled sacking the quarterback last year. However, the rush defense, they only allowed 4.8 yards per carry, and only 4 teams got past 105 yards rushing. So they can stop the ball when they need to. Just got to get to the quarterback with the amount of elite quarterbacks that they'll be facing on their schedule.
Yeah, like I said, you don't want to hear who I think is the best quarterback in the Big Ten. We'll leave it alone. But man, like you said, they finished with 9 wins. They did dominate Boise State in the LA Bowl, 38-10. Just flat out beat the mess out of them. I seen that was coming. I don't even know why they scheduled that as the bowl games. But again, they were dealing with teams where they had to put in 5 and 7 Mississippi State in a bowl game, and they got bowl raced by basically Wake Forest. But yeah, I'm interested. Like you said, and what better way to win the locker room by winning a ton of games? You're right. But who knows? So again, let's go over these returners. They returned 4 offensive linemen, so 80% of the O-line from last year, which is very good. They returned Desmond Roebuck, a receiver with 42 catches, 560 yards, and 7 touchdowns, and Decker DeGraff, tight end who had 32 catches, 360 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Now, Damon Williams stats, 246 to 354, 69.5% completion percentage, 3,065 yards, 25 touchdowns, 8 picks, 611 rush yards with 6 more rushing touchdowns on the ground. To add to that, they returned Jacob Lane, edge rusher with 40 total tackles, 23 solos, 4 sacks, and 2 pass breakups. Alex McLaughlin, a safety with 94 total tackles, 62 solos, 6 pass breakups, 2 picks, a touchdown, fumble recovery, and a scoop and score. Alanis Davis, a D lineman who had 29 total tackles, 19 solos, half a sack, and 2 pass breakups. Jonah Coleman, a running back. That's who they lost, and we're getting into losses. They lost Jonah Coleman to the Broncos. 156 carries, 758 yards, 4.9 a carry, and 15 touchdowns. Denzel Boston to the Browns, a receiver who had 62 catches, 881 yards, and 11 touchdowns. Devin Bryant, a linebacker to USC, 62 total tackles, 44 solos, and 2 pass breakups. Ephesians Prysock, cornerback to the 49ers, 48 total tackles, 29 solos, 7 pass breakups, and a pick. Mikael Esteen, a safety, 51 total tackles, 35 solos, half a sack, pass breakup, and 2 picks. Takario Davis, a cornerback to the Bengals, 20 total tackles, 16 solos, 4 pass breakups, and 2 picks. Zach Dufree, an edge to the Jags, 37 total tackles, 16 solos, 4 sacks, pass breakup, and a forced fumble. Ty Ungalele, a defensive lineman, 19 total tackles, 10 solos, 2 sacks, and a pass breakup. And Antonio Thompson, a defensive tackle, 30 total tackles, 17 solos, a sack and a half, 2 pass breakups to the Falcons. Had the 19th overall recruiting class, 59th in transfers with 14. Now, I want to talk about Emmanuel Carnley, cornerback from Virginia, 26 total tackles, 20 solos, 8 pass breakups, and a pick. Christian Moss, a receiver from Kennesaw State, was not the best receiver at Kennesaw State, but was a solid receiver for them. 45 receptions, 689 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Jada Lamar, a running back from Oregon, who was basically the backup from Jordan Davis, and now gets to possibly start at matter of fact, I think he will start at Washington. 46 carries, 262 yards, 5.7 a carry, and 2 touchdowns. And Deshaun Watts, D lineman from Sac State, 36 total tackles, 17 solos, 2 sacks, and a pass breakup. Any transfers you want to talk about, Trent?
No, you really touched on a lot of it. I'll just say, obviously, losing Adam Muhammad, the running back, was a loss. But then you mentioned they retooled with Jaden. Was it Limar or Lamar?
I said Lamar, but
yeah. Anyway, he's a talented back. Obviously, you mentioned had a little bit of trouble finding his role at Oregon, so pops over across the state line, and he's going to help Demond out in that offense. You know, who already was 17th in scoring last season, maybe crack that top 10.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Jaden Lamar, especially with Damon Williams in that backfield. That read option could be crazy. You know, I think he's also going to open up a lot for Jaden Lamar, and the play action with him and Damon Williams should be really good. But some numbers, and you can actually take these with you because there's no coordinator change. Jed Fish will call plays. They did lose their OC, but Jed Fish will call plays. 38th in total offense, 21st in total defense, 17th in scoring offense, 15th in scoring defense, 50th in passing, 53rd in pass defense, 58th in rushing, 12th in rush defense, 7th in red zone offense, 32nd in red zone defense, 10th in third down percentage on offense, 56th in third down percentage on defense, and tied 36th in turnover margin. And time for the schedule, and I'm very interested with Trent Gap because he's all in. First game, Apple Cup, Washington State. I have as a win.
I have as a win.
Next game, against Bronco Mendenhall and Utah State. I have as a win.
I also have as a win.
Next game, Eastern Washington. I have as a win.
I have as a win.
Minnesota, first Big Ten game. I have as a win.
I have as a win.
On the road against USC, I have as a loss.
I have as a win.
On the road against Iowa, at home against Iowa, excuse me. As mentioned earlier, I have as a loss.
I have a win.
At home against on the road, against Purdue, I have as a win.
I have a win.
At Nebraska, I have as a loss.
I have a win.
At home against Penn State, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
At home, on the road against Michigan State is getting late. I have a win.
I also have a win.
At home against Indiana, I have as a loss.
I have that as a win.
And on the road against Oregon, I have as a loss.
I have that as a loss.
So I have Washington going 7-5, 4-5, taking the under 7.5 by the hook.
I have Washington going 11-1, 8-1 in conference play.
God, hey man, this is this year's Wisconsin for you for sure.
Yep, exactly.
This is this year's Wisconsin for you. Respect. But we're gonna move on to the last team in the Big Ten, and I ain't gonna spend too much time on them, and that is Wisconsin. And I heard somebody last year say that Wisconsin can't escape the allegations of being a product of being in the Big Ten West. And they really can't escape those allegations. Last year, Wisconsin was 4-8, 2-7. They really have not thrived since the Big Ten has broken away from divisions. Wisconsin at one point was making Big Ten championships, but I will say the talent has been different too, because at that time they had Jonathan Taylor at one point, Melvin Gordon at one point. Like they had some talent. Yeah, TJ Watt, JJ Watt. They had talent, but they can't escape them allegations. And I don't want to give away too much. I don't think they really escaped them allegations this year either. But I do think they finally upgraded at quarterback. I ain't gonna lie. It was 2 or 3 years ago. I was with Tanner Mordecai at quarterback, and he disappointed me. Also, I think Wisconsin has Luke Fickell, correct? Or is
correct,
that? Yeah, Luke Fickell. He's on the hot seat.
Mm-hmm.
Came from Cincinnati. Thought he was going to bring success to Wisconsin, and he has not. And if he don't turn it around this year, he could be gone. I'm not going to say whether I think he's gone or not, but I will say he is on the hot seat. Colton Joseph, who I think is projected to be the quarterback, brings a extra dynamic as a runner at quarterback. My Lord, is he tough to bring down. I know we're not talking about transfers, but I just want to throw this out there. He had over 1,000 rushing yards at quarterback last year at Old Dominion. So just let you know the extra dimension that he brings. Hopefully that could, for Luke Fickell's sake, hopefully that brings wins at Wisconsin. But they lose a lot. They only returned 4 starters from last year, and 3 of them are from offense, 2 of them from the O-line, and only 1 from the defense. Which, again, like we said in the Purdue segment, when you're not winning games, you're going to see a lot of turnovers. Try to get the right guys in the building. They do have a DC, full-time DC now, and that is Mike Tressel. He is related to Jim Tressel. I forgot what he said in relation, but he is related. I looked it up because I was interested when I seen that. So Wisconsin, very interesting program this year. What do you got to say about Wisconsin, Trent?
You touched on a lot of it. I agree. Fickell's probably on the hot seat. He's been there for 4 seasons. He's 4 games under 500.
I'm surprised it's just 4.
Yeah, I believe. Actually, you're right. Now that I say it out loud, I thought maybe I read that wrong.
Yeah, it's only as a head coach of Wisconsin, 17.
Yeah, 17-21. Yeah. So, their offense was in the bottom of every statistical category last season.
I got some bad numbers. Don't you worry.
They can't. They did not score the football. I think I said it on last year's show. I will be. I'm kind of baffled as to why Luke Fickell hasn't figured out how to make it work at Wisconsin. When he left Cincinnati, I thought he was going there to, potentially compete for national championships. To your point, they were in Big Ten championships for a number of years. So Colton Joseph, he's has the keys if he's the starting quarterback, which we both assume he will be. Another team that has a boatload of transfers, so hard to say what the on-field product's going to look like. In today's college football, that's maybe not the worst thing in the world, having an on-board of transfers, but definitely got to figure it out and stack some wins if Luke Fickell wants to remain at Wisconsin, to your point.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. He won a bowl game his first year when he took over as the coach, which was his only win. He was 1-0. Then his first year, he went 7-6 and made the Reliant Quest Bowl where he lost. And the last 2 years after that were both under 500, 5-7, and then 4-8. So gotta figure it out. If he has another under 500 year, pretty sure he's good as gone. We've seen the most coaches turnover this season, and trust me, my hand hurts from writing up all those coaching grades. But I don't think teams are gun ho or gun shy and letting coaches go. And Luke Fickell might be one of them. Now I will say this: I don't know if Matt Rule and they may be up for this one, even though it'll be within the same conference. I don't know about that one. But to go back to your question earlier, but I don't even know who Wisconsin would go after. That'd be kind of crazy. But nonetheless, the only non-O-line offensive returning guy for Wisconsin is Chris Brooks, a receiver who had 11 catches and 124 yards. Not a lot of passing at Wisconsin last year, so I don't think this led Wisconsin in receiving. I think the tight end led them in receiving, to be honest, but he might have led receivers in receiving. And then Matthew Young is the defensive back on the defensive end that returns 49 total tackles, 30 solos. They lost Billy Edwards Jr. to UNC, got hurt in the year, 7-16, 43.8% completion percentage and 113 yards. Another quarterback that they lost was I should have wrote him back to back, but I didn't. Hunter Simmons went 62 at 118, 52.5 completion percentage, 664 yards, 2 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. 2 and 7 is a nasty ratio. Lance Mason, a tight end, he had 30 catches, 398 yards, and 4 touchdowns on the Seahawks. Vinny Anthony, the second receiver, 31 catches, 391 yards, and a touchdown with the Falcons. Tret Kikahona, receiver, transferred to UNC as well. 26 catches, 211 yards, so he did not leave receivers in receiving. Vinny Anthony, the second did. Christian Allegro, linebacker, on transfer to Ohio State. 49 total tackles, 32 solos, 4 sacks and a pass breakup. Austin Brown, safety to the Colts. 40 total tackles, 27 solos, and 3 pass breakups. De'Ani Hill, cornerback, 39 total tackles, 30 solos. Daryl Peterson III, linebacker, 33 total tackles, 21 solos, 6.5 sacks, 3 pass breakups, and a forced fumble to the Rams. Mason Riger, defensive end to the Dolphins, 32 total tackles, 18 solos, 5 sacks, and a pass breakup. Ricardo Hallman, cornerback, 27 total tackles, 24 solos, 4 pass breakups, and 2 picks. Ben Barton, D lineman, 22 total tackles, 12 solos, a sack, and a pass breakup to the Giants. And Brandon Lane Jr., a D lineman with 11 total tackles, 5 solos, a sack, and a pass breakup. 65th in overall recruiting class, 38th in transfers with 33 total transfers. Now, some guys that I wrote down, obviously Colton Joseph, quarterback from Old Dominion, 173 at 290, 59.7% completion percentage, 2,624 yards, 21 touchdowns to 10 picks, 158 carries, 1,007 yards, and 13 more touchdowns on the ground. Abu Sama, the third running back from Iowa State, 140 carries, 732 yards, 5.2 a carry, and 5 touchdowns. Junior Poyser, D lineman from Buffalo, 31 total tackles, 14 solos, 5.5 sacks, and a forced fumble. Marvin Burks Jr., safety, Mizzou, 49 total tackles, 27 solos, pass breakup, interception, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Javon Robinson, a cornerback from Arizona State, 42 total tackles, 34 solos, 8 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. And Jacob Harris, tight end from Bowling Green, 19 catches, 182 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Any transfers you want to talk about, Trent?
Big loss is going to be the guard Joe Bruner. Moved over to Ohio State. They'll be blocking for Sayan and Bo. Good signing, Marvin Burks Jr., safety from Missouri, will be a good playmaker on the defensive side of the ball, shoring up that secondary, who got cooked a lot last season.
All right, so with that being said, got some numbers for y'all, and then we'll get into the schedule. 133rd in total offense. Again, that's out of 134 schools. 24th in total defense. 133rd in scoring offense. 39th in scoring defense. 130th in passing. 62nd in pass defense. 115th in rushing. 15th in rush defense. 134th in first downs. Tied 111th in red zone offense and 124th on third down percentage on offense. Terrible offensive year for Wisconsin last year. Surprised that the OC is still there, but hey, that's not my business. Schedule. First game of the year at Lambeau Field. They play Notre Dame. I have as a loss.
I also have that as a loss.
Then Western Illinois, the Leathernecks. I have as a win.
I also have it as a win.
Then at home against Eastern Michigan, I have as a win.
I have that as a win.
First Big Ten game on the road against Penn State, I have as a loss.
I also have that as a loss.
Then at home against Michigan State, I have as a loss.
I have that as a win.
Then on the road against UCLA, I have as a loss.
I have that as a loss.
At home against USC, I have as a loss.
I have that as a loss.
On the road against Iowa, I have as a loss.
I have that as a win.
At home against Rutgers, I have as a win.
I also have that as a win.
And on the road against Maryland, I have as a win.
I have that as a loss.
On the road against Purdue, I have as a win.
I have that as a win.
And finally, at home against Minnesota, I have as a loss.
I also have that as a loss.
So I have Wisconsin going 5-7, 3-6, taking the under 6.5 win total.
I have them going 6-6, so still taking the under, and 4-5 in Big Ten play.
Yeah, with my prediction, Luke Fickle, you might be done, son. Shout out to my boy Tomo. But with that being said, that is all 18 teams. We have our Big Ten wrap up. I'm gonna go and then I'm gonna mute myself and I'm gonna call Griffey after I go. Or I'm gonna text him first because it is late. But I'm gonna try to see if I can get his Big Ten championship and his Big Ten Players of the Year. My standings go as this: Indiana first at 12-0, 9-0. Ohio State second at 10-2, 8-1. Oregon third at 10-2, 7-2. Penn State fourth at 10-2, 7-2. Michigan fifth at 9-3, 6-3. Bad handwriting. USC at 6 with 9-3, 6-3. UCLA 7th at 8-4, 5-4. Illinois 8th at 8-4, 5-4. Minnesota 9th at 8-4, 5-4. Iowa 10th at 8-4, 5-4. 11th Nebraska 6-6, 4-5. 12th Washington 7-5, 4-5. 13th Michigan State 6-6, 4-5. 14th Wisconsin 5-7, 3-6. 15th Purdue 2-10, 1-8. 16th Maryland 4-8, 1-8. 17th Rutgers 3-9, 1-8. And last is Northwestern at 3-9, 0-9. Tell me your standings if you have them. If not, we can move on to our Big Ten championship game.
No, I have them. So it's going to be hard to say what my championship. I have a couple of ties, so I'm just going to make the tiebreaker scenarios in my head. But first place, I have Ohio State 11-1, 9-0. Second place, I'm going to have them playing Washington in the Big Ten championship, but I have a three-way tie for second between Oregon, Penn State, and Washington, all at 11-1, going 8-1 in the Big Ten. Next, I have Indiana going 10-2, 7-2. Nebraska 8-4, 5-4. Minnesota 8-4, 5-4. UCLA 7-5, 5-4. USC 7-5, 4-5. Northwestern 6-6, 5-4. Northwestern 6-6, 4-5 rather. Maryland 6-6, 4-5. Michigan 7-5 before those two, 5-4. Then Maryland and Northwestern 6-6, 4-5. Then I have Illinois 5-7, 2-7. Michigan State 3-9. Iowa State 1-5. Iowa State 2-7, 2-7. Purdue 1-11, 0-9. And Rutgers 2-10, 0-9. I think I missed Wisconsin in there. I'm sorry, 6-6 and 4-5 in the middle.
Okay, cool. I'm still waiting on Griffey to respond. Hopefully he's not asleep. It is late, so I wouldn't be surprised if he is. If not, I'll try to find a way to maybe clip it at the end or something. But My Big Ten championship is Indiana as the number 1 team in the Big Ten versus number 2 Ohio State. And I think Ryan Day finally gets that elusive Big Ten championship, beating Indiana in the rematch in which Indiana won the first game. And Jeremiah Smith also hosts up that elusive Big Ten championship game trophy.
I agree with you. I have Ohio State going to be playing Washington, and I have Ohio State winning the Big Ten championship.
All right. And my Big Ten player of the year offensively is Josh Hoover, quarterback, Indiana. Defensive player of the year, Coy Parrish, safety, Oregon.
My offensive player of the year is going to be wide receiver, Ohio State, Jeremiah Smith. And my defensive player of the year is going to be defensive end from Minnesota, Anthony Smith.
Not mad at that. I was actually thinking about him. I don't know. Me and picking this Oregon safety to win defensive player of the year, I guess I got to go back to back. But I was definitely thinking about Anthony Smith for sure. But those are our Big Ten wrap-up. Oh, hope I don't do nothing. I dropped my pen by accident. And that is going to do it for the Big Ten episode preview, man. It's always a pleasure, Trent. This year we added Griffey to the mix, and I must say I had fun. 4.5 hours flew by. I really do have to use the bathroom, but take your time with your last words as a tradition of the R2L Network.
Yeah, man, no problem. Appreciate you having me as always. Was fun talking Bucks earlier this week, and now Penn State. Always excited to talk football, and appreciate you for having me on the show.
All right, man, for sure. My last words, Michigan State, let's just make a bowl game, please. Let's not go under 4.5 wins. I know we got a tough schedule, Michigan, Oregon, Washington. I know our schedule tough, but get it done, please. I'm tired of watching non-bowl seasons. I think the last time we made a bowl game was with K9 and the Cotton Bowl against Pitt. I think that's the last time we made a bowl game, which was 2021. It's 5 years. Let's not make it 6. Secondly, again, shout out to my guests, Trent and Griffey, for giving me their time, 4.5 hours. There's a lot of time to ask for, and I appreciate those guys for giving it to me. If you've been sticking with us for this episode, please like, comment, share, subscribe. It helps the channel for sure. And my Tigers beat the Cubs in the series. We won 5-1 today.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yep. Shout out to the Boston Red Sox. It came to an end tonight, but 15 in a row, tied a franchise record.
Yeah, man.
2 weeks ago, worst team in the American League. Now we're back in the playoffs.
Yeah, I need y'all to lose some games. I don't know what I just saw. It's getting late. It's nothing here, and I thought I saw something. But I need y'all to lose some games, man. I'm trying to make the playoffs too. I mean, we can both make the playoffs, but y'all like the one that is third place. Wait, let me double check the standings because y'all was the one in third place, but y'all were also on a crazy run, so that could have changed.
I think it's still.
Y'all still are.
They're still third. Yeah.
Yep. Cleveland's in front of y'all by a game. I would love for Cleveland to collapse. Hey, Cleveland, do your boy a solid. We collapsed for y'all last year. Collapse for me this year. But we are now 4.5 games behind a wild card spot. 5.5 behind Cleveland. I just need us to get some sweeps, man. We could have swept the Cubs, but Farmer Valdez want to give them like 6 runs in the first inning. Here we go. Griffey just texted me. So I have Griffey's Big Ten selections, and somehow I'll get this to Joe to I'll give him the timestamps to clip Griffey's stuff with our stuff. So his Big Ten championship is Ohio State versus Oregon. Oh, I need his winner. He didn't send me the winner. But his offensive player of the year is Dante Moore, quarterback from Oregon. He even gave me a freshman of the year, which is Savion Hitter. And defensive player of the year is Matthew Bailey, I believe at Illinois, right? Yeah, Illinois. He has Oregon beating Ohio State in the Big Ten championship to collect their second Big Ten championship in 3 years. So shout out to Griffey. I don't know who Savion Hitter is. I don't really be paying attention to freshmen, as I've announced plenty of times on the show, because no matter what you do in high school, I need to see it at the collegiate level. So let me look up Savion Hitter real quick. Savion Hitter.
Michigan running back.
Oh, Michigan running back. That's tough because Jordan Marshall in that backfield is going to demand a lot of carries. But salute to you. Oh, I actually do know this because I know a Michigan fan on Twitter that was boasting. I do know this is. But shout out again to y'all. Pistons, y'all have pissed me off in the off season. I see no improvement into the team. To be honest with y'all, I can just hope that we overachieve again. Abuka Okori looked great in summer league, but I knew he was a bucket. I just don't know if he's going to be able to play at the original NBA level. 6'1", small, gotta get some bricks in that back pocket. I wanted Cam Carr, Malik Thomas, and both of them cooked during the summer league. I was sick, but yeah, that's all I got for you.
I'm still in the club singing A-Cuff, baby.
Oh yeah, you got a rookie of the year contender on your squad, so
for sure
that. But with that being said, I got to do some cleaning duties.
Yep.
We got, like I said, this isn't just a show. It is a network, and we have shows on the network. We have the main show, which is now hosted by me and Tomo every Monday and Thursday, 7 to about 8:30 is right now. We're actually doing NFL season previews, just like I'm giving y'all collegiate previews. And tomorrow will be the Rams and Chargers. Griffey will be on with us tomorrow. So salute to that. Trent was on Monday talking about the Bucks. So yeah, we're getting our NFL previews out the way because football is right around the corner. Then we have BWT Baseball with Teddy. Teddy's a Yankees fan, so I don't know if we're going to get content about that Red Sox streak or not on BWT. But he does give you baseball content in general, so be on the lookout for
Call me Teddy. I got you.
So be on the lookout for all your baseball needs. Check out BWT. We got FCC football with Coach Coombs. Fantasy football is around the corner, so I know some people draft during the training camp. I would ask to get out that league. I do not draft before week 3 of the preseason for me because injuries happen. But I know some people are drafting early, so be on the lookout for Coach to drop draft tips, draft rankings, things like that. We have Dave Doghouse, highlights and lowlights of sport. So make sure you check out that. We have Real Ballers Only featuring Vaughn, who dropped the episode recently, talking about is this draft class better than or the best class since the 03 class. So if you have an opinion on that, go ahead and check that video out. Next, we have In the Red Corner featuring Ty, Ricky, and Tomo. Boxing episode for all your boxing needs. Check those 3 out. They go live on Sunday, not every Sunday, but when they do go live, it is on Sundays at 6:30. We have Zero Sports Talk with Griffey. Again, he was on the show earlier, did a lot of World Cup coverage. His team, Spain, won. So salute to Griffey for that. Let's give him a round of applause for his team actually getting it done and not losing to Paraguay in the first round, Germany. But salute to him for that. And last but not least, we have AJ's Birds, man. AJ's still part of the network. You will see him. I'm pretty sure he's coming on to talk Eagles. My boy, salute to AJ, now part of so it just started this week. So salute my guy for that. But he still got AJ's Birds on Timeout, full timeout. So if you're an Eagles fan, subscribe to him. If you're not, just want to hear about the Eagles and rants, subscribe to him. And those are all the shows we have on the network. And that's all I have for y'all today. You will see me tomorrow on the main show. You will see me either Saturday or Sunday to talk about the Big 12. And I'm by myself for that episode. So it will be a lot shorter. But until then, I'm gone. Peace.
Thank you for staying to the end. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like this video, subscribe, and also hit that notification button so you can be notified next time we put out a video. If you're listening on any podcast platform, subscribe and hit that notification button, y'all, so you can be notified we put out another podcast audio. And last but not least, hit that share button. No matter what you're listening to or watching it, hit that share button and send it to somebody that you know that would love to watch this episode you just listened to. So once again, thank you for staying to the end, and we'll see y'all in the next episode.